because someone had to take the blame for all the murders that were never solved. No one in the Wolf's Head had ever met him, or known anyone who had, and no one wanted to. And absolutely no one would admit to doing business with him for fear of reprisals, from his victims' friends and relatives, or from the man himself. The only thing everyone would agree on was that it was very dangerous to go looking for Dr. DOA. People who did tended not to be seen again. Finally, reluctantly, I approached Monkton Farley. The two of us go way back, even though we'd never admit it in public. He was currently dressed to the height of 1920s fashion, from the elegant pinstripe suit to the immaculate white spats on his gleaming shoes. A handsome enough fellow, if you could overlook his open disdain for anyone who wasn't as smart as he thought he was. I stood at the edge of the crowd that had gathered around him. Everyone was listening breathlessly to the details of his latest triumph, the case of the disembodied body. He'd been relating the story when Roxy and I arrived, and he was still telling it now. He seemed no nearer to arriving at a conclusion, so I decided I'd just have to break into his monologue and hope his devoted disciples didn't strike me down for blasphemy. But when I tried to push my way through, they immediately closed ranks to keep me out. Partly to keep me from interrupting their hero, partly to keep an outsider out. They were the true fans, and only they were entitled to get close to the great man. I could have forced my way through them easily enough, but I was being Shaman Bond, so I just looked over the heads of the crowd and caught Farley's eye. He broke off from his story, sighed quietly, and signalled to his followers to let me through. They moved aside, reluctantly and resentfully, and I nodded easily to Monkton Farley as I strolled through the ranks to stand before him.
"Shaman,"
he said, with the voice of the unjustly put upon. "Hello, Monkton," I said. "You're looking very yourself. Wondered if you could help me with something."
"What seems to be the problem? Someone stole your charisma?"
The crowd laughed loudly, until I looked thoughtfully around me, and all went quiet again. "It's about Dr. DOA," I said. An excited murmur ran through the ranks of admirers. Everyone looked expectantly at Farley to see what he would say.
"I know the name,"
he said,
"and the reputation. A very discreet and very dangerous man."
"You're the first to admit he's more than an urban legend," I said. "Have you encountered him yourself?"
"Not personally, no," said Farley. "The proof being that I'm still here. You're about to ask me why I haven't used my amazing deductive abilities to track him down and bring him to justice, aren't you? Unfortunately, I can only follow the evidence, and Dr. DOA doesn't leave any. But rest assured, I have no intention of giving up on the man."
"Well," I said, "that's good to know. Any ideas on useful directions I might look in?"
"Why would you want to?"
I fixed him with a look. "Family business." He nodded reluctantly.
"I have heard that the poison he uses is always the same, completely unstoppable because it is not of this world, which of course suggests that Dr. DOA himself might also be not of this earth. I would therefore suggest that Black Air might be able to tell you something. Chasing up the loose ends of close encounters is supposed to be its remit, after all."
"Thank you, Monkton," I said. It was a useful suggestion.
"Anything for your family,"
said Monkton Farley, which was as close as he was ever going to come in public to admitting he was half-Druid. I nodded to him and moved away, leaving him to his admirers, all of whom scowled at me as I passed. They were jealous of my personal moment with the great man. Roxy was immediately there at my side. "I might have found someone who can help." "Anyone I know?" I said. "Yes, but not in a good way. That covers so many people in my life, which possibly says as much about me as it does about them." "Who is it?" "Persecution per Smith." "Oh, hell." "Precisely." The old Puritan adventurer was sitting alone at the farthest end of the long bar, from where, perched carefully on a bar stool, he was looking out over the club. One of the few people I know who can do that and still retain their dignity. People around him were careful to maintain a very respectful distance, partly because he was famously not the sociable sort, and partly because, even in a club like the Wolf's Head, infamous for attracting any number of genuinely dangerous individuals, everyone still had enough sense to be scared of Persecution per Smith. I wondered why he even came to the club, where he always made a point of drinking alone. Perhaps because even an old gore crow like him still felt the need for company. Sometimes. He turned unhurriedly to watch us approach, even though I was sure no one would have informed him we were coming. No one knows how old he is. Stories about his exploits go back centuries, most of them highly moral tales, in a disturbing sort of way. He's still dressed in the Puritan garb of the 17th century, drab, dull black, without a trace of colour anywhere, under a swirling night-dark cloak. His long face was drawn and gaunt, etched deep with lines of harsh experience. His dark eyes blazed with a fierce dedication to his cold cause, and his hooked nose and flat mouth gave him the look of some brooding bird of prey. He killed bad people, or people he decided were bad and needed killing. One of the scarier agents for the good. Pity and mercy were not in him. Roxy stopped in front of him and nodded easily, entirely unimpressed. Smith managed a small smile for her. I nodded politely, and he nodded back, but he kept his attention fixed on Roxy.
"Still getting into trouble, child?"
he said, his voice like a low rumble of thunder. "Whenever possible," said Roxy. "You two know each other?" I said. "How—" "No, I don't want to know." "Very wise," said Roxy. "Persecution, Smith. Allow me to present Shaman Bond."
"Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Bond,"
Smith said gravely. He didn't make it sound like a good thing. Just meeting Smith's cold gaze made me feel guilty. Smith was famously morally upright, without any weaknesses or trace of sin in his past, and he was always unflinchingly hard on those who had such failings. An uncompromising judge, jury, and executioner. I felt like I wanted to confess to him, for the good of my soul. From Roxy's easygoing smile, it seemed unlikely she felt the same. "What's that you're drinking?" I said, nodding to his glass on the bar.
"Water,"
said Smith. "Not even sparkling," said Roxy. "Puritans. Why do you even bother coming in here?"
"If you're hunting sinners," said Smith, "you have to go where the sinners are."
"Not for the company," I said. He surprised me then by taking the question seriously. He thought for a while, his eyes far away.
"I sometimes think I've lived too long, and outlived all the softer emotions. I am a thing of cold purpose now, and nothing more. Perhaps I come here to remind myself of what it feels like to be just a man, because the day I forget that is the day I become as bad as the things I have given my life to hunting."
I felt a need to press him on that. "No friends? No family?"
"No,"
said Persecution Smith.
"I gave them all up to become what I am. I gave up my life in return for more years to fight evil."
"Like the Walking Man?" said Roxy.
"Not really, no."
"Was it worth it?" I said. I was genuinely interested as to what his answer would be.
"Some days I think one thing, sometimes another. Revenge is a harsh mistress. But then, I think both of you already know that, Eddie Drood and Molly Metcalf."
"Of course you know," said Roxy. "You know everything." He smiled briefly again.
"Not everything, child. What is it you want from me?"
"Wait a minute," said Roxy, glancing at me. "You made a deal. For more years. What kind of deal?"
"Not one I'd recommend,"
said Smith. "Drowning men will clutch at the grubbiest of straws," I said.
"Only if they give way to despair and give up on hope,"
said Smith.
"Years aren't everything."
"Why would someone like you want to help us?" I said. "Everyone knows you don't approve of morally borderline types, like Droods or witches."
"Because I cannot turn away from a call for help,"
said Smith. "Even from people like us?" said Roxy.
"Especially from people like you. And because you're going after Dr. DOA. Yes, I've heard. And I approve. I can't find the man. Perhaps you, with your connections, can. It would do my old heart good to know someone had taken him down." I suggest you start with the Overnet.
Now, that did catch me by surprise. The Overnet is the Internet's shadowy twin, where all the darkest and most dangerous sites and contacts can be found. Information too disturbing to be shared with the everyday world. Online translations of the Necronomicon, the Book of Ibon, and the mysteries of the Worm. Chat rooms for vampires and ghouls, and aliens looking for hints on how to pass as human. Answers to questions that sane people would know better than to ask. And supposedly, home to the most powerful search engines available with access to even the most restricted areas. If you can hack your way through the jungle of rumours, half-truths and deliberate misinformation, there are dreadful truths and wondrous secrets to be found. "What do you know about computers?" said Roxy.
In my early days, I used a bloodhound's good nose to hunt down sinners, said Smith. Now I must use the devil's tools to locate the devil's followers. What has the world come to, when satanic churches have their own websites and advertise openly for new members? I am busier than ever these days. So many souls to save or condemn, and so little time. Sometimes I think I can't wait for Judgment Day to arrive, just so I can get some rest.
I decided to take the hint. "Thank you for your help. We'll be going now." Rosie glowered at Smith. "Burned any witches lately?"
I never burned any witches, Smith said calmly, though I have hanged quite a few.
I took Roxy by the arm and hauled her away, before things could become suddenly and violently unpleasant. You don't live as long as persecution per Smith without becoming very hard to kill. Roxy waited till she was sure we were out of his earshot, before nodding reluctantly to me. "Actually, that wasn't such a bad idea. Whoever wants to hire Dr. DOA must have some means of contacting him. And the Overnet is less ethical and more secure than most when it comes to putting people together." "Agreed," I said. "But you can bet my family's computer people are already all over that side of things. If there's information to be found, they'll find it. I can't believe it will be that simple. Dr. DOA hasn't lasted this long by leaving any kind of trail. Monkton Farley suggested we try Black Air." Roxy sniffed. "If Black Air knew anything that important, it would have been put up for sale by now. Even Dr. DOA couldn't poison a whole government department to keep it quiet." And then we both stopped, as the Midnight Mask stepped out of the crowd to block our way. Tall and slender, fashionable as a glossy magazine spread, and twice as glamorous, with a burst of peroxide white hair to set off the jet-black featureless mask that covered her whole face. A lady of the evening, or any time of day if you had the money, the Midnight Mask can be anyone your heart desires. Her blank face reminded me uncomfortably of my own golden mask. But hers can change shape to become anyone you want, even the face you lust after in your most secret dreams. "Stop asking questions about Dr. DOA," she said bluntly, in a voice very unlike her usual sultry manner. "Why?" said Roxy, just as bluntly. "You stay out of this," said the Midnight Mask. "This is between me and Shaman." "In your dreams," said Roxy. "Anything you have to say to me, you can say in front of Roxy," I said to the Midnight Mask. "Oh, it's like that, is it? I hadn't heard. Anyway, stop asking after Dr. DOA. I don't want you drawing his attention to the Wolf's Head and those of us who drink here. You're putting us all at risk." "Really?" I said. "Even inside the Wolf's Head, with all its security and protections?" "We can't live here," said the Midnight Mask. "We all have to go home eventually. Who's to say Dr. DOA isn't in here right now, moving unseen and unknown, listening to everything we say, making notes and taking names, deciding who to punish to make a point?" "Oh, grow a pair, Enid," said Roxy. "That's not my name," said the Midnight Mask. "That hasn't been my name for years." "Yeah, right," said Roxy. "Sorry, Enid," I said, "but I need answers." "Why?" said the Midnight Mask. "What could be so important to you that you have to put all of us at risk by trying to find him?" "Oh, hell," I said. "Why do you think?" Her voice softened immediately. Oh, Shaman, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Of course, I get it now. You do what you have to." She put a comforting hand on my arm, and her face changed. taking on the familiar features of Molly Metcalf. Roxy smiled. I was careful to say nothing. The midnight mask took her hand off my arm, and Molly's face faded back into the featureless black mask. The midnight mask turned away and disappeared back into the crush. "Okay," Roxy said to me. "That was actually rather sweet." "Not particularly helpful, though," I said. Janissary Jane approached Roxy, ignoring me. Up close she smelled of blood and death and quite a lot of gin. "Roxy, word is the Twilight King is putting together an army of mercenaries to fight demons in the Underverse. Good money, bad odds. You interested?" "Maybe later," said Roxy. Jane passed her a card. "Contact information. It'll be good for another 36 hours, and then we're off." "You're going?" said Roxy. Janissary Jane shrugged. "It's a war, isn't it?" She moved away. I looked at Roxy. "She is dead, isn't she?" "Died some time back for us," said Roxy. "I didn't have the heart to tell her. Must be some time travel thing." "That's the Wolf's Head for you," I said. Roxy tapped my arm and indicated with her head to where Monkton Farley had dispensed with his admirers and was now slow dancing with Waterloo Lillian. They seemed quite taken with each other. "Do you think he knows?" said Roxy. "Oh, he must," I said. "Great detective like him." "Well, if he doesn't, he's going to get a really big clue later on." "You're an awful person, Roxy Hazard," I said solemnly. And then I looked past her to where Harry Fabulous was standing at the edge of the crowd, trying surreptitiously to get my attention. Harry used to be the best go-to guy for absolutely everything you could ever want that was bad for you, physically and spiritually. You want someone to paint your portrait or take your photo, like Dorian Gray? Want to smoke some Martian red weed? Or be bitten by a vampire dominatrix in some underground BDSM club? Want to dance with the devil in the pale moonlight? Then Harry Fabulous was your man. A furtive, seedy presence, in clothes so casual they were actually characterless, Harry looked like he dressed in a hurry while someone he didn't want to meet was coming up the stairs. He looked like he could use a shave and probably a bath. Apparently, he had a close encounter with something really nasty in the back room of some members-only club in the Nightside, and now he was desperately doing good deeds, hoping against hope it wasn't too late to redeem his soul. Harry never talked about what happened, and given some of the things he was prepared to talk about, whatever it was must have been really bad. I only knew as much as I did because the Droods know something about everyone. I said as much to Roxy. "Even what goes on in the Nightside?" she said. "Especially what goes on in the Nightside," I said. "Know your enemy." I made my way through the packed crowd to where Harry was waiting, with Roxy just calmly following on behind. I looked casually around. No one seemed to be paying us any attention, but this was the Wolf's Head after all. Harry nodded briefly, flashing his meaningless smile. "Hello, Eddie," he said. "Molly." "Hello, Harry," I said. "Still running scared of the afterlife?" "I could ask you the same question," said Harry. "My soul may be stained, but at least I still have one. Can a Drood say the same?" "My family is really going to have to do more work on the PR side," I said. "Never mind that," said Roxy, scowling heavily. "How do you know who we really are, Harry Fabulous?" He shrugged. "The club management told me." "Do they know what happened to you in the Nightside?" I said. "Why do you think I run their errands?" He glanced around quickly and then leaned in close. "The management have learned you're looking for Dr. DOA because you're his latest victim." "How do they know that?" said Roxy. "How do they know anything?" said Harry. "Because they're the management." "Can they help me?" I said. "Come into the office," said Harry, "and we'll discuss it." He led the way into the management's private office at the rear of the club. I'd been there once before, and it hadn't changed. Just a bare room with a desk and some chairs. No windows, and no other way in or out. Harry sat down behind the desk, and Roxy and I sat facing him. "I was sorry to hear about your condition, Eddie," said Harry. "Who else knows?" I said. "Word is getting out," said Harry. "I know some places where they're holding celebrations and street parties." "Eddie's saved the whole world more than once," said Roxy. Did you expect them to be grateful? Said Harry. You can't be a Druid and do what Druids do and not make a whole lot of enemies. Why are we here, Harry? I said. Do the management have a cure for what's killing me? No, he said, but they can help you find Dr. DOA. I nodded. I can settle for that. Harry looked up at the ceiling. Do it. The whole room shuddered for a moment, and then was still. What was that? Said Roxy, ready to jump out of her seat. Just activating the room's security, Harry said quickly. Nothing to worry about. The door is locked and the club's protectors are watching over us. You mean the Roaring Boys? I said. He nodded quickly. No one likes talking about the club's mysterious and notorious enforcers. They're currently protecting this room from all forms of surveillance. Even heaven and hell would have a hard time listening in, with the Roaring Boys on the job. Have you any idea who or what the boys really are? I said. No, Harry said very firmly, and I don't want to know. You live longer that way. All right, I said. What's this all about, Harry? The Wolf's Head management still owe you a favour for cleaning up the mess made by MI-13 when they tried to bug the club. Roxy looked sharply at me, silently demanding to know why I'd never mentioned this to her before. I gave her a look that said, later, and she reluctantly subsided again. I looked back at Harry. How can the management help me? With your permission, I'd like to bring someone in on this, Harry said carefully. You aren't going to like or approve of him, but I guarantee you really need to talk to the guy. I'm in no position to be choosy, I said. Right now, I'd accept help from my worst enemy. Funny you should say that, said Harry. But before I invite him in, you have to give me your word that you won't kill him. This is going to be really bad, isn't it? I said. Okay, you have my word. Harry looked at the door. Open. The door unlocked itself, and a young man walked in. My first thought was that a homeless guy had somehow wandered in off the street. He looked even more of a mess than Harry. The door shut and locked itself behind the newcomer, and he glared at me sullenly. He looked like he slept rough, ate out of dumpsters, and stole anything he could get away with. His grubby clothes came from charity shops, and his attitude was that of a dog kicked too many times. He glowered sourly at me, and then at Roxy. Eddie Drude and Molly Metcalf. I can't believe it's come to this. I looked at Roxy. Some days I don't know why we bother. This is Django Westphalian, said Harry. Roxy looked at the young homeless guy. Really? No, said Django. He looked at Harry. Has he sworn not to kill me? Am I safe? With a name like that, probably not, said Roxy. Hey, why didn't you ask me to swear as well? The Druid gave his word, Django, said Harry, and I'm sure he'll stand between you and Molly if need be. He seemed to be enjoying the situation a little too much for my liking. Django sniffed loudly. Bet you never thought you'd meet someone who's sunk lower than you, he said coldly. It does warm the inner man, said Harry. Now, you wanted this meeting. Talk to the Druid. Django fixed me with a challenging stare. I can get you into Under the Mountain so you can meet with the survivors. If anyone can save you, they can. I sat up straight in my chair. How? His whole form changed right in front of us, becoming an exact duplicate of Harry, then Molly, then me, and finally back to Django Westphalian. Because I'm one of the few surviving immortals, he said defiantly. That ancient and glorious family the Druids massacred at Castle Frankenstein. Because of you, there's only a handful of us left now, scattered across the world, hiding in the shadows, on the run from everyone. Well, that's what you get, I said, entirely unconcerned, for being a family of complete bastards and utter shits. You treated all of human history as your own private playpen and hunting ground. You can't really be surprised that everyone wants you dead. He sneered at me. You can talk, Druid. Why are you willing to help him? Said Roxy. I hate all the Druids, and him especially, Django said sullenly. But I owe the Wolf's Head management more than I can ever hope to repay.
It has been made clear to me that if I cooperate, they are willing to wipe my debts clean and not throw me to the roaring boys."
"Because the management owe you, Eddie," said Harry, "and they really don't like being beholden to anyone."
"You want to talk to the survivors," said Django. "Well, I can arrange that, because I have a standing invitation to drop in any time I feel like it. I've been allowing the survivors to experiment on me. Because all the members of my family were shape dancers, the survivors hope to find something in my genetic makeup that can be transferred to them."
"Why would you agree to be their lab rat?" said Roxy.
"Because they pay," said Django. "It's a hard life when you have to go in fear of everyone."
He snarled at me.
"I used to have the whole world at my feet, and now it's at my throat. If it were up to me, I'd let you die, Drood, and then join the queue to piss on your grave."
"I'll leave you to work this out," said Harry, getting to his feet. "You don't need me anymore, and you're probably about to discuss things I'm better off not knowing." The door opened and closed behind him. The rest of us were too busy glaring at one another to care. "So, how are you going to get us inside under the mountain?" said Roxy. She sounded suspicious. I didn't blame her.
"Only way in is by teleport," said Django. "The survivors' base is set up inside a massive cavern deep inside a mountain. No actual entrances or exits. They do like their privacy. And given some of the things I've seen them do to their lab rats, it's just as well."
"Do you have a dimensional door?" I said.
"I'll have a personal teleport bracelet," said Django. "Alien tech. Those in my family were always great beachcombers. How do you think I was able to escape your family's massacre of my people at the castle, and stay one jump ahead of all my many enemies?"
He pulled back his filthy sleeve to show off a chunky brass bracelet on his wrist, studded with what looked like semi-precious stones for controls. Steampunk tech, probably lifted off the body of some poor alien, trying to hide from his own kind among humanity.
"So what do we do?"
I said.
"Hold hands?"
He sneered at me.
"I'd rather die, Drood. No, just stand close, within the field of the bracelet."
We all stood together in the middle of the room. Roxy wrinkled her nose at Django's rather pungent smell as his fingers danced over the controls, and then, just like that, we were somewhere else. Standing in a huge, brightly lit stone cavern, surrounded by dozens of heavily armed guards, all of them pointing weapons at us. Chapter 6. Good Living and Bad. There are times when having an awful lot of guns pointed at you can be a good thing. When you've been having a really bad day, for example, and you are definitely feeling the need to take it out on somebody. I took one look at the dozens of heavily armed and armoured guards training their guns on me and on Roxy, smiled nastily, and armoured up. Shocked gasps sounded from all sides, along with a pleasing number of involuntary noises suggesting awe, dismay, and stark terror. Reliable indications that a Drood was in the room. Roxy surrounded herself with a screen of fiercely spitting magics, and some of the guards actually started to back away. Others were already quickly lowering their weapons while trying very hard to look like the whole thing had been some terrible misunderstanding. I turned to Django Westphalian, grabbed him by the throat with one golden hand, and lifted him off his feet. "Why did you warn them we were coming?"
"I had to."
He clawed at my golden wrist with both hands, but couldn't break my hold.
"I had to give them advance warning so they could lower the security shields to let us in."
I hate it when they start being reasonable. I reluctantly let go of him, and he fell on his ass on the stone floor, breathing hard. One of the few good things about immortals is that you never need to feel bad about assaulting them, because you can always be sure they've done something to deserve it. Django scrambled backwards across the floor, glaring at me venomously.
"You forget, I'm a shape changer. I can turn into a monster and tear you apart."
"Really?" I said politely. "A monster? Like what, precisely? What have you ever been or even seen that you think could take a Drood in his armour? You don't even have a weapon on you, do you?" He scowled sullenly.
"The survivors won't let you in if you're carrying any kind of weapon. They agreed to make an exception for your armour only because they're so keen to get their hands on a Drood."
"Well," I said, "that doesn't sound at all ominous."
"Stand still,"
shouted one of the guards.
I am in command here, and I order you to put your hands in the air and lower your armor."
I turned to look back at the guards. I'd actually forgotten about them for a moment. "Does that even sound like something I'd do?" I said. "Get rid of the one thing that's protecting me from your guns? Which I can't help noticing some of you are still pointing at me. Never a good idea with the Drood. We take such things personally. Now, be a sensible chap and order all of your men to lower their weapons. And then nobody needs to get hurt, damaged, or horribly maimed." "Right," said Roxy, grinning broadly. "What he said." Most of the guards were clustering together in little groups now, in the mistaken belief there was safety in numbers. I stared unhurriedly around me, letting them all get a good look at my featureless golden face mask. There's something about its complete lack of eye holes that really upsets people. Some of the guards had automatic weapons, some had energy guns obviously derived from alien-developed tech, and a few were putting their faith in magical artifacts. I glanced at Roxy. "You take the 100 to the left, I'll take the 100 to the right." "Love to," said Roxy. "I hate being made to feel unwelcome."
"Surrender!"
the guard leader said just a bit hysterically.
"I demand that you surrender!"
"You just can't talk to some people," I said. I took a step forward, and all the guards opened fire at once, hitting me with everything they had. I stood my ground, quite casually, and let them get it out of their system. My armor soaked up bullets and the energy beams with equal indifference, and it took no damage at all. A few magical energies crackled on the air around me, trying to force their way in, and failing. I put up with this just long enough to really discourage the guards, and then I launched myself at them. I was in and among them before they could even adjust their aim. I knocked them off their feet with great sweeps of my golden arms, tore weapons out of their hands, and threw them this way and that, and punched out anyone whose face I didn't like. I picked guards up and threw them away, and they went skidding helplessly across the stone floor. Some kept firing, hoping point-blank range would make a difference. It didn't. I picked these guards up and used them to hit others. From all around me came cries of rage and frustration, pain and horror, and it was music to my ears. It felt good to have something to strike out at, somebody to punish for the rotten day I'd had. But I was still careful not to hurt any of them too badly. I came here to ask the survivors for help, after all. Littering the arrival chamber with dead bodies would not make a good first impression. Besides, I didn't do that anymore, no matter how brassed off I was feeling. But no one attacks a Drood and gets away with it. Some things just can't be permitted. Roxy was keeping herself occupied and enjoying herself immensely. She might look every inch the mercenary adventurer, but she still had command of all her witchy unpleasantness. Nothing the guards fired at her was even getting close, and she was having a great time turning weapons into snakes, scorpions, and lobsters that went straight for the genitals. Apparently, her sense of humor remained the same, no matter who she was being. She gestured languidly, and a whole bunch of guards' armor disappeared, replaced by flowery frocks, basques and stockings, and some quite distressing bondage outfits. At which point, most of the guards threw their weapons on the floor, stuck their hands in the air, and did their best to look like they were really very sorry. Some were clearly only moments away from bursting into tears. I thought Roxy was being quite restrained, for her. She hadn't turned anyone into a toad, or a squelchy thing with its testicles floating on the surface. So far.
"Stop this right now! All guards will stand down immediately!"
The loud, authoritative voice caught everyone's attention. Those guards, still standing, immediately lowered their weapons and stepped back, doing their best to look like it was all nothing to do with them. I dropped the two guards I'd been about to slam together, and Roxy dropped the one she'd been punching in the face. Django Westphalian stayed where he was, curled up in a ball in the far corner. The newcomer with the imperious voice turned out to be a distinguished-looking young man in a white doctor's coat. Handsome enough, in a bland sort of way, with a ready smile and a discerning gaze. His only striking attribute was a shock of pure white hair, quite at odds with his apparent age. He strode across the great stone chamber, heading straight for me and ignoring the various injured and unconscious guards along the way. The guard leader, who'd been keeping well back all through the fighting, fired off a snappy salute at the newcomer and was roundly ignored. Roxy strolled over to join me, smiling unpleasantly. The newcomer planted himself in front of us and flashed his most accommodating smile. Please, do accept my apologies on behalf of the Institute. This has all been a terrible misunderstanding. You are our honoured guests." Behind him, the guard leader looked like he couldn't believe his ears. Clearly he'd been told something very different. Those of his men still on their feet just looked relieved they didn't have to fight anymore. The newcomer gestured quickly, and the guard leader rounded up his men and led them away, detailing some to help the injured and carry off the unconscious. It wasn't quite a retreat, but enough of one to satisfy my pride. Roxy made a rude noise at their departing backs. The newcomer cleared his throat, just a little theatrically, to draw our attention back to him. He was all smiles, apparently entirely unperturbed by my armour or the stray magic still swirling around Roxy. If anything, he seemed fascinated by both. He extended a welcoming hand to me, and I armoured down so I could shake it. He watched my armour disappear with interest, and then pumped my hand enthusiastically. Roxy dismissed her magics, and he made a point of shaking her hand too. I looked at Roxy. "Who do you want to be here?" "Think I'll go back to being Molly. She can be more frightening." "I've always thought so," I said generously. Molly Metcalf replaced Roxy Hazard, and the young man laughed out loud, applauding delightedly. "Marvellous! Simply marvellous! Eddie Drood and Molly Metcalf, all in one day. I'm so happy to meet you both." "Something of a first," murmured Molly. Django Westphalian slouched over to join us and glowered at me. "You're on your own now, Drood. I was told you're dying. Good. Hope they invite me to the autopsy so I can spit on your insides." He left the chamber as fast as he could, without actually looking like he was running away. He chose a different exit to the one the guards used, confirming that he knew his way around under the mountain. The newcomer looked after him, sighed in a disappointed sort of way, and then turned back so he could smile at me and Roxy some more. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Melmoth, research scientist and head of the science division here at the Survivors Institute, under the mountain." "Aren't you a bit young to be in charge of things?" said Molly. "What are you, 22, 23? Or have you been trying out a youth serum?" "Oh, no," Melmoth said cheerfully. "I just acquired a morbid fear of death at a much younger age than most, hence the hair. As a result, I determined to do something about it and became a highly motivated boy genius. The survivors snapped me up at the first opportunity." Melmoth had a flighty, almost giddy air to him, for someone who claimed to be so traumatized by death, presumably a coping mechanism. He took in the expression on my face and chuckled understandingly. "Fear can be a marvellous motivator, particularly when there really is something to be scared of, as you'd know now better than most, Eddie. No need to tell me about your little problem. I've been briefed." I had to raise an eyebrow at that. "Really? Who by?" "The Wolf's Head management," said Melmoth. "They vouched for you, or you wouldn't be here. We don't allow just anyone into Under the Mountain, not without knowing as much as possible about them in advance." "You know the Wolf's Head management?" said Molly. "Well, not personally, but the Institute has had dealings with them. Hasn't everybody? Now then, I want to reassure you, Eddie, that you've come to the right place. Oh yes, we've heard about Dr. DOA and his singular poison, but we've never had a chance to examine one of his victims while they were still alive. Oh, we're all really looking forward to seeing what we can learn from you, Eddie. Though, I have to say, everyone here is frankly amazed and just a little flattered that the Droods should hold our research in such high regard, that you would come to us in your hour of need." I heard a question in his voice that I had no intention of answering. It wouldn't help anything for him to know that to us, the survivors were just a name in an old book. Better to be diplomatic, especially where my family's reputation is involved. Let the world think we know everything, because mostly we do. "Can you help me?" I said bluntly. Of course, of course. Place your trust in us, Eddie, and I promise that you won't be disappointed." Melmoth grinned broadly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "We do love a challenge." "Yes," said Molly, "but can you help him?" "We specialize in hopeless cases, Miss Metcalf," Melmoth said almost reproachfully. "What is it you actually do here?" I said. "You understand there isn't a lot of information about you out in the world." Of course, just as it should be." Melmoth shot me a knowing wink, bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet in his eagerness to impress me. "Our work requires security and privacy. We deal in the one thing everyone wants, after all: more life. Basically, under the mountain is one big research installation into all the problems that flesh is heir to. Research into every form of illness or physical breakdown, how our bodies sustain us and why they fail us. We're interested in everything there is to know about life. We're looking for the cure, you see. The cure? Said Molly. To what? To everything, said Melmoth. To death itself. Okay, said Molly. How's that going? We're making progress, said Melmoth. Oh, and thanks awfully for bringing Django back. We have a whole new bunch of really interesting tests to run on him, and he's always so hard to get hold of. Will he enjoy these tests? I said. I shouldn't think so, no, said Melmoth. He didn't enjoy any of the others. Good, I said. You do realize he's not actually immortal? That's just the family name. He's only very long-lived. Well, that's a good start, isn't it? Said Melmoth. It's his ability to change his shape that we find so fascinating. Complete control over his physical structure, right down to the cellular level. Flesh that can adapt itself to any number of changing conditions, if we could only learn to duplicate that. How's that going? Said Molly. We're working on it, said Melmoth. How long have the survivors been working on this cure for death? I said. Afraid you're asking the wrong man, said Melmoth. I'm a relative newcomer to the Institute. They offered me the best-equipped laboratories in the world and no problems with funding, and I couldn't say yes fast enough. I believe the survivors, as an organization, have been around for decades. There are scientists who've spent their whole working life under the mountain. There's nothing like knowing you're engaged in the greatest work of our time to attract the best minds. Of course, it helps that we deal in pure science here. No moral or ethical restrictions to get in the way of whatever we decide is necessary. We pride ourselves on being very open-minded. It is, after all, the final result that matters. Putting an end to dying will justify everything we've done. But you must have human subjects to experiment on, said Molly. How do they feel about these moral ambiguities? She didn't sound too pleased with what she'd heard so far. Molly didn't have much use for morals or ethics herself, but she believed everyone else should. There's no one more judgmental than an ex-supernatural terrorist. If Dr. Melmoth recognized the open disapproval in Molly's voice, he didn't seem to care. They're all volunteers, he said. Sometimes for the money, more often because there's something wrong with them that the world can't put right. Or it's a friend or family, and then they volunteer their lives in return for the Institute's helping those they care about. It's also very public-spirited and uplifting. We treat all our subjects with the utmost care, Miss Metcalfe. They are part of the great work. What successes have you had? I said bluntly, trying to bring him back to earth. What have you got that you can show us? Said Molly. Why don't I give you the unofficial tour of the Institute? Said Melmoth. How would that be? Unofficial? I said. Well, we don't get enough visitors for there to be an official tour, you see, said Melmoth. I think it best if I just walk you round, show you what there is to see. After all, we have nothing to hide, nothing. This way, please. Given how many secrets you must have, and how strict your security is, and that you greet your visitors with a whole bunch of armed guards, I have to assume there are some things you don't want the outside world to know about, I said. Why are you being so open with us? Because we want you to trust us enough to place yourself unreservedly in our hands, Melmoth said earnestly. We help you so you can help us. Lots of people here would just love to get their hands on a Druid. The things we could learn from you, while we're helping you. There is a limit to how much of myself I'm free to discuss, I said. My family's security must always come first. Always, said Molly. Even when you're dying? I'm still a Druid, Molly, I said flatly. I have duties and responsibilities. Some secrets aren't mine to share. I won't risk the safety and security of my family, just for a chance to save my own skin. Anything for the family. It's not just a t-shirt. Molly shook her head. When she finally had enough control of herself to speak, her voice was low and bitter. Even now, after everything they've done to you. Well, I said, that's families for you. Everyone here will be very grateful for whatever information you feel you can provide, said Melmoth. Now, if you'd care to come this way. He led us out of the stone cavern, hurrying on ahead with great enthusiasm, almost skipping along. He plunged into one of the unsignposted openings in the cavern wall, and just like that, we were walking along a gleaming steel corridor. The change in atmosphere was dramatic, like jumping straight from the past and into the future. The curving steel walls were entirely featureless, with no visible seams, as though the whole corridor had been extruded in one piece. It stretched away before us, lit by glowing half-spheres set into the curved ceiling at regular intervals. Molly strode along at my side, glaring suspiciously about her, making no secret of the fact that she didn't trust Melmoth or our new setting. But then, to be fair, she felt that way about most people and most places. Melmoth just scurried along ahead of us, not even glancing back to see if we were keeping up. He hummed tunelessly to himself, hands thrust deep into his coat pockets, as though he didn't have a care in the world. And this from a man supposedly so traumatized by the very thought of death that his hair had gone white. We finally emerged into a massive cavern, big enough to hold a dozen cathedrals. High above, an artificial sun illuminated a great concrete plaza, surrounded by huge concrete arches leading off in a dozen different directions, all of them entirely functional and not in any way decorative, just there to serve a purpose. The sheer size and scale were intimidating. There was no one else about. Molly stuck close at my side as we stood just outside the tunnel mouth. I felt like a target. This would make a really good place for an ambush, by people who really wanted to get their hands on a Druid and know his secrets. Melmoth stopped some distance ahead and looked back as he realized we weren't keeping up with him. He smiled brightly and gestured for us to come forward and join him. "Please, there's nothing for you to worry about. Come and take a look. This is what you came here to see." He beckoned winningly for us to join him. When I went forward, I saw why he'd stopped. The concrete floor just ended, with no warning and no railing. Molly clung tightly to my arm as we both looked down. Past the drop-off, the cavern fell away farther than my eyes cared to follow. The cavern's walls were lined with houses and habitations, buildings and science labs, futuristic structures, huge inscrutable machines, and tall towers linked by a delicate spiderweb of walkways. Fiercely shining lights and flaring colours, and everywhere people, small as ants in an ant farm, just going about their business. A whole city built inside a mountain. I could see clear traces of alien and future tech. Apparently, the survivors had been gathering things they could use for some time, and weren't too fussy about the source. Because you couldn't get anything like this anywhere reputable. That meant the scientific black market, black air, and all the more furtive areas of the hidden world. To acquire all of this, the founding survivors must have gone shopping with pockets full of money, greedy as magpies for every bright and shiny thing they thought they needed. I made a mental note to inform my family. Some markets are forbidden because you can't deal with those people, and some things not even a little bit people, without blood on your hands as well as theirs. I couldn't help a small smile. Even as I was dying, I was still doing my job as a field agent. Molly, delighted with the view, was going, "Ooh" and "ah" a lot. I wasn't so sure. Something about these brightly lit, crowded-together rooms and windows made me think of cells, the solitary spaces of religious thinkers, of scientists and their apprentices, perhaps even the cells of some giant organism. A single engine driving some great work, incomprehensible to the individuals who laboured on it. I looked at Melmoth, and he looked eagerly back at me, waiting for a response. "Impressive," I said. "Where do we go from here?" Melmoth's face fell. He'd clearly been hoping for more. "This way, to the elevators." He turned away from the long drop and strode off toward one particular archway. I had to pull Molly away from the view so we could go after him. "It must have taken some time and a lot of resources to build all this," I said to Melmoth's back. "So who paid for it all?" "Is there anyone more afraid of dying than a rich old man who's finally understood you can't take it with you?" said Melmoth, not looking back. "We're never short of donations, from all sorts of people in all sorts of places. Every one of them desperate for a chance to cheat the Reaper. We make the results of our research known to all our patrons in regular reports, but you'd be surprised how few of them want to try the things we have to offer. They all want to live on, but only on their own terms." "And you?" I said. "Given your particular problem with dying?" "I have the option to try anything I like," Melmoth said easily. "We all have. Perk of the job. But, as with so many of our more than generous benefactors, I'm waiting for just the right option. As to how this installation was constructed, everything you see was brought in through the teleport mechanism and assembled in place. Of course, it's not finished. We're constantly improving and upgrading the Institute." "Where did the survivors get hold of such a powerful teleport mechanism?" said Molly. "They're rare. I know where to look for a phoenix's egg and a Maltese falcon, but I'd still have trouble getting my hands on a teleport mechanism that could do all this." "It was a gift," Melmoth said blithely, "from someone who wanted our services but didn't have the money to pay for them." "Was this someone human or alien?" I said. He shrugged. "Who can say? We try not to ask personal questions. The point is, it often works out that way. We let word get out as to what we need, and people rush to press it into our hands in return for what we know. People can be very generous when their backs are pressed against a wall with really big spikes on it." "This particular benefactor with the teleport," I said, "any connection to Black Air?" Melmoth smiled. "I couldn't possibly comment." "I could," said Molly. "How many people work here?" I said quickly. "Under the mountain?" "Something like 12,000, I believe," said Melmoth, "in their own various disciplines. We are a broad and eclectic church, and that's not counting all the patients and volunteers, the security and support staff. Let's go meet some of them." "Let's," I said. We finally came to a pair of perfectly ordinary-looking elevator doors. Melmoth hit the call button, and the doors opened immediately, as though they'd been waiting for him. We all filed in, and Melmoth turned to a really long row of buttons, chose one near the bottom, and stabbed it dramatically with a long finger. The doors closed, and down we went, into the depths of the city. "How many floors are there?" I said, looking dubiously at the many buttons. "Depends on your security clearance," said Melmoth. "Only a few have access to all departments on all levels. Most people only work within their own speciality, never seeing anything beyond their own few floors. But you, as our honoured guests, get to see anything you want." "How nice," said Molly. Melmoth beamed at her. "It is, isn't it?" His relentless good humour was beginning to get on my nerves. No one smiles that much without their brain being chemically challenged. It isn't natural. The elevator seemed to descend forever. At least there was no music. Molly and I looked at each other behind Melmoth's back. Molly's expression asked me how I wanted to play this, and I shrugged in my best take-it-as-it-happens manner. Melmoth was humming again. The doors finally opened onto what could have been an office floor in any building. Thick carpet, pleasant setting, cheerful atmosphere. Melmoth strode off down the corridor, leaving us to hurry after him, and led us to a surprisingly spacious room, packed with monitor screens showing views from all over the city. Dozens of people sat bolt upright in front of them, studying the views with great concentration. None of them looked round as we entered, because we wouldn't be there if we didn't already have permission. I was starting to think nothing unexpected ever happened under the mountain, because it wouldn't be allowed. Melmoth strolled around quite happily, peering over shoulders at various views. "Behold," he said grandly, "it's all here. Scientific laboratories, medical wings, demon surgeons, and magical grottos. Hope in every shape and form. Everything from genetic manipulation to radical surgical procedures, the grafting of exotic genetic materials, and forbidden alchemical practices. Nothing is considered out of bounds under the mountain. Except failure, of course." "Of course," I said. I leaned forward. I couldn't help noticing the wide proliferation of armed guards standing to attention outside closed doors, or patrolling brightly lit corridors in large groups. I pointed out a particularly heavily armed gathering, escorting a coffin on a hospital gurney. The coffin was wrapped in very heavy chains. "Why do you need so many armed men, Dr. Melmoth?" "We give as much attention to internal security as external," said Melmoth. "Safety is paramount, and we do have the occasional problem with disturbed patients trying to escape from the secure areas. We can't allow that. Some are infectious, some present a danger to themselves and others, and some are simply deluded. The guards are there to protect the medical staff." "Armed guards?" I said. "Well, of course." "You shoot your patients?" said Molly. "Only the ones who complain," said Melmoth. He chuckled happily. "Little bit of hospital humour there." "Show me some of your success stories," I said. "Cases where you've actually achieved something." "Of course," said Melmoth. "We have nothing to hide, and much to be proud of." And I thought, but didn't say, then why did I have to ask? Why didn't you volunteer to show them off? We left the monitor room, and not one single person turned to watch us go. In my experience, you don't get that kind of discipline without staff indoctrination bordering on brainwashing, backed up by severe punishments for even the smallest infringements. Under the Mountain was starting to feel less like a medical establishment and a lot more like Fanatics R Us. Melmoth took us back to the elevator, and this time the doors actually opened as we approached. Bit of a giveaway, that. Someone was watching. This time we stepped out into a warren of cheerfully anonymous corridors, and Melmoth hurried along quite happily, never once seeming unsure of his way. Voices spoke calmly from hidden speakers. Announcements, instructions, requests for particular individuals to hurry to a certain location. There was a general sense of urgency in these voices, of important things happening. "This sounds more like a regular hospital," said Molly. "It is," said Melmoth, "in every way that matters. We work hard here to save lives." "At any cost," I said. "Where the alternative is death, yes," said Melmoth. "You don't think the price of survival can sometimes be too high?" I said. "What an odd question," said Melmoth, "particularly from someone in your position. The whole philosophy of the survivors is that we intend to go on living for as long as possible, no matter what the world puts in our way to try to stop us. And that, of course, means not being bound by unnecessary moral and ethical restrictions. We will use any weapon in our fight, because so will the enemy. Death pulls no punches, and neither do we. Anything less would be insane. We are at war with death." "Couldn't everyone say that?" said Molly. "Yes," said Melmoth, "but we mean to win." To get to the hospital wards, we had to pass through a series of heavy metal doors that opened only to number pads, voice recognition, and retina scans, and finally a DNA test. All of it enforced by armed guards with strict orders and no sense of humour. Dr. Melmoth had to provide all the samples, because Molly and I firmly declined. I couldn't help wondering whether the doors were there to keep unwanted visitors out, or to keep the patients in. "We have a problem with disturbed patients trying to escape," Melmoth had said. Were they that disturbed before the doctors got to work on them? At least the guards had enough sense to point their guns well away from me and Molly. Word had clearly got around, which was just as well. I wasn't in the mood to put up with any nonsense. Once we were past security, the hospital ward looked much like any ward, though one where the patients were clearly only hoping against hope that someday they might walk out of there. A quietly desperate place, full of people chasing their last chance. I'd already decided I would not be ending up in a place like this. Patients lay quietly and uncomplainingly in their beds, hooked up to intimidatingly large machines. Lots of attached tubes and wires and incomprehensible readouts. None of the patients so much as turned their heads to look at us, because if we weren't a doctor or a nurse, we didn't matter. We couldn't help them. These patients had only one thing on their minds. Melmoth led us down the central aisle, smiling brightly at everyone, and delivering a running commentary on what was being done for each patient. Drugs, spells, tailored nanotech, mostly just to see what would happen. He didn't even lower his voice as he said that, but no one reacted. Nurses in traditional uniforms bustled back and forth, being quietly and firmly professional. Like bees moving among flowers, I thought, and carrying out a necessary function for their own purposes. "No private rooms?" said Molly. "I thought you had unlimited funds." "We prefer open wards," said Melmoth. "One case might provide useful information or insight into another, and this way the patients can provide emotional support for one another, since we can't allow visits from friends or family or loved ones." "Not at all," said Molly. "Security must be maintained," said Melmoth. "The patients go along. They understand what's at stake here." "What happens to patients who get cured and want to go home?" said Molly. "A little light editing of the memories, and they're free to go, of course," said Melmoth. "We're not monsters, Miss Metcalfe." "But if your cures don't work, then your patients die here alone," I said. "My dear Eddie, we all die alone in the end," said Melmoth. "Now, let me show you some of our successes." Beyond the wards lay an open courtyard, full of men with metal parts. No artificial limbs, No $6 million men with super abilities and telescopic eyes. Just rough and ready cyborgs. Men with bulky pieces of tech jutting out through splitting skin, with bulging cameras where an eye should be, and artificial backup organs on the outsides of their bodies. Some had heavy packs on their backs to power internal motors. Others were attached to standing machines, big enough to generate the forces necessary to keep them going. Some cyborgs looked more human than others. They clumped heavily back and forth, like tin soldiers with unreliable mechanisms, every gesture slow and awkward, because it had to be thought out in advance. Joints and connections sparked, and bulging implants made loud complaining noises. The new bodies worked and they functioned, but that was the best you could say about them. "Not exactly aesthetic, I know," said Melmoth. We were standing right there with the cyborgs, but he didn't lower his voice. "Still, these are all prototypes. First we make it work, then we make it pretty. We're learning something useful from all of them to be applied to the next generation." "Can any of these people ever leave here and go home?" said Molly. "Looking like that?" "No," said Melmoth. "The implanted tech belongs to us. We developed it, and we're not ready to share it with the rest of the world, just yet. But everyone here signed a contract of their own free will. They were dying. They're all grateful for the extra time these procedures have bought them." "Yeah," I said. "They look grateful." "Ask them," said Melmoth. "Talk to them. They have much to be grateful for. They don't feel pain, heat or cold, hunger or thirst. They never get tired, and they'll last for years." He broke off as one of the cyborgs started screaming in a flat mechanical voice. The sound was horrible, like a machine having a mental breakdown. He lurched back and forth, holding his sutured head in both hands, while the other cyborgs backed jerkily away. "I can't feel anything! Anything! How can I be alive if I can't feel? It's like being locked in a box with all my skin cut off. I can't even remember what it was like to feel anything. I hate this! I hate this!" He beat at his head with his fists and tore off one of his ears. He looked at it for a moment, as though trying to remember what it was, and then threw it away. He ripped the camera out of his eye socket and crushed it in his hand. There was no blood. He tore tech implants out of his arms and chest, leaving trailing wires that sparked and smoked, along with the odd spurt of machine fluids. Muscular orderlies in hospital whites came running forward to restrain him. The cyborg struck out at them with his unfeeling fists, still screaming. Molly grabbed my arm. "Do something, Eddie! Help him!" I armoured up and walked toward the cyborg. He turned awkwardly to face me. The taut skin on his ruined face couldn't show emotions, but his words did. "Please," he said, "kill me." I took him in my golden arms and held him close. A doctor edged in behind the cyborg and jabbed him in the back of the neck with a long needle. The cyborg sighed once and collapsed. I lowered him gently to the ground, and the orderlies picked him up and carried him away. It took all of them to do it. I went back to Molly. "That was it," she said. "That was all you could do?" "I don't want to kill any more," I said. "And he chose this." It sounded unconvincing, even to me. But I couldn't say, "I don't want to upset Melmoth. I might need him." "I'm sure he'll feel better tomorrow," said Melmoth, "once we've adjusted his brain chemistry." The other cyborgs were moving restlessly around again, trudging back and forth in their enclosure, like animals in a zoo with nothing better to do. If they were at all upset by what they'd just seen, they had no way of showing it. They were too busy concentrating on the new limits of their miserable mortality. "Is this what you want done to you?" said Molly. "No," I said, "not under any circumstances." Melmoth shrugged easily. "Then let's go look at something else." In a small closed-off area, we looked out on another world, viewed through a one-way mirror. A wide-open moor stretched away before us, a place of dark shadows and drifting mists, muddy ground and stinking bogs, and scrubby, malformed vegetation. All of it under a night sky lit by the blue-white glare of a huge new moon. It was a cold and desolate place. Nowhere anyone sane would choose to live. "Of course, most of that isn't real," said Melmoth. "It's part recreation, part holographs, to make the patients feel at home." "What patients?" said Molly. "I don't see anyone." "There," I said, pointing. Silent figures went slinking through the darker places. There was nothing human in the way they moved. They leapt and pirouetted, crouched and scrabbled, appearing and disappearing like animated scraps of nightmare whimsy, drifting across the moor like tumbleweed moved by moonbeams, with flashes of flailing overlong arms and legs. The occasional roughly human shape stood out briefly in silhouette against the full moon. Melmoth worked a set of controls below the one-way mirror, and although the moonlight grew no brighter, somehow we were able to see everything much more clearly. The patients were long-bodied and inhumanly slender, with stick-thin arms and legs. They skittered and scurried, like daddy-long-legs dancing across the moorland. They looked like people who'd been stretched on a rack and then left that way. Even their skulls were horribly elongated, with glowing eyes and pointed ears. Several came together to form a group, or pack, and went herring off in pursuit of one desperately fleeing individual. They hunted him down, leaping through the moonlit night and cutting off every escape like a cat playing a mouse. And then they brought him down, killed him, and ate him, stuffing the steaming flesh into their sharp-toothed mouths with calm complacency. "Why did they do that?" said Molly. "Something to do with herd instinct, we think," said Melmoth. "They can always tell when someone doesn't belong. We think the rejects must have too much of their original humanity in them." "Why didn't you do something to help him?" said Molly. "He was one of your patients too." "They all signed releases," said Melmoth. "They agreed to the new kind of life they would be joining. This is a part of their natural order now, their continuing life cycle. Purging the herd to keep it pure. It would be self-defeating to interfere, and we are learning so much from them." "Like what?" I said. "I'm afraid that's classified," said Melmoth. "Proprietary information and all that." "And they chose to become like this," said Molly. "They all accepted the grafts of elven genetic material," said Melmoth, "as an alternative to dying. Some were quite keen to become elves. Of course, this isn't exactly the result any of us were expecting when we started out." "I'd rather die than be something like that," I said. "When the time comes, you may feel different," Melmoth said complacently. "They did. There's something about being shown a coffin with your name on it that does tend to concentrate the mind wonderfully." "Hold it," said Molly. "Where did you get your hands on elf genetic material? Interbreeding with humans has always been one of the elves' greatest taboos. I can't believe they go along with this." "You'd be amazed what certain individuals will agree to," said Melmoth. "Under the right conditions." "Something's happening," I said. "Look." The elven hybrids were darting agitatedly back and forth. They plunged across the moors, in and out of the mists and shadows, in increasingly large groups, as though searching for something. Finally, they all came together and circled round and round the same spot, before crashing to a halt and freezing in place. Some kind of communication was going on among them, though there wasn't a sound to be heard. And then they all turned their heads at once to look in our direction, as though something had caught their attention. "Can they see us?" said Molly. "Of course not," said Melmoth. "They shouldn't even be able to detect the view screen, let alone know what it is. It's just not present in their world." "Are you sure about that?" I said. "Because they're certainly looking at something." The whole group surged forward, dozens of elven hybrids leaping and scurrying over the uneven ground, heading straight for us. They crossed the moor at incredible speed, arms and legs pale flickers in the moonlight. Their stretched faces were fiercely intent, and their wide smiles showed vicious teeth. "They can't see us," Melmoth insisted. "They know we're here," I said. "Look at them." They slammed to a halt just short of their side of the view screen, and then milled back and forth, crawling around and over one another. And then one stopped, raised a clawed hand, and tapped one heavy claw against the other side of the screen, scraping the claw slowly across it, testing to see what it was. And one by one, others came forward to do the same. They were trying to get out, to get to us. "They can't get through," said Melmoth. He sounded like he was saying it more to reassure himself than us. One hybrid closed his hand into a bony fist and punched the other side of the view screen. Immediately, all the others joined in, hammering with all their strength. They made no sound at all. Molly glared at Melmoth. "Shouldn't you be sounding an alarm?" "It's a silent alarm," Melmoth said numbly, "so as not to upset the patients. It sounded the moment their behaviour changed. Help is on its way." The door behind us slammed open, and a single woman came hurrying in. Not a guard, and not obviously a doctor, just a short and stocky middle-aged woman in ethnic gypsy wear, complete with any number of bangles and necklaces. Dark curly hair, lots of makeup, and the swagger of someone who knows for a fact that they're always going to be the most important person in any room. She smiled at me, letting me know she knew I was attracted to her. I was pretty damn certain I wasn't. She nodded familiarly to Molly and scowled at Melmoth. "All right, what have you done to get them this stirred up?" "Nothing," said Melmoth. "I've never seen them like this. Oh, Eddie, Molly, allow me to introduce my colleague, the Soul Witch, head of the Magical Division, with full responsibility for situations like this. Whatever this is, the most powerful witch in the world." Molly bridled immediately. "Oh, yes? Then why have I never heard of her?" "Because unlike some of us," said the Soul Witch, "I don't feel the need to advertise." She moved in close to the view screen, ignoring the rest of us to look closely at the elven hybrids as they hammered silently and determinedly on the other side. "I did tell you this might happen, Melmoth. We don't understand enough about what the genetic grafts do to these people to be able to predict their behavior. They're magical creatures with more than human senses." "But why can they see us now when they couldn't before?" said Melmoth. "They've always been able to see us," said the Soul Witch. "They just didn't care before. Something must have changed to set them off." She turned suddenly to look at me. "Of course, it's the Druid. They can sense his torque, its power, and they want it. Get him out of here, and they should settle down again." The view screen didn't break or shatter. It just suddenly wasn't there any longer. Instead, a great gap appeared in the wall, opening onto the dark and shadowy moor. A cold wind came blasting in, bringing with it the scent of muck and mud, rot and decay. The elven hybrids launched themselves through the opening, fighting one another in their eagerness to get to me. I armoured up, and they swarmed all over me, clawing at my armour and snapping at my face mask to try to get through, to get at me. I grabbed hold of them and threw them away, but they just came straight back again. More and more of the hybrids hurled themselves at me, trying to drag me down through sheer weight of numbers. I stood my ground and clubbed them off me, one at a time. I had to hit them hard to make them let go. Bones broke and skulls shattered under the impact of my golden fists, but it was the only way. Nothing I did slowed their attack. Their blood-red eyes were full of a terrible hatred, and their heavy teeth snapped and ground together viciously. I kept clubbing them off me. Bodies littered the floor and did not rise again. I tried to tell myself, they're not people anymore. It didn't help. Molly circled around me, blasting individual hybrids with quick bursts of magic. Some withered, some caught fire, and some blew apart like sacks of blood. Most just fell away dead. Because of their strong magical nature, Molly could only take them out one at a time, and there were always more scrambling through the opening from the moor. "Stop killing them!" yelled Melmoth, dancing agitatedly around in the background. "Please stop killing them! They're patients, valuable research subjects!" And then he broke off as one of the hybrids turned abruptly to look at him. Melmoth froze where he was. The hybrid took a step forward, grinning nastily. Melmoth produced a piece of high-tech from his pocket and pointed it at the hybrid. "Please stand back. I don't want to have to hurt you." The hybrid laughed silently and took another step. "Reject," Melmoth said sadly. He did something with the tech in his hand, and the hybrid dropped dead to the floor. More and more came streaming through the opening where the view screen used to be, throwing themselves at me in a blind fury. They didn't seem to care how many had already died at my hands. I was almost buried under a great clawing blanket of the things, reduced to striking out blindly with my golden fists. And then the Soul Witch said a single word, and they all dropped off me in a moment. They cried out silently, pressing their hands to their elongated heads, and then turned as one and fled back through the opening, back onto the moor, and the world that had been made for them. I shook the last few off me, and they fell lifelessly to the floor. The Soul Witch gestured briefly, and the one-way view screen returned. On the other side, the elven hybrids were scattering across the misty moor, disappearing into the shadows and going to ground. I armoured down and nodded my thanks to Molly. She looked even more tired than I felt, but she still found the energy to glare at the Soul Witch. "What took you so long?" "It's all in the timing," said the Soul Witch. Melmoth looked at the dead bodies littering the floor and shook his head. "Such a waste." "What did you do to them?" I said to the Soul Witch. "I accentuated the elven material in their bodies," she said calmly. "So they couldn't bear to be in a human place." She smiled at Molly. "I'm surprised you didn't think of it." "I was busy," snapped Molly. I looked thoughtfully at Melmoth, who'd only just realised he still had the piece of tech in his hand and was putting it away. "What did you do?" I said. "What I can make, I can unmake," said Melmoth. "Such a waste of good material." "Never mind," said the Soul Witch. "We're bound to learn something useful from the autopsy. You know you always enjoy that." "Yes," said Melmoth, cheering up. "There is always that to look forward to." The Soul Witch gave me a hard look. "This was all your fault, Druid. Disturbing our patients with your presence. This isn't a zoo." "The Druid wanted to see what we'd achieved," Melmoth said quickly, "before he would agree to become a patient. And you know how much—" Yes, I know. This fascination of yours with Druids will be your undoing." The Soul Witch took one last look at the moor, now entirely quiet and empty, and turned away. "From now on, I suggest you view our test subjects only from a safe distance, for their safety as well as yours." I took the opportunity to study the Soul Witch with my sight. Ever since she'd arrived, I'd had the feeling there was more to her than met the naked eye. And sure enough, through the sight, I could tell she didn't just have a soul. She had several, stacked inside one another like Russian nesting dolls. The Soul Witch. Was she an eater of souls, a container of ghosts, or a preserver of personalities? I quietly drew Molly's attention to the Soul Witch, and Molly nodded quickly to confirm she'd seen it too, and then shrugged to indicate she didn't understand it either. While I had the sight, I took a quick look at Dr. Melmoth, who turned out to be just as interesting. The man was positively stuffed full of life energies. Far more than one man should ever have. No wonder he was so up all the time. I really don't like it when people keep secrets from me. It's supposed to be the other way round. The Soul Witch turned her back on the moor and left the room without another word. Melmoth looked expressionlessly after her. I allowed my sight to drop. I didn't think he'd be able to tell what I'd seen, but there was no point in taking chances. A secret known is an ace up your sleeve. "Marvellous woman, the Soul Witch," Melmoth said finally. "Full of character, and a complete pain in the arse to work with." He smiled apologetically at me. "I'm afraid you're not seeing us at our best. Perhaps we should call off the tour." "I've seen nothing yet to convince me you have anything to offer that I'd want done to me," I said grimly. "Then on we go," said Melmoth. "You're really a very hard man to please, Eddie." There was the group mind that remembered being human but wasn't any longer, and the single mind downloaded from clone to clone as the same disease kept killing its body. The 10th generation had so little personality left, they might just as well have lobotomized it. Various attempts to transplant useful vampire and ghoul traits, all of which resulted in people who would have been better off all the way dead. Combinations of living and non-living materials, man and machine forced together in unhealthy proximity, and all kinds of extreme cutting-edge scientific and magical measures. All of these people were alive when they should have been dead, but none of them looked particularly happy about it. We moved on, through more of the featureless steel corridors. I hadn't seen a single thing I approved of so far, and certainly nothing I was prepared to let them try out on me. "None of the subjects you've seen will live forever," said Melmoth, "but they're all promising starts." "I was expecting to see some Frankenstein-style patchwork efforts," said Molly. "I'm told there were several such attempts back in the early days," said Melmoth, "but the practice was soon dropped. Too many problems with tissue rejection." How the Baron overcame that remains a mystery. We have reached out to many of his surviving creations through the Spawn of Frankenstein network, but they refuse to talk to us, or allow us access to any of their medical records. They're being very selfish, holding back such important information. I can only assume they have issues with medical science. I wonder why, I said. Precisely, said Melmoth. What about the genetic material you extracted from the immortal, Django Westphalian? I said. Any progress with that? So far, it's proved utterly incompatible with the human genome, said Melmoth. In fact, it's killed everyone we've tried it on, in appallingly unpleasant ways. We think it's something to do with not being able to control the shape-dancing ability. Whatever originally changed the immortals from their baseline humanity altered them to such an extent that, strictly speaking, they shouldn't be considered human any longer. And so far, Django has proved most secretive, not to mention intransigent when it comes to discussing his family background. I thought about that as we walked down the steel corridor. Given that the immortals were originally created by the other-dimensional fugitive known as the Heart, who also adapted my family's DNA so we could bond without talks, I had to wonder about the state of my own humanity. Melmoth might not have noticed how disappointed I was, but Molly had. She put her arm through mine and squeezed it reassuringly. We're bound to find something, Eddie. We haven't seen everything yet. I'm not sure I want to, I said. Is it just me, or have all these cures for death been just a bit weird? I'm assuming that's because they've tried all the usual things and none of them worked, said Molly. Or maybe they've spent too long living under the mountain, I said, and the isolation has driven them all batshit mental. Melmoth must have caught some of that, because he stopped and considered me thoughtfully. I'll admit we have no cure for death itself, just yet, so for now we have to be content with little victories. I haven't seen anything I'd consider even a little victory, I said. Don't you have anything that would just give me back the years I was going to have? Please, said Melmoth. Come with me to our main medical facilities. Our very best people are waiting to give you a thorough examination and discover exactly what's happening in your body right now. There are all kinds of less dramatic procedures we could try, once we have a better understanding of your current condition. I don't know, I said. We've come all this way, Eddie, said Molly. We have to let them try. Please, Eddie. I sighed and allowed myself to be persuaded. The main facilities turned out to be a huge open laboratory, containing the kind of medical equipment I'd previously seen only in my worst nightmares. Alien computers and futuristic tech, prods and probes, scalpels and saws, and a whole bunch of intricate steel instruments just casually lying around on trays, most of which looked horribly invasive. The doctors and nurses were all very busy removing the other patients so they could give me their full attention. Some of the departing patients were protesting furiously, arguing that they'd paid good money, until it was explained to them that I was a Druid, at which point they decided to leave quietly. Some actually got up off their beds and walked. All but one, a large and portly gentleman who tried hard to appear dignified while holding his hospital gown together at the back.
I am not going. I will not be pushed to the back of the queue. Don't you know who I am?
Do you know who that is? Said Melmoth. That is Molly Metcalfe. The large gentleman left, very quietly and very quickly. I smiled at Molly. Your reputation precedes you. That's what a reputation is for, said Molly. Once all the patients were gone, the doctors and nurses gathered together to look me over. I could see awe and excitement in their faces, and something that might have been a kind of hunger. They've waited a long time to get their hands on a Druid. I felt like an antelope that had wandered into the lion's feeding ground. I stared them all down as coldly as I could. Dr. Melmoth quickly came forward, smoothing the way with soothing words, and everyone relaxed a little, except me. One of the doctors wheeled a tall standing screen forward, and they all took it in turns to study me through it. It's so they can see your talk, Melmoth explained. Most have never seen one before. I should hope not, I growled. I'm still not sure about this. I've already told you, my family's secrets are not on the table. You can't put unreasonable obstacles in our way and still expect us to work miracles, said Melmoth. Who knows what piece of hidden information might turn out to be just what we need to save your life? No, I said. I'm sorry, but no. And if you keep pushing it, I am leaving. That's enough, said Molly. Her face was flushed with something more than anger. She glared at me, and her voice was harsh. Stop making problems, Eddie, and let them do their job. I didn't come all this way just to watch you turn your back on the only people who might be able to save you. You've seen what they do here, I said carefully. Think what they might do with access to Drood's secrets. I don't care about your damned family. I only care about you. Now let them do what they need to, so... All right, I said. For you, Molly. I turned to Melmoth, keeping my face and voice stern. Nothing invasive, and no wandering off the beaten path. You stick to identifying the poison in me and what can be done about it. Nothing else. I will defend my family's secrets, even at the cost of my own life. Or yours. Of course, said Melmoth. He shot a hard look at the other doctors. I'm sure we're all comfortable with those very reasonable restrictions. The doctors didn't look like they were, but they all managed some kind of nod. Okay, I said. Do you want me to strip naked? Not unless you feel you really want to, said Melmoth. We have first-rate scanners here. I was persuaded to lie down on a quite extraordinarily uncomfortable bed, while the medical staff took it in turns to wheel various pieces of unfamiliar equipment into place around me, and then point them at me. The machines made all kinds of interesting noises, as though determined to establish their importance, but whatever they were doing, I couldn't feel it. My talk didn't even tingle. The staff members scanned me thoroughly from head to toe, looked inside me from a whole bunch of different angles, and then displayed what they'd found on oversized monitor screens. I didn't understand half of what I was looking at, but the doctors seemed very impressed. There was a lot of pointing, followed by heated discussions that started out as whispers, but quickly escalated to loud disagreements and shoving matches. Melmoth had to intervene several times to keep people from coming to blows. I might have been wrong, but the watching nurses seemed to find this all very entertaining. The doctors then took a large number of blood samples from various places, with really long needles. I didn't enjoy that at all. One of the younger doctors got a bit testy with me over that. He put on an officious face and a condescending voice. Oh, come on, he said. It's just a few needles. Who would have thought a big bad Drood would turn out to be such a crybaby? Molly grabbed his shoulder, spun him round and punched him out. He hit the floor hard and had to be dragged away. Everyone was a lot more polite after that. A lot of the nurses grinned at Molly in a way that said, I've always wanted to do that. Molly held my hand through all of the tests. One of the doctors asked very politely if they could sample my spinal fluid and my bone marrow. Another wanted deep tissue extractions from various major organs. They assured me these were all very simple procedures, which could be carried out under a local anaesthetic. I declined. The doctors tried to argue with me, insisting that they knew best. I stopped them with a look. You don't insist to a Drood, I said. Let's see what you can do with what you've got first. The doctors turned to Melmoth, and he nodded reluctantly. Eddie Drood is our guest. We are here to help, not pry. He stopped as a thought struck him. I know you won't agree to a DNA test, but how about a semen sample? Molly grinned suddenly. I could give you a hand. No, I said very firmly. The medical staff then took it in turns to hit me with a series of prepared questions, first about my medical history, and then about my talk, what it was, how it worked, how it was protecting me from the poison. I didn't have answers to most of the questions, and I refused to talk at all about the talk. The doctors switched to psychological questions about my childhood, my upbringing, my feelings about my parents, my sex life. I refused to answer any of those either, though Molly seemed quite ready to discuss that last one. Come on, she said. This is for science. No, it isn't, I said. I could tell some of the medical technicians were surreptitiously trying to scan my talk, while I was being distracted with questions. I could feel it tingling at my throat. I wasn't worried. My talk was quite capable of looking after itself. One of the machines suddenly exploded, another went up in flames, and one just disappeared. Everyone became even more polite after that. Melmoth darted all over the place, peering over shoulders and sticking his nose into everyone's work, always ready to offer an opinion or debate each new piece of evidence. The medical staff seemed used to it, in a long-suffering sort of way. As head of the science division, the white-haired young man was presumably beyond criticism by the rank and file. When the staff members finally ran out of unpleasant things to do to me, they split up into small groups to discuss their findings and what it all meant. There was a lot of furtive glancing back at me, but no one said anything to me. Molly was gripping my hand so hard by now it hurt. "Well," I said finally, "talk to me. Have you found anything useful?" Melmoth had been darting agitatedly back and forth among all the groups, so the doctors looked to him to be their spokesman. I sat up on the bed to face him. "We've learned a great many things," he said carefully, "but not much we didn't already know, or at least suspect. We've located the poison in your system, but we have no idea what it is. None of us has ever seen anything like this. Its chemical composition makes no sense, and we have seen a great many unusual things in our time under the mountain." "Could this unknown poison be of alien origin?" I said, just as carefully. "As in, from another world?" That stopped them all short. They looked at one another and consulted their notes again. More whispered discussions, some of them quite energetic. Melmoth moved from group to group, getting a consensus before coming back to me. "We've checked the poison against all the examples of alien material we have on file, but we haven't been able to establish a match. That doesn't mean the poison isn't alien, just that it's not from anywhere we've encountered before." "You've had aliens here," said Molly. "No one wants to die," said Melmoth. "Anything else would have to come under patient confidentiality. Suffice it to say, every alien species we've encountered has turned out to be totally incompatible with the human genome. An alien poison should have no effect at all on a human body." "So Monkton Farley was wrong," I said. "I must make some time to rub his nose in that." The doctors and nurses looked at me silently. They'd done all they could with what they'd got. They looked to Melmoth. "I'm afraid the situation is brutally simple, Eddie," he said, curbing his normal enthusiasm. His new composure gave his voice a certain grim gravity. "Your body is breaking down as the poison advances, and will continue to do so, until it can't function any longer. Your talk is fighting a valiant rearguard action, slowing the poison's progress and keeping you alive, but it's burning up your body's resources to do it. Anyone else would have been dead long ago. But it seems there is a limit to the miracles even a Druid talk can perform. The best we can suggest is that you allow us to remove your mind from its dying body and download it into something else." "My mind?" I said. "What about my soul?" "We deal in science here," said Dr. Melmoth. "For that side of things, you would have to consult the Soul Witch, or Bishop Beastly. He's our head of death-related studies." He smiled briefly. "We do our best to cover all possible areas." "Bishop Beastly?" said Molly. "That's a name and a half. Why? Because he loves animals." "Oh," said Molly. "No," said Melmoth. "I mean like St. Francis of Assisi." They were trying to cheer me up. I could tell. It wasn't working. Molly was more disappointed than I was that the doctors couldn't help me. She let go of my hand and sat down on the bed with her back to me, so I couldn't see her face. I wasn't disappointed, because I never really thought they could do anything. Druids have the best medical people and equipment in the world. I only agreed to come to Under the Mountain because there was always a chance. Molly had allowed herself to hope. I knew better. Hope just gets in the way of doing the job. Melmoth cleared his throat to draw my attention. "The medical staff have asked me to say they are willing to keep working on your blood and tissue samples. Who knows what we might discover in time?" "No," I said. "I want all my blood and tissue samples assembled here and destroyed, right now, right in front of me. Don't even think about keeping anything back. I'd know." "Of course you would," murmured Melmoth. I watched closely as they destroyed the various samples, one after another, until one of the doctors refused to hand over his. "This is a Druid," he said. "We may never get a chance like this again. Science must take precedence over one patient's foolish and selfish wishes." I got up from the bed, and he fell quiet. I armoured up, and the medical staff all but fell over one another, backing away from me. Shock and even horror filled their faces. It was one thing to have heard about Golan's strange matter, and quite another to face a Druid in his armour. I raised one golden fist and slowly grew spikes out of the knuckles. Melmoth took the samples from the no longer protesting doctor, and I watched silently as they were destroyed. The medical staff didn't say a word. The doctor who'd spoken out couldn't even look at me anymore, because when he did, he started shaking. I suppose I should have felt like a bully, but I didn't. When it was all over and done with, Melmoth gestured quietly to the doctors and nurses, and they all quickly filed out. I waited until only Dr. Melmoth was left, before armouring down again. "Drama Queen," said Molly. I sat back down on the bed, trying to hide how bone-deep tired I felt. All my muscles were aching, like I'd just run a marathon. The urge to hide inside my armour and never come out again was growing stronger. Molly realised something was wrong. She sat beside me and glared at Melmoth. "There must be something you can give him. Some drug that would just keep him going." "It's the talk," Melmoth said kindly. "It won't let us interfere. It's practically running Eddie's body now. That's why I suggested downloading Eddie's mind. His body is on its last legs, and it's only going to get worse." He produced a silver hip flask from inside his coat and handed it to me. I tried it. Pretty good brandy. I took a long drink, savouring the warmth as it went down. It didn't make me feel any better, but that would have been asking too much anyway. I passed the flask to Molly, and she took a good belt before handing it back to Melmoth. He took only the merest sip before putting the flask away. "You're still welcome to try any of the solutions you've seen," he said. "No," I said. "Thank you." As far as I was concerned, that was it. I was ready to go. Melmoth must have sensed that, because he leaned in close and lowered his voice, even though we were the only ones there. "Before you leave, I really would be very grateful if you'd step into my private office, just for a moment." I wasn't keen, but given how much of his time and attention he'd already granted me, with not so much as a word about payment, I felt I owed him that much. I looked at Molly, and she shrugged, so I nodded to Melmoth. His private office turned out to be pretty basic, just a desk and some chairs. No comforts, no personal touches, all the papers on his desk neatly arranged. No windows, of course. It reminded me of the management's office at the Wolf's Head. Melmoth sat down behind his desk, and Molly and I sat down facing him. Melmoth started to say something, and then stopped. He didn't seem too sure about where to begin. "Would you like a cup of tea or something?" he said. "No," I said. "Nothing. Just get to the point." Melmoth laced his hands together on top of the desk and leaned forward, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "If it were up to me, I wouldn't be bothering you with what is, after all, internal survivor's business, but there are people above me I have no choice but to answer to, and they insisted I ask you, so... You must have wondered why we've all gone out of our way to be of assistance to you, and never once raised the question of payment, or even asked a favour of your illustrious family." "The thought had crossed my mind," I said. "Right," said Molly. "We wouldn't normally even allow a Druid access to Under the Mountain," said Melmoth. "We were pretty sure your family wouldn't approve of many of the things we do here, and your relatives do have a tendency to shut down anything they disagree with, often quite suddenly and violently." "But you couldn't resist the chance to examine a real live Druid," I said. "That was undoubtedly part of it," said Melmoth. "But we need your help, your investigative skills. Someone here is killing people. How he gets away with it is a mystery. We have surveillance coverage in every room, every corridor, every lab. Everyone is under constant observation for their own protection, the staff and the patients. But someone is killing people when no one is watching. It has to be someone fairly high up who knows our system and its inevitable blind spots." Molly and I looked at each other, and then sat up straight, giving Melmoth our full attention. "You have a murderer running loose inside the Institute," I said, "and your security people haven't been able to find him." "Exactly," said Melmoth. "Which should be impossible, given their resources and manpower. Who's been killed?" said Molly. 17 victims so far, said Melmoth. 12 men, 5 women, all medical staff. Never a patient or a volunteer. So he's targeting well people, I said. That seems likely, yes, said Melmoth. How did they die? I said. Another part of the mystery. No wounds, no injuries, just found dead. We thought the first few were natural causes, but 17 in less than a week? Melmoth shook his head. Could there be any worse crime than to kill someone who's dedicated their life to preserving others from having to die? Have you questioned the immortal? Said Molly. Of course, said Melmoth. First suspect we looked at, but it couldn't have been Django Westphalian. He wasn't present in Under the Mountain when the murders occurred. And even with his teleport bracelet, he couldn't get in without contacting us first to get the security shields lowered. A lot of people wanted it to be him, just on general principles. We have some idea of the many sins his family is responsible for down the centuries, but no, it can't be him. Hard as it is for us to accept, the murderer has to be one of us. The people who really run things here are the overseers. They founded the survivors and still set general policy. They insisted I bring you in on this. Hold it, said Molly. Some of the original founders are still alive? Apparently, said Melmoth. I've never met them. Don't know anyone who has. Anyway, they felt we needed an experienced outsider, someone with an independent background. We were still arguing over who might be suitable when Django said Eddie Drood wanted to come here. We took that as a sign. Your reputation as a solver of mysteries precedes you. And you too, of course, Miss Metcalfe. Of course, said Molly. I looked at her, and we both got up and moved to the far end of the office, so we could talk quietly together. We don't have time for this, said Molly. We can't take on a lengthy murder investigation. We just can't. Not now. I mean, even talking to all the right people will take ages. We have to try, I said. Why? Said Molly. We've spent too long here already. Wasting our time. Your time. You're the one who's always in a hurry. They helped us, so we have to help them, I said. Sometimes it really is that simple. Even when you're dying, said Molly. Especially then, I said. We have to do right when it matters. Because if not us, then who? You've been getting broody again, said Molly. You know I hate questions like that. Yes, I said. I know. Don't worry. This won't take long. She looked at me sharply. You've already figured something out, haven't you? You know something. Let's say I've seen something, I said. I turned to Melmoth. We need to talk to the overseers. He shook his head. No one talks to them. Even the 3 department heads have no direct connection. All instructions arrive anonymously, from outside Under the Mountain. Just as well, it means we get left alone to get on with our work. Why do they need to be anonymous? Said Molly. Since we don't know who they are, we can't speculate as to their motives, said Melmoth. Well, actually we can and we do, but we don't dare ask them. Not if we want to go on working here. Molly looked at me. Does this remind you of the Wolf's Head management? The thought had crossed my mind, I said. With your permission, said Melmoth, I'll call in the other 2 department heads. Yes, I said. I think that would be wise. Melmoth raised his voice. Come in! The door opened, and the Soul Witch swaggered in, with a general air of, I'm here, so the party can start now. She was followed by a large, more than portly gentleman in a full scarlet cardinal's gown, complete with a tall golden mitre. I wondered how he kept it balanced on such a round head. His face was all curves and dimples, with deep-set eyes and a knowing look. For a man of his size, he moved with surprising grace, and I sensed a real strength buried under all that bulk. He bestowed a warm and avuncular smile on me and Molly, but I wasn't convinced. This is Bishop Beastly, said Melmoth, head of death-related studies. Bishop, I said. Of what church exactly? He smiled a fat smile.
All of them, dear boy. This is no place to be making enemies.
He chuckled loudly. and ripples spread across his vast form like a slow earthquake. He insisted on shaking my hand, and then Molly's, with his huge podgy fingers. For a man who looked like he never said no to a second helping, or turned down a dessert, there was nothing weak about his grip. "What do you do here?" I said. "Exactly."
"I cover the spiritual side of things," said the bishop, "because someone has to. These two deal in body and mind. I deal in those matters that concern the spirit. What good does it do to survive if in the process you compromise your soul?"
"Have you seen some of the things they're doing here?" I said.
"Alas," said the bishop, "my position is largely advisory."
Dr. Melmoth and the Soul Witch exchanged a knowing glance behind the bishop's back.
"I saw that,"
said Bishop Beastly. "No, you didn't," said the Soul Witch.
"I didn't need to,"
said the bishop.
"You're so predictable."
He smiled knowingly at me and Molly.
"Think of me as the designated conscience of this facility. Someone has to be in a position to say, 'No, no, Father, that is a step too far.'"
"Either you're not saying it enough, or they're not listening," I said.
"It is that kind of facility,"
Bishop Beastly admitted. I didn't care for his smug and superior attitude, like the cat that always expects to get the catnip. I also got a definite feeling of undercurrents of violence running deep inside him, just waiting for an outlet, for an excuse to punish someone. The Soul Witch and Molly were looking at each other thoughtfully, like two predators agreeing to share the same watering hole for as long as it suited both of them. "When you stare into the abyss," said Molly, "remember that the abyss stares also into you." "The trick is not to blink first," said the Soul Witch.
"How long do you expect this investigation of yours to last?"
said the bishop. "Exactly," said the Soul Witch. "Some of us have important work to be getting on with." "Not long," I said. "In fact, I'm almost done."
"What?"
said the bishop. "I know who the murderer is," I said. "You do?" said the Soul Witch. "Do tell," said Melmoth. "It had to be someone really high up," I said, "with access to all areas, including the security center. Someone who knew the surveillance system inside out, so they could avoid the cameras and be in a position to give orders so the security people would stay away from the right places at the right time, which meant it had to be one of you three. And you forgot, Dr. Melmoth. I may be dying, but I'm still a Druid. We don't trust anyone, even when they seem to be doing their best to help us. Thanks to my talk, I have the sight, and while you've been studying me, I've been studying you." Molly and the Soul Witch looked intently at Melmoth, and their eyes widened. "Yes," said Molly. "I can see it."
"Dear God,"
said the Soul Witch. "Melmoth, how could you?"
"I'm feeling very left out,"
said Bishop Beastly.
"What are all of you seeing that I'm not?"
"Dr. Melmoth is saturated with life energies," I said. "I saw them earlier. Far too many for one man to have come by honestly. I might not have understood the significance of that if I hadn't just had an interesting experience with something similar. When you said the bodies were found dead with no obvious wounds or injuries, Dr. Melmoth, it all made sense. You've been killing people by sucking out their life energies and storing them inside you." "Why?" said the Soul Witch. "Why would you do this, Melmoth?" He smiled suddenly. It was a happy and entirely unrepentant smile. He stood up behind his desk and looked uncaringly around him, like a great man being bothered by questions unworthy of him. "I came here to find a cure for death to save my own life, because one human lifetime seemed such a pitifully small thing when there was so much waiting to be learned and mastered. I came to Under the Mountain with the highest of hopes, only to find that for all the techniques being practiced here, for all the endless studies and research, none of you had come up with anything I could use to save myself. So I found a shortcut, a way to take life from others and make it my own. It wasn't as if they were doing anything useful with it. The stolen energies extended my life. The years my victims would have had became my years. And I went on killing because, well, You can never have enough life, can you? No matter how many years I took, it wasn't immortality. I knew I would use up all the energies eventually, and still die, which was, of course, completely unacceptable.
"Dear Lord," said Bishop Beastly, "how could we have had such a monster in our midst, and not have known it?"
"Oh, please," said Melmoth, "like there's any shortage of monsters here."
"What do we do now?"
said the Soul Witch. She seemed genuinely stunned. Melmoth turned his smile on her. "You can share in my discovery. You and the Bishop. Through me, you can live lifetimes, enjoy far more years than you ever anticipated. All you have to do is hold Eddie and Molly in this room while I make my escape. I'll come back after they've left and show you how to live. Really live." "Yeah, right," said Molly. "Like they're going to fall for that one."
"How do we know you'll be back?"
said the Soul Witch. Her voice was flat and harsh. "Well," said Melmoth, smiling more engagingly than ever, "I guess you'll just have to trust me, won't you?" He came out from behind his desk. Molly and I started forward, and then had to stop as the Soul Witch and Bishop Beastly moved to block our way. Melmoth waggled the fingers of one hand in a quick goodbye, and then was out the door and gone. The Bishop moved quickly to fill the doorway, while the Soul Witch stared challengingly at Molly. "You can't trust him," I said. "Hasn't what you've just heard proved that? He's got to be heading for the teleport station, and once he's gone, you'll never see him again." The Bishop and the Soul Witch glanced at each other, and shrugged pretty much simultaneously.
"It's nothing personal, I assure you,"
said the Bishop.
"but faced with such an opportunity—"
"We'd be mad not to take it," said the Soul Witch.
"Quite,"
said the Bishop.
"We can't risk losing out on the prize we've been chasing all our lives," said the Soul Witch. "There's nothing like being around the dying all day to make you even more concerned with living." I took a step towards the Bishop, and he seemed to expand to fill the doorway even more completely. His smile had become unbearably smug.
"Once I have set myself in place, my dear Druid, I am very hard to move. I'm actually very holy, you know, and protected by the powers above."
"You're protecting a murderer," I said.
"No one's perfect,"
said the Bishop. I considered armouring up and forcing my way past him, but something in his pose gave me pause. He might be bluffing, or he might not. In a place like this, who knew? But then, a man of the cloth wouldn't last long in a place like this unless he knew how to defend himself. While I was still thinking that, Molly took a step forward, and she and the Soul Witch stood face to face, like two gunslingers meeting in the middle of Main Street. There was a sudden tension in the air as powerful forces gathered. The two witches moved their hands slightly and adjusted their postures, professional fighters taking the measure of each other. And then the Soul Witch seemed to suddenly unfold, as all the souls stacked within her came forth, superimposing their presence upon and around her. Smoky ghosts, uncertain presences, made up of mists and tatters. The Soul Witch gestured, and the ghosts sprang forward like attack dogs, half of them heading for Molly, and the others for me. They swirled around Molly, circling her rapidly, unable to reach her. I armoured up, and they climbed all over me, trying and failing to force their way through my armour. They wrapped their smoky arms around me, holding me in place. They had the weight and gravity of unquiet souls with unfinished business. But when I tried to hit them, my golden fists passed right through them. They were only solid when they chose to be. I still had my sight. I could see the shining threads that connected each individual soul to the Soul Witch, and it was the easiest thing in the world for me to grab hold of the nearest shimmering threads with my golden hands and snap them. The souls convulsed as the strings that connected the puppets to their puppet master disappeared, and then I heard silent voices crying out, "Free! Free at last!" as the ghosts disappeared. The Soul Witch swore angrily and pulled the remaining souls back from Molly and into her. While the Soul Witch was distracted, Molly slammed her hands together. The whole office was suddenly full of a blindingly bright light. Even I was dazzled, inside my golden face mask. I could hear the Soul Witch and the Bishop crying out in shock and horror. The light hammered against my armor like a hailstorm of burning coals. When the light finally faded away and I could see again, it was all over. The Soul Witch was curled up in a ball on the floor, murmuring, "Don't, please, don't," over and over again. The table and chairs had been burned to ashes, and all 4 walls showed heavy scorch marks. Molly was untouched. I nodded to her respectfully. "Damn," I said. "You've still got it, Molly. You are still professionally scary." "When I have to be," said Molly. "Believe it." "How much magic have you got left?" I said. "Maybe 1 or 2 spells. I'm back to running on fumes." "Hang in there," I said. "We've still got work to do." We both turned to look at Bishop Beastly, standing in the doorway, completely untouched by what had just happened. He smiled briefly.
"I really am very holy. Witchery can't touch me."
I raised one golden fist. I didn't even have to do the spiky knuckles bit before he raised both fat hands placatingly.
"But I know a lost cause when I see one."
He moved away from the door.
"Feel free to go after Dr. Melmoth with my blessing."
"If he's escaped because you've slowed us down," I said.
"He won't,"
said the Bishop.
"Trust me."
"Yeah, right," said Molly. Out in the corridor, there was no sign of Melmoth anywhere. Just a single technician hurrying along. He took one look at us and turned quickly to hurry off in some other direction. I caught up with him, took a hold of his coat and picked him up off the floor. "Which way to the teleport station?" I said.
"I can't tell you that,"
said the technician, trying hard to look everywhere but into my featureless golden mask.
"Security must be preserved."
Molly leaned in beside me and smiled unpleasantly at him. "Hi, I'm Molly Metcalf."
"It's not far,"
said the technician.
"Down the right-hand corridor, take the elevators at the end, all the way to the top floor. Please don't turn me into something."
I dropped him, and we hurried down the right-hand corridor. "Still scary," I said. "Damned right," said Molly. We found the elevators, and I armored down while Molly hit the call button. And then we had to just stand there and wait. Elevators have no sense of urgency. The doors finally opened, and we stepped inside. I hit the top button. The doors took their own sweet time closing, and we started up. Molly and I stood together, watching the floor lights change. "He could already have reached the teleport station," I said. "He could already be gone, and we haven't got time to go chasing after him. I don't suppose you could—" "No, I can't just transport us there," said Molly. "I told you, I'm wiped out. I couldn't even produce a top hat from a rabbit. Isn't there any way to make this elevator go faster?" I studied the controls again, just on the off chance. Apparently not. We waited and waited, until the doors finally opened onto a wide open space, with no one about and any number of corridors leading off. There was a sudden commotion down one of the corridors, so we ran towards it. We burst into what had to be the teleport station, a number of carefully delineated departure pads surrounded by unfamiliar equipment. And standing very still, his hands in the air and well short of the pads, was Dr. Melmoth, guarded by a dozen heavily armed security men. 2 seriously spooked technicians were staying well back, pressed up against the control panels. One of the security guards nodded to me. "We've been waiting for you, Drood. Bishop Beastly phoned ahead and got us here in time to prevent Dr. Melmoth from leaving. He's not going anywhere, unless he does something really stupid, and then my men will see just how many holes they can shoot in him before he hits the floor." "Of course," said Molly. "Phones trump slow-moving elevators any day. Why didn't we think of that?" "Well," I said, "do you have security's phone number?" "No one loves a smart-ass," said Molly. Melmoth glanced around him, careful not to lower his hands even a little bit. He looked the guards over, dismissed them with a sniff, and smiled at me. "Tell you what, Eddie, I'll share my discovery with you, if you'll get me out of this. You want to live, don't you, Eddie?
What I've got can't cure you, but it could give you many more years."
"You're the second person to make me that offer today," I said. "The price is still too high." "Wait," said Molly. "What is it you've got, Melmoth?" "Molly." "Hush, Eddie. Don't you want to know?" I nodded to the security guard. "Let him show us what he's got, unless it looks like a weapon, and then—" "He's dead meat," said the guard. Melmoth made a face at him. "You just can't get good help these days." He lowered one hand, reached slowly and carefully into his coat pocket, and produced a small blood-red crystal. He held it out before him so we could all see. It didn't look like much, just a gleaming crimson stone, in which dark shadows curled slowly.
"This is what I found, hiding unsuspected among a consignment of alien artifacts we received from Black Air. I've no idea what it is, or what strange world it might have come from, but all you have to do is point it at someone, and their life jumps right out of them and into you. Just make a wish, and all their years are yours. Your problems could be over in a moment, Eddie."
"And how many more people would have to die to keep me going?" I said. He gave me his best engaging smile.
"Only little people."
"Forget it," said Molly. "I know what that is, and it's not what Melmoth thinks. It's not even alien. It's a vampire jewel. What you get if you take a vampire and reduce it down to its basic essence. Nasty thing." She looked coldly at Melmoth. "The jewel steals life energies, but that's all. It can make you stronger, but it can't grant you one extra day of life. You've been killing people for nothing."
"No,"
said Melmoth. For the first time he looked genuinely upset.
"No!"
He jabbed the blood-red stone at Molly. But before I or any of the guards could react, Molly gestured sharply, and the crimson jewel leapt out of Melmoth's hand and into hers. He dropped to his knees and rocked back and forth, shaking his head.
"All those people I killed, and I'm still going to die. It's not fair."
The Soul Witch came in with Bishop Beastly. She looked pale, but back to herself again. She nodded to me, ignoring Molly.
"Leave Melmoth to us. He will be punished."
"Are you going to kill him?" said Molly.
"No,"
said Bishop Beastly.
"I don't think any of us are in the mood to be that merciful. Too many good people have died."
"Thought you were very holy," I said.
"Not all the time,"
said the bishop. He smiled at Melmoth.
"Vengeance is mine."
"Ours," said the Soul Witch.
"Quite so, my dear,"
said Bishop Beastly.
"Dr. Melmoth can serve as our latest guinea pig for all the most dangerous and extreme experiments, for as long as he lasts. Who knows? Maybe through him we'll find something that does work."
"Okay," said Molly. "I can live with that." She tossed me the vampire jewel. "Be a love, Eddie, and destroy that thing. No one in this madhouse can be trusted with it." I armoured up one hand and crushed the bloodstone. When I opened my golden hand, just a little powder fell away. Bishop Beastly nodded to the security guards, and they grabbed hold of Melmoth and hauled him out of the chamber. He fought them all the way, kicking and screaming, because he had better reason than most to know what lay in store for him. "Now, if you'll excuse us," said the Soul Witch, "we need to make a report to the overseers, and arrange for a new head of the science division. The work must go on, because there really aren't any shortcuts."
"The technicians will see you on your way,"
said the bishop.
"Safe journey. Don't feel you have to hurry back any time soon."
They left, not looking back. The two technicians looked at Molly and me with shocked, vaguely traumatized eyes. And that was when Django Westphalian came storming in through a side corridor, bearing an energy weapon so big he needed both hands just to aim it. The technicians dived for cover again, while I armoured up and put myself between Molly and the Immortal. He opened fire, and a beam of energy shot out, so fierce it seemed to slice a path through reality itself to get to me. The beam slammed into my armoured chest, and the golden strange matter soaked it up like a sunbeam. Django cursed bitterly and threw the weapon to the floor.
It's not fair. It's just not fair.
Molly came out from behind me and advanced on the immortal with a determined look in her eye.
I have put up with enough shit for one day.
Django saw her coming and bent down to pick up the energy weapon again. Molly got there first and kicked him in the face while he was still bent over. He fell backwards, and she was on him in a moment, beating the crap out of him, just on general principles. I armored down and watched her do it. After all, it wasn't like she could do him any real damage. His shape-changing abilities would repair any injury. From the amount of noise he was making, it still hurt like hell. Served him right, the treacherous little toad. Molly finally stepped back, breathing hard, and I approached her cautiously. "Feeling better now?"
Much,
said Molly. I nodded to the immortal as he pulled himself back together again. "Sorry about that, Django, but she needed someone to take out the day's frustrations on, and you were dumb enough to give her an excuse." I picked up the energy weapon and crumpled it into scrap with my golden hands before throwing it aside. "Why did you want to shoot me anyway? You know I'm dying."
Not fast enough,
Django said spitefully, rising painfully to his feet. "Tell me something," I said. "That teleport bracelet of yours, the one you used to bring us here, where did you get it?"
Why should I tell you anything, Drood?
I looked to Molly. "Ready for round 2?
Oh, yeah,
said Molly.
Black Air,
Django said quickly.
I got it from Black Air.
"That's the second time that name has come up," said Molly.
I think we need to pay Black Air a visit.
"Right," I said. "I still haven't given up on the idea that Dr. DOA's poison isn't from around here. It would explain a lot, and Black Air knows about things like that."
Will its people talk to you?
said Molly. I grinned. I wasn't planning on giving them a choice. I grabbed hold of Django's arm and took the bracelet away from him. He started to object, and then fell sullenly silent when I looked at him.
Can you work that thing?
said Molly. "Looks straightforward enough, particularly after some of the things the armor has given me."
how am I supposed to get home?
said Django.
Walk,
said Molly. I turned to the teleport technicians, who had reluctantly emerged from cover again. "Send the immortal away, preferably somewhere very removed from anywhere civilized." "No problem," said the head technician. "We never liked him. No one here does."
Of course not,
said Molly.
He's an immortal.
I threw Django Westphalian onto the nearest teleport pad, and the technicians quickly threw a whole bunch of switches. Django glared at me.
I'll get you for this. I'll make you pay for this, Drood.
"Join the queue," I said. He disappeared. The head technician smiled ingratiatingly at me. "You know, you don't need the bracelet. Our equipment can send you anywhere in the world." "No offense," I said, "but I never trust other people's equipment. It's always possible your bosses don't want us to be able to report on what we've seen here. They might have given you secret orders to send us somewhere very remote, or even have us arrive in pieces. So if you'll just drop your security screens, we'll be on our way."
And no messing with the screens,
said Molly.
I'd know, and I'd be very upset.
"It's true," I said. "She would." The two technicians exchanged a look, admitting nothing, and got to work. And then both of them froze, staring at the controls in front of them. "That's not right," said the head technician. "What isn't?" I said. "Something's coming," he said. "Coming in, from outside, as though they were just waiting for us to lower the shields."
But that's not possible,
said the other technician.
not without knowing our exact coordinates.
We're not expecting anyone, are we?
"No, we're not."
Well, raise the shields again. Too late.
A figure appeared suddenly on one of the teleport pads. A large black warrior woman, in heavy jade armor deeply etched with mystical symbols. She was tall and majestic, lithely muscular, with a broad, high-boned face. Her hair was styled in bright green cornrows. She carried a glowing sword on one hip and a double-headed axe on the other. 2 bandoliers crossed her impressive bosom, bearing luck charms, killing objects, shaped curses, and pre-prepared spells. Weaponized magic. She stared at me with cold, cold eyes.
I am the demon demoiselle,
she announced in rich, carrying tones. "Never heard of you," I said. I looked to Molly. "Have you heard of her?"
No,
said Molly.
and I've heard of everyone who matters. Your sins have found you out, Eddie Drood, said the demon demoiselle. Time for you to die, for what your family has done.
"It's those same words again," I said. "This is some new gang, or maybe a conspiracy."
Why is everyone suddenly so keen to kill you? Said Molly. They never wanted to kill you before you were dying.
"Yes, they did," I said.
Of course, said Molly. You're a Drood. I was forgetting.
I turned to the demon demoiselle. "Do we really have to do this? It's been a long day, I'm tired, and I'm not in the mood."
I will kill you, Drood, for what you've done. No, you won't, said Molly.
She snapped her fingers, and a teleport pad activated itself. The demon demoiselle blinked out of existence. The two technicians hurried to reset the security measures so she couldn't get back in. "Thank you, Molly," I said. "I didn't want to have to kill someone else."
I thought as much.
"I thought you were out of magics." She grinned.
I may have quietly sucked a few energies out of the vampire jewel before I gave it to you.
"Of course you did," I said. A thought struck me. "Do you have any idea where you just sent her?"
Of course. Remember the reservoir where we crashed Cassandra's airship?
"Ah," I said. "I hope she can swim."
From the look of her, she could probably walk on water, said Molly.
"True. Okay, off to Black Air's headquarters. We'll take a look at what its people have, which they're almost certainly not supposed to have, and find out what they know about Dr. DOA.
Maybe they can help you, said Molly. All the weird shit they've picked up down the years, they must have something. But, Eddie, where will we go if they can't?
We'll just keep following the leads, I said steadily. Dr. DOA has to stay lucky to stay hidden. We only have to get lucky once.
Maybe, said Molly. But he hasn't survived this long just by being lucky.
I know, I said. Chapter 7. Buried Treasure. The problem with using unfamiliar teleport mechanisms is that you're never quite sure what to expect. Sometimes it feels like being torn apart and then slammed back together again. Sometimes like a side trip through a hell dimension with hellhounds on your trail. And other times like being turned briefly inside out after a very heavy lunch. Django Westphalian's teleport bracelet was surprisingly easy on the nerves. One moment Molly and I were in Under the Mountain, and the next we were standing near the top of a steep hill overlooking the sea. Somewhat to my relief, we seemed to be where we were supposed to be. At Black Air's headquarters, right on the edge of the Cornish coast. First rule of staying alive, never trust an immortal. I grinned at Molly. A very smooth arrival, with everything inside me still where it ought to be. We should send Django a nice thank you note.
No, we shouldn't, said Molly. The only thing I'd send him would be a death threat with postage owing.
At which point we disappeared and reappeared again, this time some 10 yards farther away. Molly grabbed hold of my arm, and then we disappeared again, reappearing right on the cliff edge. So close, a part of the rocky edge actually crumbled and fell away under my feet. Molly tried to pull me back, and a whole section of the cliff edge dropped out from under her feet. I hauled her away just in time, and we both stumbled backwards, putting some distance between us and the long drop.
It's the teleport bracelet, said Molly.
I know, I said.
Well, shut it down.
I'm trying. I fumbled at the controls, but they were all flashing wildly. Rather than risk the damn thing teleporting us blindly again, and maybe right over the edge this time, I ripped the bracelet off my wrist and threw it on the ground. I stared at it fiercely, my gut muscles tensing, while Molly held onto my arm with both hands so we couldn't be separated. I slowly relaxed as the bracelet just lay there on the dirt path, trying to look innocent. The control crystals were still flickering unsteadily. Could be a malfunction, I said. Or maybe I did something wrong.
Hell with that, Molly said immediately. We know who's to blame. The Immortal planned this.
Well, I said, it wouldn't surprise me if he sabotaged the bracelet. The Immortals always did delight in thinking ahead, when it came to plotting their revenges. I stooped down over the bracelet to examine it more closely, but it disappeared. I shot a quick glance at my wrist, in case the bracelet had tried to reattach itself, but it hadn't.
"Did you hear something?"
said Molly. There had been the sound of a splash far below. I moved cautiously back to the cliff edge and peered over the side. Molly clung grimly to my arm, ready to haul me back, but she couldn't resist leaning over for a quick look herself. A long way below, the sea crashed heavily against jagged black rocks. If the bracelet had fallen into those turbulent waters, the odds were it wouldn't be coming back. "It's gone," I said as we stepped back from the edge.
"Good," said Molly. "But how are we going to get moving again after we're done here? Ask Black Air to call us a taxi?"
"I can always call home," I said, "and I still have the Merlin glass, if I can persuade it to behave." Molly pulled a face. I didn't blame her. I took a moment to look out over the view and appreciate it, because I wasn't sure how many views I had left. Dark waters under a lowering late evening sky. Heavy foam splashing over ragged rocks as the tide came crashing in to pound on them. No seagulls on the wing, no ships out at sea. Just the ocean, nature in the raw, savage and brutal and completely indifferent to the transient human eyes that found a cold beauty there.
"How are you feeling, Eddie?"
Molly said quietly.
"I mean, really?"
"Really?" I said. "Hanging on by my fingernails, but still on top of things. I've got enough left to get me where I'm going." I turned my back on the view and looked up the long dirt path to the old house at the top of the hill. I could tell Molly wanted to talk some more, but I had nothing else to say. She sighed just a little and joined me in studying the house. It had clearly started out as a grand Victorian mansion, more than big enough to hold an organization the size of Black Air, with enough room left over to store any number of secrets. Black Air did love to keep things to itself, until it could sell them. The house was a wreck, with a battered exterior, broken slates on the roof, and a couple of squat brick chimneys that would have to be seriously upgraded before they could even pass muster as a fire hazard. No lights on anywhere, and heavy wooden shutters covered all the upper-floor windows. The house wasn't short on character, though. It seemed to crouch sullenly, like an old predator past its prime, trying to summon up enough courage or spite to be dangerous one more time. I'd seen photos of the place, in files at Drood Hall, but nothing in them had suggested the dark, malevolent power of the old house. This was a place where bad things were plotted, and done, because Black Air had always gone its own way. And if it could trample over everyone else in the process, so much the better.
"Very gothic," said Molly. "Reminds me of all the covers on those cheap paperback gothic romances I used to devour as a teenager."
"Much about you suddenly becomes clear," I said. "Still, what better aspect to hide its true nature as a gatherer of high-tech trinkets that fell off the back of a starship?"
"Why have its headquarters here, so far from anywhere?"
said Molly. "Its old headquarters used to be up in Yorkshire," I said. "That was back in the 40s, when, according to Uncle Jack, flying saucers were dropping out of the skies and crashing into fields all over the North Country. Don't ask me why. Maybe something about the scenery reminded them of home."
"So why move all the way down here?"
said Molly. "Partly because the organisation outgrew the old place, but mostly because it got sloppy with procedures and was in danger of being noticed. Black Air had to pull a disappearing act to avoid answering some very awkward questions from some very awkward customers. As to why here exactly, no doubt it had its reasons. Probably entirely selfish ones. Black Air has always been run by scavengers, pirates, and borderline criminal scumbags. They're in it for the money, not the service."
"Then why does your family support them?"
"Because they're our scumbags. And besides, they're very good at what they do, these days." Molly scowled at the crumbling old house, as though it had personally offended her.
"You know, it never occurred to me to ask before, but why is it called Black Air? I mean, black for black market, I get that, but air? Air to what?"
"Well," I said patiently.
"Oh, God, you're about to lecture me, aren't you?"
"You asked." Black Air started out as an underground criminal organisation, looting alien tech left behind from close encounters that went seriously wrong. Its members took the name when they came to work for us, because they're heir to an earlier organisation that my family had to shut down with extreme prejudice. They had ended up crossing too many lines, and almost started a war between this planet and several different alien species. Scavenging is one thing, disrespect to the alien dead is quite another. "What did they do?" said Molly, her eyes glowing. She never could get enough gossip. "Apparently," I said, "they were running a thriving trade in dead aliens, organs and tissues and so on as ingredients for really alternative medical treatments, like tiger parts and monkey glands in certain traditional remedies. There was also a market for complete corpses, for very rich people with their own private museums and rabid collector's mania, always desperate for something unique to one-up their friends and colleagues. I'm told there was even a very specialized market for live aliens." "For private zoos?" said Molly. "Occasionally, but some people will have sex with anything, if only for the bragging rights." "Oh, ick," said Molly. "And can I also add ew?" "Quite," I said. "My family shut it all down, stamped out the trade at both ends, and disappeared a hell of a lot of people. War was averted, and Black Air stepped up to become the new authorized vultures on the scene." "So your family is responsible for Black Air," said Molly. "I should have known." I shrugged. There has to be someone to clean up after alien and other dimensional incursions, and you can't expect people to do the work of vultures and still act like gentlemen. Besides, no sane person would take the risks. Clambering around inside crashed alien ships is a lot like defusing an unexploded bomb, with the added risk of being poisoned, irradiated, or horribly transformed, as well as just killed. I once had to help clean out a crashed starship that was infected with alien parasites. Poison wouldn't kill them. We ended up having to chase after the little bastards with lump hammers. "Does your family have any history that isn't completely appalling?" said Molly. "Give me time," I said. "I'll think of something." I returned my attention to the old dark house, vaguely worried it might have crept up on us while I wasn't looking. But the house was entirely still and silent, and the only sounds in the evening were the low murmur of the wind and the distant crush of surf on the rocks below. Black Air's headquarters looked grim and desolate and lonely, the house at the end of the world. "Why are you looking like that?" Molly said. "Is there something wrong with the house?" "It's a house at the end of its life," I said slowly. "Everything it was, everything it was for, is over now. It reminds me of me." "Stop that," Molly said firmly. "Don't beat yourself up. You have any number of enemies ready to do that for you. Now, changing the subject, have you ever been here before?" "No," I said. "My family doesn't interfere in the everyday business of other agencies. Well, not directly, anyway. We just keep a watchful eye and hand out spankings as necessary." I knew I was spending too much time talking when I should have been moving, but I felt oddly reluctant to get any closer to the old house. Something was wrong here. I could feel it. Molly looked around her. "Shouldn't there be some kind of security?" "Yes," I said. "There should. Everything from guards and guard dogs to landmines and force shields, and all kinds of nasty surprises. Black Air has a lot of enemies and a lot to protect. At the very least, someone should have noticed our arrival by unscheduled teleport and sent some security personnel out to check who we are and what we're doing here." "No lights anywhere." I had noticed. An ominous detail in an ominous setting. "Highly Gothic," Molly said dryly. She grinned suddenly. 10 to 1, there's something awful in the attic." "No bet," I said. "What have the Droods got in their attic?" "The remains of people who asked too many questions." Molly looked at me. "I can never tell when you're joking with your family." "Neither can I," I said. I strode forward, up the dirt path to Black Air's headquarters, and whatever lay in wait for us. It concerned me that I didn't even know why I was feeling so worried. I'd been in a lot scarier situations than this, and never let it get to me. Could Dr. DOA's poison be affecting my mind as well as my body? That would be something to worry about. I increased my pace, refusing to be intimidated even by myself. Perhaps especially by myself. Molly had to hurry to keep up. Our footsteps sounded very loud in the quiet, warning the house that company was coming. I kept looking around for some kind of security or defenses. I even used my sight briefly, but there was nothing. The great old house loomed over us as we drew closer. Still not a single light showing in any of its windows, nor any sign of a face looking out. "Is anyone here going to be glad to see us?" said Molly. "Almost certainly not," I said. "Black Air is currently even more than usually annoyed with my family, since the organisation lost out on taking control of the Department of Uncanny when Charles and Emily decided to take it on. Black Air sees that as a Druid takeover." "Charles and Emily," said Molly. "Good people. Are your parents back with your family?" "Yes and no," I said, which I think says more about my family than it does about my parents. "But you can bet Mum and Dad will make sure that Uncanny soon establishes its own identity and agenda, entirely separate from the Druids. Someone has to be the conscience for my family." "I thought that was you," said Molly. "I won't always be here," I said. Molly stopped so abruptly, I had to stop with her. She glared at me, eyes bright with angry tears she refused to shed. "I can't do this, Eddie. I can't keep on doing this. Pretending you're all right and that everything's going to be all right. I just can't." She put up a hand when I tried to answer her and turned away. I had to wait until she had control of herself again. "I'm sorry," she said finally. "I thought I was stronger than that." "Me too," I said. "We have to keep going, Molly. It's all we've got." Molly scowled fiercely at the old house. "There had better be someone in there who can help you, even if it's only with information on Dr. DOA, or I will burn the place down around their heads." "Be my guest," I said generously. She let out a brief caw of laughter, and just like that, she was herself again. "What do you think?" she said. "Would we be better off going in as Shaman Bond and Roxy Hazard?" I thought about it, and then shook my head. No, they'd be too small fry to be allowed in. Black Air might be happy to make deals with Shaman or Roxy, in the street or in the clubs, but they'd never be invited into headquarters. Black Air would never trust a pair of rogues like Shaman and Roxy with access to its secrets. Its people will let me in as Eddie, because they'll be afraid of upsetting my family. And they'll let you in as Molly Metcalf, because they'd be afraid of upsetting you. I smiled. That's always been the best way to deal with Black Air, from a position of power and fear. Keeps the organisation respectful, and less likely to plunge an alien knife into our backs. We finally came to a halt before the front door. A huge slab of dark-stained wood, with no name or number, no bell or knocker, not even a letterbox. Some doors are there just to keep people out. "Not exactly welcoming," said Molly. "I think that's the point," I said. "You don't put your headquarters on top of a hill in the middle of nowhere unless you really don't want to be bothered." I banged on the door with my fist. The sound was flat and muffled, as though the heavy wood was soaking up the vibrations. I felt like kicking the door, but restrained myself. Dignity at all times. After a lengthy pause, the door swung slowly back, without even the faintest of creakings from the hinges. Standing in the doorway was an old man in a shabby black suit who looked like he had answered an ad for wrinkled retainer. He stared flatly at Molly and me, volunteering nothing. He might have been tall once, but age had stooped him right over. He was almost unhealthily thin, so that his suit hung loosely around him, with nearly enough room in there for someone else. His bald head was graced with just a few flyaway grey hairs, and his heavily lined face was punctuated by a beak of a nose and tightly pursed lips, as though the whole world had left a bad taste in his mouth. But there was still a spark in his deep-set eyes. He looked like a sudden breath of wind might blow him away, yet there was something in the way he blocked the doorway that suggested he might still prove hard to move, if he put his mind to it. "Yes," he said, in a way that made it clear he didn't expect anything good to come from the answer. "I'm Eddie Drood," I said. "This is Molly Metcalf." "They're gone," he said immediately. "Black Air. Packed up everything and moved to the new headquarters in London. No one here now. I'm all that's left. The caretaker." And then he stopped and smiled suddenly. It changed his whole face and demeanour. There was mischief in that smile, and a hint of old secrets faithfully kept. He tapped the side of his nose meaningfully with one finger, as though inviting us to consider the implications of what he'd just said.
It might not have got the Department of Uncanny, like the organization had been expecting, but it did get new government funding and an extended remit to operate until Uncanny is up and running again. Black Air is going to be very busy, for as long as it can get away with.
I looked to Molly. While the cat's preoccupied, the pack rats will steal everything that isn't nailed down, and when it is, they'll steal the nails too. You can also bet Black Air will grab as much new territory as it can, which it won't want to give up.
"It's going to be a problem, isn't it?"
said Molly. Of course, I said. That's why the government did this, stirring things. I smiled coldly. But once my parents have got Uncanny going, they won't take any nonsense from the likes of Black Air. And then I stopped. I'd run out of things to say. I hadn't realized how many hopes I'd pinned on Black Air's being here, so I could question its people about Dr. DOA. I'd been sure they'd know something, and now there wasn't even anyone to talk to. I'd come all this way for nothing. An empty trail and a dead end. I was lost for anything to say or do. I realized the caretaker was still looking at me. "Might as well take a look around while we're here," I said with a confidence I didn't feel. "See if they left anything useful behind. Bound to be something." Molly nodded and smiled determinedly. She could sense my mood and was trying hard to be cheerful and supportive. It was a brave effort.
"Bound to be,"
she said.
"You're welcome to come in, I suppose," said the caretaker. "But there's nothing here. They took everything that mattered with them."
"But not you," I said.
"Someone has to do the dusting," said the caretaker, "and answer the door to unexpected visitors. Come in. Watch your feet. I've just cleaned in here."
Once inside, he gestured for us to move on down the dark, shadowy hall, while he closed the front door. Given his age and the obvious weight of the door, I was surprised he could move it. I was ready to give him a hand, but he managed easily enough. Hidden counterweights, probably. I half expected him to creak more than the door did. Only a handful of light bulbs still glowed in the chandelier hanging overhead, and the flat yellow light barely reached from one end of the hall to the other. The long, wood-panelled walls looked like they'd been stripped clean, with patches to show where pictures had hung until very recently. No furniture, no fixtures or fittings, but there were a great many scratch and scuff marks on the bare wooden floorboards, to show where heavy things had been moved across them on their way to the front door.
"Damn,"
said Molly.
"They even took the carpets."
"Oh, there used to be a lot of stuff here," said the caretaker. "You could hardly move for interesting items. Used to be a whole row of standing suits of armor right there. Nothing a human being could get into, but very decorative. And glass display cases crammed full of alien flotsam and jetsam. Their equivalent of scrimshaw. All gone now. Black Air never likes to give up on anything it owns, or thinks it might be able to sell one day. It took everything but my memories."
"You know Black Air is going to shut this place down sooner or later," I said. "Do you have somewhere to go?"
"Bless you, sir," said the caretaker. "Black Air will never sell this place. Blow it up, maybe. Far too many secrets and far too many weird things that the world never got to hear about. As long as I'm here, its people won't do anything."
He tapped the side of his nose again, just a bit roguishly.
"They know better than to bother me. This is my home."
"Do you have a name, caretaker?"
said Molly.
"Oh, yes, miss."
And then he turned away, hobbling proudly down the hall like it was his own private kingdom.
"You're welcome to the run of the place,"
he said, not even glancing back over his shoulder.
"There are still a few things of interest left, as long as you're not too choosy. All the internal security measures have been shut down, I think."
He turned slowly to look back, and gave Molly and me a perfectly unpleasant smile, before wandering off down the hall. His shoulders were shaking slightly, as though he were giggling to himself. Molly looked at me. "After you," I said. We took our time, walking around the ground floor. Nothing but empty rooms now, just dimly lit spaces, and even more shadows. A few old-fashioned fireplaces, without even any ash in them, and bare floorboards that creaked complainingly under our feet. The air was flat and stale, as though the windows hadn't been opened in a long time.
"Notice something?" said Molly. "No dust, no cobwebs, not even a trace of dirt or grime. Even the windows look to have been cleaned recently. I'll say this for the caretaker, he keeps the place spotless."
"Don't suppose he's got anything else to do," I said. "I hope his own quarters are a bit more comfortable."
"Is it worth asking him about Dr. DOA, do you think?"
"He's just the caretaker," I said. "I doubt Black Air's people told him anything they didn't have to." We tramped up the bare wooden steps of the staircase to the next floor, but it was just more empty rooms, only darker because of the closed wooden shutters. Our footsteps echoed loudly. It felt like walking round an old deserted cemetery. "Do you want to go up and take a look at the attic?" I asked Molly. "I'll hold your hand."
"If there'd been anything there worth looking at, they would have taken it," said Molly. "Or buried it out back. I'm surprised they didn't rip up the floorboards and take them as well."
"The people here didn't want to leave any trace of themselves behind," I said. "Nothing to show what they did here, nothing that could be used against them." Molly nodded absently as she looked up and down the empty landing.
"You know, this old house reminds me of Monkton Manse on Trammell Island, where I lived with my parents before they were murdered. I never liked it. Another house with too much history and that no one ever loved."
"Don't," I said. "You'll get me started on Drood Hall."
"Do we even know anyone who had a happy childhood?"
said Molly. "Give me time," I said. "I'll think about it." We went back down to the ground floor, making as much noise as we could, to drive away any ghosts that might still be lingering. I took another close look at the heavy scrape marks on the hall floor. A lot of really heavy things had been moved through the entrance hall, in something of a hurry, going by the amount of damage to the floorboards.
"I can understand Black Air wanting to move to London," said Molly, "to take advantage of the situation there before Uncanny can get its feet under the table. But why leave in such a rush? The signs here almost suggest a panic."
"We could be reading too much into this," I said. "I might not study my family's weekly briefing sheets as thoroughly as I should, but if there had been any real trouble here, I'm sure there would have been something about it."
"Whatever happened here, we missed it," said Molly.
"I thought that," I said. I looked up and down the shadowy hall. "Is it worth wasting any more of our time? I mean, we've seen all there is to see."
"Are you sure we've come to the right place?" said Molly. "Just because this was Black Air's official headquarters, it doesn't necessarily follow that this is where it kept the good stuff."
"I used to be in charge of the family, remember?" I said. "It was my job to know about places like this. I used to get regular briefings on what went in and out of here. This is definitely the right place."
"All right," said Molly. "You know, you've got very testy since you started dying."
"I wonder why," I said. We shared a small smile. "If the good stuff isn't here," I said, "then it must be somewhere else."
"You've been hanging around Monkton Farley too long," said Molly. "You'll be deducing things next."
And then she stopped as a thought struck her.
"How does Black Air collect the things it salvages? Does it have field agents? Does it have contacts in the alien communities here on Earth to tell it where to look? Can it track starship landings?"
"I don't know," I said.
"You were in charge of the family," said Molly. "It was your job to know things."
"I knew what I needed to know," I said with great dignity. "I had departments for everything else. They knew things, so I didn't need to. Until I did."
"And here I thought you knew everything."
"I do, mostly, and when I don't, I fake it."
"Now he tells me."
Molly looked to the rear of the hall.
"When in doubt, try the cellar. That's where all the really interesting and disturbing things always are, in deserted, spooky old houses."
"There'll be rats," I said. "I hate rats. And spiders."
"I'll hold your hand," said Molly.
We searched the whole of the ground floor, but couldn't find any way down. I was ready to call the caretaker back, when Molly gave a sudden sharp cry of triumph and pointed at one section of a wall, like a hunting dog that's just spotted prey lurking in the undergrowth. I leaned in close and discovered quite a large door cunningly concealed in the woodwork. "I'm impressed," I said. "You have keen eyes, to go with your innately suspicious nature."
"I spent a lot of time looking for hidden doors and secret panels in the walls of Monkton Manse, back when I was a kid," said Molly. "It was something to do while the grown-ups were busy plotting terrorist outrages and violent insurrection. I learned to recognise the signs. Things that don't quite fit, two different kinds of wood that don't belong together, and the fact that if you actually use your eyes, you can see the outline of a bloody big door."
She pushed hard against the concealed door, but it didn't want to move. I briefly armoured up one arm and gave the door a hard shove. It jerked back a good couple of feet, revealing nothing but darkness. A strange, unpleasant smell wafted out. I coughed a few times, and Molly wrinkled her nose.
"What is that?"
she said. "Beats the hell out of me," I said. "I've never smelled anything like that before, and I have smelled some pretty weird things in my time."
"I won't ask,"
said Molly. "Best not to," I agreed. "Not a good sign, though."
"We're looking for things not of this earth," said Molly. "A smell even you don't recognise is probably a really good sign."
I reached through the opening and ran my fingers across a bare stone wall until I found the light switch. I tried it, without much hope, but a fierce light immediately snapped on, illuminating a set of rough stone steps descending farther down than I could follow. I squeezed through the gap onto the top step. That strange, unpleasant smell was even stronger. Molly quickly squeezed in beside me and peered down the long stairway.
"That's a hell of a lot of light bulbs that they didn't take with them."
"They must be planning to come back for whatever's down there," I said, "which means it has to be worth taking a look at."
"Told you," said
Molly. She shot me a mischievous glance.
"If you don't mind the rats and the spiders."
"You kick the rats, I'll stamp on the spiders."
"I'm calling the RSPCA on you."
I started down the stone stairs. There wasn't any railing, and the rough steps weren't wide enough for the two of us to walk down side by side. So Molly settled for crowding my back and peering over my shoulder. I expected the air to grow colder as we descended into the depths, but instead it felt increasingly unpleasantly warm. A damp, sweaty heat that reminded me uncomfortably of a greenhouse, where living things are forced into growth against their will. It didn't take long before we'd gone down farther than the house went up, with no end in sight. I had to wonder whether this could be the real Black Air repository, the part of the iceberg that mattered. Some time later, we reached the bottom and found our way completely blocked by a solid steel door. The gleaming metal slab had no details, no markings, and no handle. Just a single and very singular lock, set flush with the metal. I didn't even want to think how they'd got a slab of steel this big down the narrow steps. I leaned in for a closer look at the lock. I'd never seen anything like it, and I know locks. Molly, both hands on my shoulders, was peering past me. The mechanism boasted a number of flickering lights, and there was something off, something wrong and maybe even disturbing about those lights.
"That is not normal," said Molly. "I know locks. I mean, really know them, and I've never seen anything like that."
"Probably alien," I said. "Typical of Black Air. Hide away all the good stuff where no one else can get at it. Maybe some of it was so big it couldn't be moved without drawing attention to itself, so it's still there. And that's why the caretaker was so sure Black Air would never sell the house."
"We have to get in there and take a look," said Molly. "I mean, it's practically our duty."
"When you're right, I said.
"Damned right,"
said Molly. I armoured up my right hand and sent a series of golden filaments sneaking into the lock to work out its secrets and open it up. But the lock's workings were so complicated and so alien, my armour couldn't seem to make any sense of them. I tried to see the insides of the lock through my armour, but it was like looking into a series of distorted fairground mirrors. In the end, I just gave up and pulled the filaments back into my glove. "That," I said, "has never happened to me before."
"I'll bet you say that to all the girls,"
said Molly. I gave her a look. You think you can do better?
Molly sniffed at the lock. If I had my magics, I'd be making that thing sit up and beg by now.
How long before you recharge? I said.
I am not a battery. It'll take as long as it takes.
Now who's getting testy? I said.
Don't push your luck, Drood.
I armoured down my hand and retrieved the Merlin glass from its pocket dimension. The silver-backed mirror settled comfortably into my hand, showing me my own scowling reflection. Molly put a gentle hand on my arm.
You sure this is a good idea, Eddie?
No, I said, but I didn't come this far to be beaten by a locked door. I tried to get the Merlin glass to show me a view of what lay on the other side of the door, but the glass refused to cooperate. It stubbornly remained just a mirror, showing me nothing but myself. I tried to shake it out to door size, so it could transport us past the locked door, but it stayed the same size no matter how hard I shook it. In the end, I lost my temper and went to smash the glass against the door. Molly cried out and grabbed my arm with both hands, stopping the mirror just a few inches short of the door. I tried to pull free, but she wouldn't let me. I started to shout at her, and she stopped me with a serious look.
This is Merlin's work, remember? Who knows what breaking the glass might let loose?
I went cold all over as I realized what I'd almost done. I stopped fighting Molly, and she slowly let go of my arm, watching me closely in case I lost control again. I breathed steadily, trying to slow my racing heart. What the hell had I been thinking? I never lose my temper that easily. I just don't. All Droods are trained from an early age in all the rigours of self-control, because our armour can kill with the slightest thoughtless act. I felt like I'd just had a really narrow escape, as though Molly had pulled me back from the edge of an extremely long drop. I nodded shakily to her. Thanks.
Eddie? What just happened? That wasn't like you.
I don't know, I said. Maybe I got too close to the alien tech. Maybe the glass messed with my head. And maybe Dr. DOA's poison isn't just a threat to my body. I smiled humorlessly. Like we don't have enough problems. If I start losing control, Molly, losing my mind, you have to get me home. Whatever it takes. My family has protocols in place to deal with Droods who can't control themselves and their armour.
I often wondered what happens to a Drood with Alzheimer's, said Molly, trying for a light touch and failing.
We put them to sleep, I said flatly. It's the kindest way, for them and for us.
What?
Molly stepped back from me. She looked genuinely shocked.
You kill them? Why not just take their talks away?
Because they wouldn't cooperate. And taking the talk by force would kill them anyway, I said. God knows how many I killed when I took my family's talks away the first time. I never asked, and the matriarch was kind enough never to tell me.
Eddie, I never knew. You never told me.
It's not something we talk about. But we all know the risks. We know our duty to the family and the world. A Drood in his armour is scary enough when he knows what he's doing. A mad or wandering mind in Drood armour doesn't bear thinking about.
I can't take you back to your family so your relatives can just put you to sleep.
I looked at her steadily. If I get to that stage, it would be the last kindness you could do for me.
I won't do that, Eddie. I can't.
Yes, you can, I said, and you will, because you know all the alternatives would be worse. I slipped the Merlin glass carefully back into my pocket dimension, armoured up, and hit the steel door as hard as I could. I had a lot of frustration in me, and I put everything I had into that punch. My golden fist slammed to a halt, jarring my shoulder, and the steel door sounded loudly, like a struck bell. But when I brought back my hand, I'd barely dented the metal. I hit it again and again, hammering away at the steel slab until it jumped and shuddered in its frame. The metal dented and even buckled in places, but the steel wouldn't break and the door wouldn't budge. In the end, I was forced to stop and just stood there, breathing hard. "That is not steel," I said after a while. "I've ripped steel like paper with my armoured hands. This is just something that's been made to look like steel, as alien as the lock."
Maybe the caretaker's got a key, said Molly.
If he had, would he tell us? I hit the door with my golden shoulder, throwing myself at it again and again. In the end, the door didn't give, but the hinges did. They sheared clean through, and the door tore itself away, blasted inwards to measure its length on the floor beyond. It made a hell of a racket as it landed, and the echoes took a long time to die away. I looked back up the stairs to see if the noise had attracted the caretaker's attention, but apparently not. I armoured down and stepped cautiously forward to peer through the new opening.
Don't you think you should keep your armour on?
Molly said tentatively. No telling what its presence might trigger once we get in there, I said. God alone knows what kind of booby traps Black Air will have left in place. I can always call it back in an emergency.
Famous last words, said Molly.
I stepped cautiously through the doorway, and Molly was right behind me. Lights slammed on the moment we entered. I froze where I was, but nothing else happened. Just automatic systems, triggered by our entrance. Molly eased in beside me.
Where are the lights coming from?
All around, I said. Everywhere.
There's something wrong with this light, Eddie. It's like looking at everything through dirty water.
Maybe whatever they've got here needs alien light. I moved slowly forward. As my eyes adapted to the fierce lights, I realized the open space before us was much bigger than it had any right to be. It was huge, massive. At first I thought we'd entered some giant cavern, hollowed out of the heart of the hill. But the curving walls and high ceiling were both made from the same strange metal. Nothing I'd ever seen before. It had a dull purple-green sheen, actually uncomfortable to human eyes. I moved forward very cautiously, refusing to let Molly hurry me. We'd emerged along a narrow extended walkway, attached to the far wall on one side, and just a frighteningly long drop on the other. Weird machinery bulged out of the metal wall. It was made up of sweeping organic curves, melding and even melting into one another, as though someone had turned up the heat at the last moment. Weird lights flared and subsided inside them. There was a constant sense of being watched by unseen, unfriendly eyes. Some of the machines were barely waist-high. Others towered high above us. I had no idea what any of them were, or what they were for. Nothing I was looking at made any sense. There were things like stalagmites and stalactites, silicon coral rising up and hanging down, streaked with uneasy colours, and deeply etched with what might have been circuits, or instructions, or something else entirely. Strange structures made out of metal rods, twisted and turned around one another, in patterns it hurt my mind to look at. Shapes that seemed to slide away from my gaze, resisting interpretation. And more, still more. It was like the places we walk through in dreams, packed with things beyond understanding, full of awful significance. The whole setting seemed more and more dreamlike the farther I ventured into it. But was this my dream, or an alien's? I felt lost, disorientated, divorced from the world I knew and understood.
You know what this is, don't you?
Molly said quietly.
What this has to be?
We're moving through the remains of a crashed alien starship, I said quietly. The house must have been built over the crash site to conceal it.
How long ago?
God knows.
Is it safe to go on?
Said Molly. There can't be anything too dangerous down here, I said, trying hard to convince myself. Black Air's people would have shut down anything that posed a threat so they could work here safely.
This is all just so fascinating,
Molly said breathlessly.
Wonderful. I've never been inside a real alien spaceship before.
Not many have, I said, despite what you hear on chat shows. Molly reached out a hand to touch something that sparkled invitingly. I moved quickly to intercept her hand.
Don't touch anything. Why not?
Molly said immediately.
You said it was safe.
If you know what you're doing, I said.
And you do?
You'll notice I'm not touching anything, I said.
Where's the fun in that?
Said Molly. She sniffed disdainfully, but kept her hands to herself as she looked around.
Do you recognize anything? Like what species would have a ship like this?
Beats the hell out of me, I said. I really should have paid more attention in class when they were teaching us about aliens.
How could you be bored by aliens?
You didn't know our teacher. I craned my head right back, looking up and out, to try to get some sense of the scale of the ship. I'll have to contact the family to have a proper investigative team sent in. If we haven't encountered this species before...
Aren't you sure?
I'm not as sure about a lot of things as I was before I came in here, I said. Something about this structure, this technology, interferes with human thinking, undermines it. We don't belong here.
It feels like we're not on Earth any longer, said Molly. Like none of the usual rules apply here.
Wouldn't surprise me, I said. That's aliens for you.
Look at the size of this ship. It's huge. You could throw cathedrals around in here. How could anything this big crash on Earth and no one notice?
Really good shields? I shrugged. It depends on how long ago it was. It's always possible something really important was happening and my family got distracted. It does happen. We can't watch everything.
I always thought being inside an alien ship would be... inspiring,
Molly said slowly.
Or frightening. But I can't seem to get a feel for any of this. It's all just too... different for anything I feel to have any meaning. I don't know what to make of any of this.
A common reaction, I said. I'd like to say you get over it, but aliens are never what you expect. That's sort of the point. I stood on the edge of the walkway and looked down. The immense open space just dropped away, beyond any point I could see. Not because it was dark, but because it was just so far. The buried starship consisted of level upon level, plunging away into the earth, far beyond any human scale. But here and there, very human-looking ladders had been set in place to connect the various levels, all the way down into the depths. Black Air's work, so its people could get around, like insects crawling through some great and intricate clockwork mechanism, too small even to make out the shape of the pieces, let alone understand the overall purpose. I went over to the nearest ladder, grabbed hold of the top, and gave it a good tug. It seemed solid and sturdy enough.
What's holding that ladder in place?
Molly said dubiously. Looks to me like it's been glued, I said. Maybe nothing else would take.
Glued? Are you kidding me?
Molly said loudly.
I'm not trusting myself to superglue.
It's probably not any earthly glue, I said.
Is that supposed to reassure me?
Apparently not. Look, I'll go first.
Damned right you will, said Molly. You've got armour. You'll probably bounce.
I climbed down the first few rungs, stopped, and bounced up and down a few times. See? Perfectly safe.
This had better be worth it,
Molly growled, and scrambled down after me, light as a feather. I went down 2 more levels, just to see if there was any difference, but it all appeared the same. Weird technology, disturbing sights, and enigmatic vistas. I looked over the edge again and couldn't see any point in going farther. Just more and more levels, with no end in sight. And I didn't want to get too far from the entry point and our only way out. Molly peered into the depths.
Do you suppose the engines are still down there, somewhere?
I doubt even Black Air has the expertise to safely remove an alien star drive, I said. More likely it would sell the entire ship, after stripping it of everything it thought there was a market for, and then the engine would be part of the deal for the ship.
You sound like you've had some experience of this,
said Molly. My family has acquired its fair share of alien tech, I said. Our armourers can't invent everything we need, and we have to keep up with everyone else. I pulled armour out of my torque to make a face mask, so I could use its augmented sight to study the deepest parts of the ship. But something in the depths turned my gaze away, even when I tried infrared and ultraviolet. I sent the armour back into the torque. Molly punched my arm.
Next time, give me some warning. That expressionless face freaks me out.
That's sort of the point, I said, rubbing my arm. Any of your magics come back yet? Anything that might help?
No, just a few tingles. I've been working it hard today, and stop asking me. You can't hurry it. I'll tell you when I've got something.
Don't shout at me when I'm dying, I said. I feel very strongly that I should be excused shouting.
Okay, said Molly. You're taking advantage now. We shared a smile. I moved along the new level, looking closely at everything and keeping my hands to myself. Molly moved along with me, unusually quiet. There are gaps here, she said finally. In between the tech. What could make gaps like that? Black air, I said. See the tool marks? Human tools. Things have been removed. Salvage, said Molly. Buried treasure. Black Air's people kept the existence of this ship to themselves, I said, because they didn't want to share. No wonder they didn't want to sell the house. But the caretaker did talk about Black Air being ready to blow it up. You think he knows about this? He's the caretaker, said Molly. Who knows what he knows? We finally came to a row of tall, transparent tubes, each one big enough to hold 2 or 3 people. It was full of a strange glow that seemed to swirl slowly, like a fog made of light. Looking directly at it was actually painful, but when I concentrated, I could just make out a dark form in each tube, half concealed in the light. What I could see made me glad I couldn't see more. They were all twice the size of anything human, ugly and distorted, without even a nod to human ideas of symmetry or aesthetics. Alien, not of this earth. The fierce light seemed to curl protectively around the dark shapes. Damn, said Molly. Look at the teeth on that. Have you ever seen a species like this before? Aliens aren't my field. I've always been more into demons. I had noticed, I said. No, I've never seen anything like this. They look seriously dangerous. But you can never tell with aliens. Beauty is in the sense organs of the beholder. Don't get too close, said Molly, as I leaned in for a better look. It's all right, I said. These are stasis tubes to protect and preserve the bodies. Bodies? Said Molly. They're dead? Are you sure? I seem to feel it, I said slowly. Can't you feel it? Molly shook her head uneasily. Maybe. Dead so long they're almost mummified, despite everything the tubes could do to preserve them. I said. The original crew. Killed in the crash, I would think. Not by Black Air? No. The bodies have been here too long for that. The ship was here before the house. So how did Black Air's people find out about the ship? Said Molly. Good question, I said. Someone must have told them. I'm going to have to talk to my family about this. It would appear someone has been keeping secrets from us, and we can't have that. Secrets are our business, and we don't like competitors. I knelt down to study the bottom of the tube. A ring of what might have been controls surrounded the base, but they were nothing I could understand. Careful, Eddie, said Molly. Don't worry, I said. It's not like I could wake them up. They've been dead for a very long time. I can't believe I'm having to be the sensible one, said Molly. You'll get over it, I said. I stood up again. I think the crew members were in these tubes when the ship came down to protect them, but there must have been a massive systems failure on impact. I don't think they ever got to wake up. Those who weren't killed outright by the crash just slept on until they died, and then the tubes preserved their bodies. They came all this way, just to die in their sleep without ever seeing where they'd arrived. Is it possible your family does know about this ship? Molly said carefully. It oversees Black Air. You said so yourself. Maybe, I said. We have extensive files on all the alien species currently visiting this planet. More than you'd think. Aliens hang around the Earth like winos outside a bar. And for much the same reasons. Just because I don't recognize this particular species doesn't mean no one in my family would. Specialist departments, remember? My family is responsible for overseeing most of the pacts and agreements that keep the various alien species from misbehaving while they're here. Hold it again, said Molly. Who set up these pacts and agreements in the first place? The organization, I said. Never heard of them, said Molly. Not many have, I said, and that's the way they like it. The Druids aren't the only really secret agents. The point is, we're supposed to be kept informed about all crash sites so we can keep an eye on them. Remember the group that Black Air replaced and what they got up to?
If Black Air's people had been keeping all this to themselves so they could be sure of exclusive salvage rights, they must have been pretty confident that no one else knew about it. A transparent tube slammed down from up above, so fast it seemed to just appear around Molly. Neither of us had time to react. Molly bounced off the inner wall and then hammered on it with her fists, but she couldn't break it. She spun round and round inside the tube, searching for weak spots, and then she dropped her hands and looked at me desperately. She raised her voice, and it came to me quite clearly. "What is this, Eddie?" "Black Air must have left some security protocols in place here," I said, trying hard to sound calm. "Something to protect its buried treasure from outsiders. We must have triggered it when we got too close to the tubes." "Well, why did it grab me and not you?" "Because I'm a Druid." I got down on one knee and studied the controls round the base. They were the same as before, and they still didn't make any sense. "I don't like to touch any of this in case I make things worse," I said finally. "How could it be worse?" Molly said loudly. "I'm trapped in here. Just hit something." I tried everything, but nothing worked. The system was locked. Molly swore flatly, and I looked up immediately. The swirling light I'd seen in the other tubes was rising slowly up inside Molly's tube. It had already enveloped her ankles. She kicked out at the eerie glow, and her foot moved jerkily through it, as though encountering resistance. She cried out briefly, and I was quickly up on my feet again. "Molly, are you all right?" "Eddie, my feet have gone numb. I can't feel them, and the numbness is crawling up my legs along with the light. Damn, I'm starting to feel tired, drowsy." The tube was trying to preserve her, as it had failed to do with the alien crew, and there was no telling what effect the light would have on her human physiology. I armored up, yelled for Molly to back away, and then hit the transparent wall with all my strength. My golden fist just skidded away, leaving the tube unmarked. I hit it again and again, putting all my strength into each blow, but I couldn't even crack the material. I stood back again, breathing hard, and Molly looked at me with bleary eyes. "Have you got anything on you that might help, Molly?" I said loudly. It was clear she was being affected by the rising light. It was past her knees now and still climbing. She patted vaguely at her sides with her hands, but couldn't seem to make them work, as though she'd forgotten what they were or what they were for. Her eyes kept closing, and she had to fight to force them open again. I forced myself to be calm so I could think. If my armor couldn't do the job, what else did I have that might? The armorer's parting gifts. I reached through my armored side and brought out the plastic boxes I'd been given. They looked very small in my golden palm. The neural inhibitor wasn't any use, and neither was the truth inducer or the chemical nose. I put them back and searched through all my other pockets, and found a leftover portable door from an old case. A simple black blob that could spread out to make an opening in anything. I slapped the black blob against the tube's outer wall. If I could open up a hole big enough for Molly to step through. I let go of the blob, and it just fell away, unable to get a hold on the alien material of the tube wall. I watched numbly as it fell to the floor. Molly sank slowly to her knees, half disappearing into the swirling, rising light. She slumped forward against the tube, her face pressed against the inner wall. Her features were slack, her eyes closing. I knelt down facing her and slammed my hands against the outside of the tube, desperate to get her attention. "Molly!" I shouted. "The wristwatch! Remember the wristwatch the armorer gave you? It's a time compressor, speeding up the age of everything it touches. Molly, put your watch against the tube and hit the damned button." She forced her eyes open and looked at her left hand. She pressed the watch against the inner wall, and then her eyes closed again. I beat on the wall with both hands, shouting her name again and again. Her other hand rose slowly up out of the churning light, found the watch, and fumbled at it for an agonizingly long moment, before she found the button and held it down. Cracks immediately appeared in the tube wall, shooting off from her arm in all directions, splitting and branching. And still the tube held. I stood up and hit the tube with all my armored strength. The tube shattered into 100 jagged pieces, and I reached in, grabbed Molly, and hauled her out of the wreckage. The glowing light surged up, as though angry at being cheated of its prey. I backed quickly away, hugging Molly to me, and the light faded away and was gone, unable to maintain itself outside the tube. I had to hold Molly up as her legs dangled uselessly. Her face rested against my golden chest, her eyes closed. I shook her hard and said her name insistently, until she frowned petulantly and tried to push me away with her weak arms. "Leave me alone. I'm tired. Let me sleep. We have to get out of here, Molly. Molly!" I armored down so she could see my face. "Molly, please." Her eyes opened, and she looked at me for a long moment. "Eddie?" She got her feet under her and stood up straight, shaking her head to clear it. I let go of her, ready to grab hold again if her strength appeared to be giving out. She looked back at the shattered tube, shuddered briefly, and then peered solemnly at her wristwatch. "It seems the new armourer does good work." "Sometimes," I said. "Oh, look, it stopped." "You can wind it later," I said patiently. "We have to get out of here, Molly. God knows what other booby traps Black Hair might have put in place." "Bastards," Molly said succinctly. A painfully loud siren blasted into life, a sharp mechanical sound that went right through my head. Molly clapped both hands to her ears. The siren cut off, and then repeated itself briefly at regular intervals. Molly lowered her hands and glared about her. "What the hell is that?" "Sounds like a timer," I said. "Oh, hell, it's a countdown. Remember what the caretaker said about Black Air being ready to blow everything up? He meant the ship. Black Air would rather see all of this destroyed than risk it falling into someone else's hands. Black Air's people always were dogs in the manger." "Have we got time to get out of here?" said Molly. "What do you think?" "Bastards! We have to find the bomb and shut it down." I looked around. The ship stretched away in every direction, back and forth and up and down. Miles and miles of alien tech, and the bomb could be anywhere. "It can't be part of the ship," I said, "or it would have gone off when the ship crashed." "Not if it was an auto-destruct," said Molly, "that the crew never got a chance to use." "So Black Air found it and set its own timer in place so it could control it," I said. "That means Earth technology, and I can track that." I armored up again and concentrated. My senses are always sharper, clearer when I'm in my armor. First, I tuned out the siren, and then I boosted my hearing, listening for the timer. And there it was, just 3 decks down. We were in with a chance. I yelled to Molly to follow me and ran for the nearest ladder. I scrambled down 3 levels and looked quickly about me. The Earth tech had been attached directly to the gleaming ship wall, sticking out like a sore thumb. I ran over to it and examined the simple mechanism at close range. Molly soon caught up, breathing hard. "Rip the bloody thing off the wall!" "No," I said, not looking away. "That could trigger the explosion. Maybe if I press my chest against the bomb, my armor will absorb the explosion." "You can't risk that," said Molly. "Even if your armor did soak up the blast, the impact would still probably kill you." "Molly, I'm dead anyway. No point in both of us dying." "No, think of something else." Not alien tech, Earth tech. I pressed one golden hand carefully against the timer and sent golden tendrils easing into the mechanism. They found their way in without any problem, and then it was the easiest thing in the world to sever the connections between the timer and the bomb. The siren snapped off, and a blessed silence returned. I pulled the tendrils back out, armor down, and let out a long sigh of relief. Molly hugged me tightly, pushed me away, and glared about her. "I am sick to death of this ship, Eddie. Let's get out of here." "Sounds good to me," I said. I led the way back to the ladder, and then we both stopped as we spotted a single transparent tube, standing alone and half hidden in the shadows. It was broken and empty. The shattered pieces pointed outwards. This tube had been smashed open from the inside. "One of them survived," I said. "One of them got out." "Yes," said the caretaker, standing behind us. We both spun round to face him. He wasn't stooped over anymore, standing up straight, studying us thoughtfully with clear, intelligent eyes. He didn't look nearly as old and decrepit as he had before. He smiled gently. "This is why I stayed. Everyone else was happy to go to London, but I couldn't leave my family. I had the ship's mechanisms make me over into a human form right after the crash. Standard procedure, and I lived among humans for so long. I almost came to think of myself as one. But in the end, I just couldn't go." "Does Black Air know who and what you are?" I said. "No," said the caretaker. "I could never trust Black Air's people with that kind of knowledge. They just thought of me as the long-standing caretaker who came with the house. Perfect camouflage." "Why did you let them gut your ship?" said Molly. "It was never going to fly again," said the caretaker, "and nothing here was any use to me." "You must know the rest of your crew is dead," I said carefully. "Why have you stayed all this time?" "Because the ship's beacon is still working," said the caretaker, "signaling to the stars that one of us is still alive. Someday my people will come looking, to take me home again. Are you going to make me leave here?" "No," I said. "This place, this ship, still needs a caretaker." We left him there, looking around and remembering old times. "Are you going to tell your family about him?" said Molly. "I don't think so," I said. "My relatives don't need to know about another beachcombing alien, and it won't be the first secret I've kept from them after all." "You old softy," said Molly. We left the house and trudged back down the dirt path. Night had fallen, and the stars were out. The moon was hidden behind clouds. The cold night air was bracing, even refreshing, after the hothouse environment of the crashed ship. I breathed deeply to clear my head of many things. I went to the cliff edge to look out over the sea again. The sea was still crashing against the black rocks far below, wearing them away moments by moment. The ocean was patient. It had all the time in the world. Molly stood beside me, giving me some space and some time. The cold winds surged around me, pulling at my clothes like someone impatient for me to be moving on. Like the death that haunted my every moment. I felt cold and worn down. I looked to Molly. Her concern was clear in her face, but she didn't say anything. I reached out an arm to her, and she moved in close, so she could lean against me while I put my arm around her shoulders. She felt warm and comforting, someone I could lean on when my strength gave out. "Bit of a wasted journey," I said. "No one here to ask about Dr. DOA. No new leads to follow. We've wasted our time and come to the end of the trail. Nothing left but to go back to Drood Hall, and hope they've come up with something." "There is one place I've been thinking about," Molly said carefully. "Somewhere from my past." I looked at her. There were undertones in her voice I didn't like. "Where did you have in mind? And why haven't you mentioned it till now?" "This is from way back in the day, when everyone called me a supernatural terrorist." "Because you were," I said, briefly amused. "I was there, remember, trying to stop you." "The point is," said Molly, "back then I mixed with some pretty extreme people, because I needed all the allies and support I could get in my vendetta against your family. I couldn't afford to be choosy, and I never actually cut my ties with a lot of them. Some were friends as well as useful allies. I've been out of touch with most of them for ages. Partly because I was trying to be a different person, partly because I knew they wouldn't approve of you. But I always kept the lines of communication open, just in case. I needed to feel there was somewhere I could go if I ever really upset your family." "I often feel the same way," I said. "Why do you suppose I maintain so many safe houses?" "There's a place where we all used to meet," said Molly. "Very secret and very secure. I'm pretty sure no one but us ever knew about it. If I put the word out that I need help,
I think a lot of the old gang would still turn up. They could help Eddie. They're all creative people. They might know Dr. DOA, or know about him, or know of something that could save you.
They'd help a Drood, I said.
They'll help save the man I love, said Molly. Or there will be trouble.
I thought about it, and then nodded. Any port in a storm, when the ship is sinking. How are you going to contact them, with your magics gone? She gave me a look, and brought out her cell phone. It was bright pink, with a Hello Kitty design. You sure you can get reception here? I said. We're a long way from anywhere.
It's not that kind of phone, said Molly. This is part of the magical network, and it's always fully charged. Good thing one of us thinks ahead.
She turned the phone on, selected some names from the menu, and spoke into the phone.
This is Molly. Everyone who hears this, I need help. Big time. Get back to the old clubhouse, and I'll see you there. Don't keep me waiting.
She shut the phone down and put it away. That's it, I said. She gave me a superior smile.
Magic gets the job done while science is still looking for its trousers. And it's not wise to stay on the phone too long. It can attract the wrong kind of attention.
As opposed to the sort of people you're trying to contact, I said.
Don't be a smart-ass, said Molly.
All right, I said. Where do we have to go to meet these old chums of yours? The wolf said.
Not really their scene, said Molly. They don't like public places.
If they're the kind of people I'm starting to remember, that's understandable, I said. Where would they feel safe?
Ah, said Molly. You're really not going to like this.
There hasn't been much about today I have liked, I said. Go on, surprise me.
Where can you go, said Molly, when the whole world will kill you if it can get its hands on you? You go underground, all the way underground. Down a disused coal mine in Wales, the Deep Down Pit. Closed in the 80s and abandoned. So we moved in and made use of it for ourselves. It's been left untouched and forgotten ever since. I haven't been back in ages. I don't know who will turn up. But if anyone knows how to save a life, it's the kind of people who put so much thought into how to take them.
Thank you, I said. She glanced back at the old house, which stood silhouetted against the night sky and the stars.
You were wrong, Eddie. It's not the end of the road. It's still a home to the caretaker. What more proof do you need that there's still hope?
I smiled and nodded, because she still needed to believe that. Chapter 8. Haunted by the Past. Some of us are haunted by the past, and some of us are hunted by it. Because it's not just the things we do that define our lives, but also the people whose lives we destroy along the way, often without even meaning to. But then no one ever said being the good guy was going to be easy, or everyone would be doing it. So, I said to Molly, trying for a confidence and cheerful attitude I really wasn't feeling, how do we get to this deep down pit?
There is only one way, said Molly. When it feels like the whole world wants you dead, it helps to have only the one entrance point to worry about. So we blew up all the entrances to the mine, collapsed the main tunnels, and spread nasty rumours about poison gases, rockfalls and hauntings to keep people away. We did everything short of putting up a large sign, "Entering this mine can cause erectile dysfunction and exploding hemorrhoids. The only way into the deep down pit is by teleport."
Like under the mountain, I said.
Exactly. Some techniques are just classic. Unless you know the correct passwords, you can't even find the arrival point.
You and your friends clearly put a lot of thought into this, I said, along with blind terror and blatant paranoia.
We needed to feel safe, said Molly. The point is, we're going to have to try the Merlin glass again.
Just when you think the day can't get any worse, I said. I took the glass out and held it up before me. Molly leaned in close, and we both studied the hand mirror carefully. When it wanted, the glass could look remarkably innocent.
Do you have any idea why sometimes it works and sometimes it just thumbs its nose at you? Said Molly.
Pure cussedness, I said. I'm sure if only I could listen in on the right frequency, I could hear it sniggering. But I have had enough. I brought the mirror in close, so my face filled the reflection. I looked more than usually tired and angry, and not at all like someone it would be wise to mess with. "Listen to me, Glass. Either you behave properly this time, or you are going over that cliff edge and into the ocean. Because if I can't trust you to do what I need, when I need you to do it, then I can't see a single reason why I should hang on to you."
"I love it when you get all masterful," said Molly.
"No, you don't," I said.
"I was being supportive."
"Well, assuming that I have just successfully intimidated a glass made by the most dangerous sorcerer who ever lived, I'm going to need the exact spatial coordinates for the Deep Down Pit's arrival point."
"Don't look at me," said Molly. "I haven't got a clue. All I ever needed were the right passwords, and then my teleport spell would lock on and take me there."
"Okay," I said. "That should still work. Concentrate on the passwords, and the glass will pick them out of your head and do the rest for us."
"You're kidding me," said Molly. "That thing can read minds?"
She scowled at the hand mirror suspiciously, and I moved it just a little bit out of her reach. Molly has always had impulse control problems. "Trust me," I said. "That's not even in the top 10 of the most disturbing things the Merlin glass can do."
"Now you tell me,"
said Molly. She frowned, concentrating on security protocols from years past, when both the good guys and the bad guys wanted her dead, often with good reason. My face in the hand mirror disappeared, replaced by an impenetrable darkness. I frowned and moved the glass back and forth, but the scene it was showing didn't change. "Really don't like the look of that," I said.
"What else were you expecting to see?"
said Molly.
"The depths of an old abandoned mine?"
"This just gets better and better," I said. "Any shields and protections in place that we need to worry about?"
"No,"
said Molly.
"We figured they just attract attention."
"But what if one of you has talked since then?" I said. "Or was made to talk?"
"Unlikely, but even so, we filled most of the tunnels with booby traps, deadfalls, and really unpleasant surprises. We weren't there to enjoy scenic walks, after all. Just hole up until the heat died down, or people forgot why they were mad at us, or decided they needed us to do something for them that no one else could."
"And these booby traps
"Are probably still in place."
"Better and better."
"Stop complaining and get on with it,"
Molly said ruthlessly. I shook the hand mirror out to door size, and the glass obeyed without any problems or hesitations, as though keen to demonstrate how cooperative it was being. The door hung on the air before us, still showing nothing but a darkness deeper than the night. It was like looking into the depths between the stars. "I'm still not sure about this," I said. Molly put a hand on the small of my back and gave me a good, hard shove, sending me tumbling forward into the dark on the other side of the door. I reached out instinctively with both hands as I left the light behind me, but there was nothing there, just a hard floor under my feet and a sharp drop in temperature. I shuddered briefly. The air was stale and dusty. Molly barged into me from behind, and I almost cried out.
"Stay put,"
she said, while I was still persuading my heart to start beating again.
"I want to make sure we're in the right place."
"I'm not going anywhere," I said with great certainty. A sullen glow appeared on the air next to me, surrounding Molly's upraised hand. A dim, anemic glow, not much more than the last gasp of a dying firefly, but enough to show the strain on Molly's face as she dredged up the last scraps of magic left in her. "Impressive," I said solemnly, because the last thing she needed was me being considerate.
"Oh, shut up," she said. "Make the most of it. It won't last."
She held her hand up as high as it would go to spread the dim glow around, but it didn't have the strength to travel far. I was just able to make out a medium-sized room with a bare floor, rough stone walls, and a disturbingly low ceiling. Some uncomfortable-looking furniture, 2 tall standing cupboards, and some abandoned workstations with dusty papers still scattered across them. A stained and curling poster, still clinging stubbornly to one wall, proclaimed, "Smash the system, any system." Heavy shadows surrounded Molly's flickering light, as though the room didn't want to be seen too clearly. I turned to the Merlin glass behind me, and it immediately shrank back down and shot forward to nestle into my hand. I put it away. "As safe houses go, this had better be very safe," I said.
"Don't start,"
said Molly. "Come on, It's not exactly luxurious, is it?
It's a hideout, not a holiday home, and it's been abandoned for years. What were you expecting? A rocket base inside a hollowed-out volcano?
Just once, it would be nice, I said wistfully. What was this originally?
Some kind of storeroom, back when this was a working mine, said Molly. All we cared about was that it was a long way from the surface.
I avoided looking at the low ceiling, because I really didn't want to think about the tons of rock pressing down above us. I moved carefully forward, doing my best not to trip over anything. Not sure what I was looking for, or even if there was anything worth looking for, but trying to show a polite interest. Molly opened one of the cupboards and rooted energetically through the packed shelves, picking things up and throwing them aside, while the light around her upraised hand rose and fell as her concentration wavered. "What are you looking for?" I said.
"Something I left here,"
said Molly, not even glancing back at me.
"A little insurance in case I ever had to come back. I've left useful bits and pieces scattered across abandoned hiding places all over the world. Ah, yes."
She turned around, grinning broadly, and held up a very familiar-looking blood-red stone.
"A vampire jewel," Molly said triumphantly. "Told you I'd seen one before."
"So you did," I said. "But what use is that going to be? If you're planning to drain some life energy out of me, I feel I should remind you there's a hole in my bucket."
"It's all right, sweetie. I haven't forgotten why we're here. I left some magic stored in this jewel, in case I ever needed a recharge in a hurry."
She closed her hand tightly around the crimson stone, and her other hand blazed with a sudden fierce light, enough to fill the whole room. Molly whooped loudly, while I had to turn my head away. "All right, I'm impressed. Now dial it down. You're blinding me." She reduced the light to a bearable level, still smirking, and pocketed the vampire jewel while I took another look at our surroundings. They hadn't improved. Still resolutely cheap and shabby, like the kind of boarding house where you just know the water is always going to be cold, and that there will always be something lurking at the bottom of the communal toilet bowl. But I did spot a light switch on the wall beside me. I reached out and threw the switch, and a single hanging light bulb came on, dispensing a surprisingly warm and comfortable glow. Molly and I looked at it, and then at each other. She dismissed her magical light and lowered her hand. "Have you got your own generator down here?" I said.
"Well, yes, we used to," she said. "But I can't believe it's still working after all these years."
"Unless someone's been maintaining it," I said. We both nodded slowly as the same thought came to us. I lowered my voice before I spoke again, and Molly moved in close. "Could there still be somebody here?" I said.
"There shouldn't be," said Molly. "We all abandoned this dump the moment we had our own places. It was only ever intended as a stopgap, because we pissed off too many people. There's nothing like being trapped in a confined space alongside people you've got hardly anything in common with to make you truly desperate to get the hell away from them first chance you get." "And there you have summed up my entire relationship with my family," I said. "But we always swore we'd never tell anyone else about this place," said Molly, "in case we ever needed it again."
"You told me," I said.
"Because I had to."
"Exactly," I said. "Very old saying. 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead."
"And not always then, in our line of work,"
said Molly. "Precisely," I said. "Could one of your old associates have come back here? Or sent someone? Does everything in this room look as it should?" Molly peered around her, taking her time.
"It seems just as grim and nasty and soul-destroyingly depressing as it always did. But then, needs must when the devil dogs your heels."
There was no sign anyone had been here before us. A thick layer of dust lay over everything, apart from the floor, which was surprisingly clean. And when I opened up the second cupboard, the shelves were packed with food and drink, in modern packaging with current sell-by dates. Nothing particularly tempting, mostly generic health foods, high in nutrition, low on taste sensations. Bottled water, not even sparkling. All of it easy to prepare and long-lasting. Enough to keep one person going for quite a while.
"I hadn't heard anyone was here," said Molly, frowning. "But then, I haven't heard anything from most of these people in a long time. Even when we were hiding out together, we kept to ourselves mostly, minded our own business. All we ever had in common was our cause.
I nodded to the poster on the wall. Smash the system.
It's a dirty job, said Molly, but someone's got to do it.
Okay, I said. I think you need to come clean with me, Molly. Who exactly are these old friends of yours that you've been so very careful not to name?
Because I knew you wouldn't approve of them, and most of them were never friends, just colleagues. People with a common cause against common enemies, like your family.
I need names, Molly. I need to know who or what we might be dealing with here.
All right. The ghostly gunman, the Fury, the damned, people like that.
Wonderful, I said. Terrific. A hitman, a supernatural terrorist, and a complete bloody psychopath. These are the people you've called back to help me?
When your friends can't help you, who is there left to turn to except your enemies? Said Molly.
I had to smile, just a little. All right, that does sound familiar. From the time we first got together, when I was on the run from my family.
You don't have to trust these people, said Molly. I don't trust most of them. But some were friends and some were allies. We learned to stand up for one another, because the whole world was at our back and at our throats. You don't forget connections like that.
She stopped and scowled at the food and drink in the open cupboard.
This can't be one of us. I would have heard.
You know what? I said. Whoever it is, it's none of our business. If someone wants to hide out here, I say fine. We're not here for them.
Right,
Molly said brightly.
We can just stop here and wait for the others to join us. I'm sure someone will be able to help you, Eddie. These were all very gifted, very knowledgeable people.
Who almost certainly won't want to kill me in interesting and appalling ways because I'm a Druid.
Don't worry, sweetie. I'll protect you.
We arranged ourselves as best we could on the extremely uncomfortable chairs and waited. After a while, for want of anything better to do, we fell to discussing old times. It always amazes me how far Molly and I have come from the people we used to be. The loyal, blunt instrument of an ancient family, and a second-generation freedom fighter with a mad-on for the whole world.
Do you miss the old days, Eddie?
When we were fighting on different sides, I said, and doing our best to kill each other on a regular basis?
Not so much that side of things, said Molly. I was thinking more about when we were both so sure of what our side was, when you still had faith that everything you did for your family was always going to be right, and I still had faith in the rightness and necessity of my cause. When we both thought we were changing the world for the better with everything we did.
When you were out to kill every authority figure in the world, good or bad.
I had issues. And anyway, a girl should have ambition.
Molly sighed heavily.
Life was so much easier then, for both of us, when we never had to question anything.
Easier isn't always better, I said.
Ignorance can be bliss.
It's still ignorance.
We did have some good times, though, Molly insisted. Come on, admit it.
It was more like a game then, I said. But still the kind of game where people could get hurt, and not always the people who should get hurt.
You remember it your way, I'll remember it mine, said Molly. As far as I'm concerned, they were all great adventures.
Yes, I said kindly. I suppose they were. Each of us, in his own way, was trying to comfort the other. We sat some more, and waited some more, talking listlessly about this and that. I shifted uncomfortably on my chair and glanced at my watch. Shouldn't some of your friends have turned up by now?
Yes,
said Molly, frowning.
Somebody should have.
You want to try contacting them individually on your special little fairy phone?
No,
she said.
They'll either turn up or they won't. You can't talk these people into anything. They're not exactly amenable to reason. Bribery, maybe.
I could always threaten them with my family, I said. That usually works.
Not this bunch, said Molly. They'll come in spite of your being a Druid, but only because it's me that's asking.
Could they have arrived somewhere else? I said. Just how big is the deep-down pit?
Big,
said Molly.
The tunnels go on for miles. That was the point, so that even if our enemies did break in, they'd never be able to find us. The whole pit is basically one big maze, but this room was always the designated arrival point. You have to enforce a certain discipline when people are teleporting in and out.
But it would be possible for someone to arrive at some other point? I said. Molly frowned. I suppose so. Why? Because I think I just heard someone moving about, I said quietly. Right outside that door. We both rose silently from our chairs and moved over to stand by the room's only door. It was so quiet I could hear Molly breathing. She raised an eyebrow to me, asking if I could still hear anything. I shook my head. I took a careful hold of the door handle, and it turned easily in my grasp. But when I tried to open the door, it was locked. I armoured up and all but tore the door out of its frame as I hauled it open. Outside, Molly and I moved quickly to stand back to back as we looked up and down the mine tunnel. It was all rough-hewn stone walls and timbered supports, in a tunnel barely wide enough for 3 men to walk abreast, and a ceiling so low it made me want to duck my head. Everything looked solid and safe enough, but the only light was what came spilling from the room behind us, and it didn't have the strength to travel far. Both ends of the tunnel were lost in darkness. Anyone could have been watching us from out of that dark. I listened hard, but all I could hear was my own harsh breathing, and Molly's. I armoured down. Molly raised one hand and summoned her magical light again. It pushed the darkness back in both directions, but there was still no sign of anyone. Molly lowered her hand, the light snapped off, and the darkness surged forward again. There were footprints in the thick layer of dust on the floor. I knelt down to inspect them more closely, and Molly crouched down beside me. "Clues," she said happily. "I love it when there are clues." "I'm seeing more than one shoe size here," I said. "So, more than one person. Some prints appear to be a lot older than others." I stood up slowly, grimacing at sudden pains in my back and thighs. I must have made a sound, because Molly put out a hand to help me. I let her. "Lots of footprints here, Molly. For a supposedly abandoned meeting place. You'd better brace yourself." She batted her eyelids at me flirtatiously. "Why? What did you have in mind?" "I'm about to put my mask on," I said patiently, "and I don't want you beating me up again." "I should hit you more often," said Molly. "You're not usually this considerate." "Don't get used to it." I masked my face, carefully checked with Molly to make sure she wasn't freaking out, ignored the face she pulled at me, and boosted my senses. I peered into the darkness at both ends of the tunnel, using infrared and ultraviolet, but the empty mine shaft just stretched away into the distance. I focused on my hearing, and all kinds of sounds came clearly to me from all directions, from above and beyond, as well as in adjoining tunnels. None of what I was hearing sounded in any way human, but things were definitely moving around in the deep-down tunnels. The slow, steady tread of something impossibly heavy, every footfall crashing down like a jackhammer. Low, insect chitterings like a swarming tide of cockroaches. And something that might have been a huge worm squeezing through a mine shaft that was only just big enough. It's amazing the images your mind can produce to explain the sounds you hear, in a dark tunnel miles underground, far away from sunlight and sanity. I tried to tune out everything but human sounds, and found I couldn't. It required a skill at fine-tuning that was simply beyond me. I made a mental note to put in some practice later. You never know what you're going to need out in the field. I shut down my enhanced senses, sent the golden face mask back into my talk, and turned to Molly. "There are a lot of things down here with us that aren't in any way people, and not good things from the sound of it. Was it always like this?" "I have no idea what it's like now," said Molly. "I haven't been down here in ages." Which wasn't, I couldn't help but notice, exactly an answer to my question. And then we both fell back, as a wild, other-earthly light blasted suddenly out of a side tunnel I would have sworn wasn't there just a moment before. A dark human figure came drifting down the tunnel towards us, half hidden in the dazzle. It was a woman, advancing steadily along the new passageway, her every movement invested with intimidating purpose. A woman with murder on her mind. You learn to recognize things like that working in the field, if you want to keep on working in the field. Molly and I stood together and stood our ground, facing the light and ready for anything, we thought. The woman with the killer's eyes finally stepped out of the light and into our tunnel, as though emerging out of a dream and into reality. The entrance disappeared behind her, cutting off the otherworldly light. Molly made a soft, almost shocked sound of recognition. The new arrival was tall and gaunt, and no longer young. She would have been good-looking if her face hadn't been deeply carved with harsh lines of pain and loss, rage and resolve. She wore long robes of stark black and white, perhaps chosen to match her pale face and night-dark hair. Her thin-lipped mouth was stretched in a mirthless grin, and she had a cold, dangerous presence, backed up by those dark, fanatic's eyes. She looked only at me, ignoring Molly.
"Eddie Drood," the woman said in a voice like a knife cutting into flesh. "You're mine at last. I will kill you for what your family did."
"Angelica," said Molly.
"Not now, Molly. I'm working."
"Hold everything," said Molly.
"You know her, Eddie? You know Angelica Wilde, the Fury?"
"We've met," I said, "though not what you'd call personally. There was a time the Fury worked alongside my family, in common cause against common enemies. I was there when she took down the cannibal colonels. I was in the background, but I was there."
"So you know what she is?"
said Molly. "Only what I read in the files," I said. I looked to Angelica to see if she wanted to interrupt, but she seemed content to just glare her hatred at me for the moment, so I went on. A long time ago, Angelica Wilde went to Greece and slept overnight in an old tomb. She had a vision and came out of that tomb blessed with ancient power. People called her the Fury after that, because of who she was and what she did. Like the old-time relentless pursuers of sinners, she tracked down bad guys the law couldn't touch, and handed out her ideas of justice. Give me that old-time religion. She did good work, until it all went wrong.
"But Angelica used to be one of my closest friends,"
said Molly. She couldn't seem to decide which of us she wanted to glare at more.
"She brought me here, to the deep-down pit, when we'd both made the world too hot for us."
She stepped forward, putting herself between me and the Fury, and forcing Angelica to look at her.
"I never knew you knew Eddie."
"Only professionally," I said, wondering just how I'd been put on the defensive. Angelica Wilde ignored me now, her cold gaze fixed on Molly.
"Don't wait for any more of the old gang, Molly. No one else is coming. Nobody trusts you anymore. You betrayed the cause. The Droods murdered your parents, and you ended up sleeping with one. Life is complicated," said Molly. "Love, even more so. If you hate Eddie so much, and I'm still waiting to hear why exactly, why did you answer my call? You and we haven't been that close in years." "I'm not here for you," said Angelica.
Her mad gaze snapped back to me.
"I'm here for the Drood. Who do you think has been organising all the attacks on him? I sent them. I possessed the Manichaean monk, and jackanapes, and the demon demoiselle. I filled them with a fury, took control of them, and sent them to kill you, Eddie Drood."
She laughed at the look on my face, an ugly sound, full of bitter satisfaction.
"I watched you fight them, through their eyes, heard them scream as they died. And I laughed and laughed. I didn't just make you kill again, Drood. I made you kill innocents."
For a moment I couldn't speak, honestly shocked. "Why? Why would you do that? I barely know you."
"A chance to kill a weakened, vulnerable Drood, to make your relatives suffer as they made me suffer. I jumped at the chance."
"Why?"
"Your family murdered my husband."
Molly looked at me.
"Okay, lost again. I never even knew she was married."
"Armin del Santos," I said.
"Yes," said Angelica. "You remember that name, Drood. The only truly good man I ever knew. Honest, honourable, and completely dedicated to the cause. So your relatives killed him, just because they could. It's time for you to die, Eddie, to pay for your family's sins."
She struck a mystical pose, and magical energies snapped into place around her. Molly quickly struck her own pose, surrounding herself with crackling magics. I didn't armour up. I didn't want to escalate things, or attract attention to myself. The two women glared into each other's faces, making subtle adjustments in their stances and gestures. Barely restrained forces seethed in the narrow tunnel. Two equally matched, equally dangerous women met each other's gaze unflinchingly. Neither of them prepared to back down. both ready to fight to the death over me. I didn't feel the least bit flattered. The Fury turned her glare on me and gestured sharply. Dozens of snakes rose up out of the unbroken stone floor, writhing and coiling, some big enough to crush a man, others small enough to have really nasty neurotoxins in their poison. I grabbed Molly by the arm and hauled her back out of range. She didn't even look at me. I armored up, and Angelica's face became even colder. She stabbed a long finger at me, and the snakes surged forward, shooting across the stone floor with incredible speed, launching themselves at me before I could even react. The largest specimens wrapped themselves around my legs, while others shot up my armored frame and snapped into place around my waist and back, my neck and head. They seethed all over me, clamping down like the grip of death itself. And all the time, dozens of smaller snakes butted their blunt heads against my armor, striking again and again with fanged mouths. If I'd been scared of snakes, it would probably have been fairly upsetting, but I've never been bothered by them. Spiders, now, that might have been different. And it wasn't like the snakes could get through my armor. They could crush and constrict all they liked. I barely felt their presence. The ones trying to bite me were lucky they hadn't broken their fangs. I'd already studied the snakes carefully through my mask to make sure they weren't illusions or magical constructs, but they gave every appearance of being just snakes, compelled by the Fury's will. So I just pulled them off me, a few at a time, and threw them as far as I could down the tunnel.
"Eddie, what are you doing?"
Molly said from a cautious distance behind me.
"Kill the damn things!"
"No," I said. "It's not their fault."
"You always choose the oddest times to get sentimental, Eddie,"
said Molly. "You're not bothered by snakes, are you?"
"Maybe just a bit."
"Don't worry," I said. "I'll protect you." She sniffed loudly and stabbed one finger at the snakes still crawling all over me. Half of them disappeared, and the others jumped off, hit the ground, and streaked away as fast as they could go. Molly smiled smugly. I turned my featureless golden face to the Fury, who glared defiantly back at me. She held out an open hand, revealing a palmful of small ivory pieces.
"I will show you fear in a handful of teeth," she said. "Behold, the Hydra's children."
She scattered them across the floor between us with one sweep of her hand, and everywhere a tooth hit the stony ground, a human skeleton sprang up. More and more of the bony things just appeared out of nowhere, standing straight and tall, a complete collection of bones, with nothing connecting them but the will of the Fury. The bones were old and brown, cracked and pitted, as though they'd been in the ground a long time. The grinning skulls turned slowly to orientate on me, fixing me with their dark, empty eye sockets. "Molly," I said, not taking my eyes off the skeletons for a moment, "what am I looking at, exactly?"
"I think those are the remains of all the miners who ever died in this mine," said Molly. "They have that feel about them."
"I'll take your word for it," I said. More and more appeared, until there were dozens of them, a skeletal army for the Fury, packing the tunnel from wall to wall. Bony feet clattered noisily on the stony ground as they stirred restlessly in place. And then the Fury spoke a single word, and they all came charging forward at once, smiling their death's head grins, and reaching out for me with clawed, bony fingers. And I had a sudden flashback to being terrified by a similar scene in a movie I saw as a kid, Jason and the Argonauts. I grinned behind my golden mask. Time for some payback, and just maybe a little serious therapy. I launched myself right into the midst of the skeleton army, and hit them so hard with my golden fists that skulls shattered, bones flew on the air, and splintered pieces fell to clatter on the floor. I scattered the skeletons with great sweeps of my golden arms, breaking them up and throwing them this way and that. But the bones just leapt up off the floor and reformed themselves, while the ones I threw away came swarming back, driven on by the Fury. They hit me from every direction at once, swarming all over me, bony hands pounding and clawed fingertips scratching harmlessly across my armor. Just the sound sent hackles rising on the back of my neck. The skeletons beat at me with their bony fists, tried to crush me in their skeleton arms, even tried to bite me with their bared teeth, doing their best to drag me down through sheer strength of numbers. The overwhelming proximity of so much death had a cold, numbing effect, even past my armor's protection. Everywhere I looked, fleshless faces grinned back at me. A sudden panic rushed through me as I thought, is this what death is? Is this what's waiting for me? And then, just as quickly, anger rose up to push back the panic. Hell with that. I'm not ready to die. Not yet. Molly jumped back and forth behind me, blasting skeletons to pieces with quick mystical gestures. And the ones she blasted didn't get back together again. But she could only take out one at a time while her magical resources were limited, and there were so many of them. I could hear her language getting worse, and Angelica Wilde just stood and watched, smiling, savouring the thought of my death. I raised my sight, and immediately made out a network of shimmering threads hanging on the air and connecting the skeletons to the Fury. I reached out, ignoring the bony things as they swarmed all over me, and it was the easiest thing in the world for me to break all the threads with one swift gesture. But nothing happened. I was so outraged I just stood there for a moment. It should have worked. It worked the last time. It felt like the universe had cheated. The Fury laughed at me.
I filled my children with the power of the Fury, with my rage for revenge. Nothing can stop them now but your death, Druid. They'll never stop coming for you, wherever you are. An army that will never grow tired, never give up. An army that can't be killed because it's already dead.
Hell with that, Molly said loudly.
Eddie, the power's not in her. It's in the teeth. The Hydra's teeth.
She gestured sharply at the ivory pieces lying scattered across the stone floor, and every one of them glowed brightly in the tunnel's gloom. With one great shrug, I threw off the skeletons still hanging on to me, and hurried forward before they could come at me again. I stamped on each glowing tooth as I came to it, crushing them to dust in a moment. The skeletons began snapping out of existence. I danced up and down the tunnel, my golden boots slamming against the stone. And when the last tooth was gone, so was the skeleton army. Angelica Wilde was so mad, she actually stamped her foot on the floor.
I have other weapons, she screamed. Other traps. You'll never see them coming, and you'll never get out of here alive.
She turned suddenly and ran off down the tunnel, disappearing into the darkness. By the time Molly could generate a handful of light, the Fury was gone. I started after her anyway, ready to pursue her into the dark, but Molly stopped me with a hand on my golden arm.
No, Eddie. We booby-trapped the hell out of these tunnels back in the day. Remember?
I'm in my armour, I said.
Some of these traps were designed with Druids in mind, she said. They're seriously powerful and seriously nasty. We all had a lot of enemies in those days, and a lot of time to sit around thinking up new ways to maim and murder anyone dumb enough to come bother us where we lived. Angelica wants you to go chasing after her, straight into whatever she's got waiting.
She can't have done much, I said. She hasn't been here long.
Time doesn't mean anything where the Fury's concerned, said Molly. She can bend the whole world to her will. If she stops being mad long enough to concentrate.
If she was that powerful, I said, you and I would be dead by now.
If you weren't a Druid, Molly said steadily, and I weren't the Wild Witch of the woods. Our basic natures protect us from the Fury's God's-given abilities. You might say, when they look at us, they recognize one of their own. That's why Angelica has been using snakes and skeletons, and possessing other people.
She made weapons out of people, I said, including one man I genuinely respected. She made me kill innocent bystanders.
Try not to hold that against her, said Molly. You've seen her eyes, heard her speak. Losing her husband drove her crazy.
I know, I said. I armoured down so she could see my face. She's your friend. We could just leave. She's not why we're here, and if no one else is coming, we have no reason to stay. I feel a certain responsibility for the way she is. You get used to feeling like that, with my family.
No, we can't do that, said Molly. She'll never stop trying to kill you. She'd just find more innocents to possess and send after you. What happened with her husband? Why did your family kill him?
We didn't, I said. It's a long story.
We have time, said Molly. I need to know, Eddie.
Armin del Santos called himself the Rage, I said, because he hated all forms of authority, good or bad. As a young man, he went walkabout in Australia and ended up at Ayers Rock. He fell asleep on top and entered the Dreamtime, the Underverse. When he came out again, he was changed, charged with old-time power, determined to tear the world down so he could replace it with something better. As long as he stuck to the usual targets, my family had no problem with that. He brought down a few big bads even my family had been having trouble with. But then he moved on to radical politics. Fighting the system was one thing. Deciding to kill everyone involved in it, no matter what side they were on, was never going to be acceptable.
So Armin was a supernatural terrorist? Said Molly.
Nothing more terrifying than a good man who chose to embrace extreme solutions, I said. And then he met up with Angelica Wilde and radicalized her.
The Rage and the Fury, said Molly. They were made for each other.
Unfortunately, yes, I said. And they became far more dangerous together than they'd ever been on their own. Anyway, while she was away, massacring a group of slavers who specialized in abducting children left orphaned by natural disasters, the Rage decided to do something really big. His wedding present to her. Something big enough to impress the whole world. He was going to destroy the city of London. The politicians, the business people, all the government apparatus, and everyone else along with them. His plan was to open up a new entry point into the Dreamtime and drop the whole city into it. But it never occurred to him that a door opens both ways, and that the Dreamtime contains a lot of things that have no place in the waking world. My family received a warning from someone or something inside the Dreamtime. 6 field agents were sent to shut Armin down, and of course he fought them every inch of the way.
Did they really have to kill him to stop him? Said Molly.
They didn't kill him, I said. I'm not entirely sure they could have. Whoever or whatever came back from the Dreamtime, looking like Armin del Santos, wasn't exactly human anymore.
Human enough to love Angelica, said Molly.
Yes. In the end, the field agents opened up their own entry point, with the help of our unknown friend on the other side, and pushed Armin back into the Dreamtime, to learn a better way.
So he's not dead?
Not necessarily, I said, though he's never come back out.
If you told Angelica this...
We have many times. She refuses to believe anything that comes from a Druid.
She might believe me,
said Molly. If you can get her to listen, I said. You're the one who betrayed the cause by loving a Druid.
We have to try, Eddie. She was my friend.
All right, I said. Let's go find her. See if we can stop this madness from going any further.
You do that, said Molly, after everything she's done?
She's not entirely responsible, I said. I get that. And besides, she's your friend. Molly placed a gentle hand on my chest, and I put my hand on hers.
You're a good man, Eddie,
Molly said quietly. I can be, I said. For you. We made our way quietly and cautiously through the interconnecting tunnels of the deep-down pit, which were lit only by Molly's magical light. She sent a ball of the stuff bobbing along on the air ahead of us, leaving her free to sweep one hand back and forth before her like a glowing metal detector, searching out hidden traps and nasty surprises. But much to her surprise, she couldn't find anything. Not because it was so well hidden, but because there wasn't anything there to be found.
There really were some nasty things hidden away here, she said,
scowling so hard it must have hurt her face.
I put some in place myself, and I discussed the merits of a lot of the others with my friends and colleagues. It was something to do to pass the time, to see who could be the most extreme and ingenious and thoroughly unpleasant. You know what I can be like when I get competitive.
Yes, I said. It's not a pretty sight.
Don't hit.
What sort of things did you come up with?
Oh, floating transformation curses, invisible trapdoors over infinite drops, concealed teleport pads to send the unwary somewhere unwelcoming. The usual.
And you didn't tell me about any of this before you brought me down here because...
Because I knew you'd whine like a little girl, and I never thought I'd be taking you on a guided tour.
She stopped suddenly and shook her head.
They're all gone. No trace of a trap or an ambush anywhere. It's like someone just tidied up and removed them all.
Who would do that? I said.
I don't know. They'd have to know where everything was, and the only proper ways to defuse them, and we were the only people who knew that.
It's clear someone else has been living here, I said. Given the working generator and the food in the cupboard, maybe they did it so they could move around safely.
But they'd still have to know how, and none of us ever intended to remove the traps in case we might need them again.
Things change, I said. We headed deeper into the mine, through endlessly branching tunnels and passageways, walking in the pool of light provided by Molly's floating sphere, with darkness ahead and darkness behind. The air was starting to get really stale now, and worryingly cold. Now and again I patted my pocket to reassure myself that the Merlin glass was still there, if we did ever need an emergency route to the surface.
Are you sure we're going the right way? I said finally. It's been a long time since I was last here, said Molly. But don't worry, there are signs on the walls only those of us who put them there can see. No one's messed with them, as far as I can tell.
And then she stopped and looked around, frowning. I looked quickly up and down the tunnel, but couldn't see anything.
I've been assuming Angelica would follow the old signs, like me, said Molly. But that side tunnel she appeared from, that was new. She made it. Maybe she doesn't need the signs to navigate. Put on your mask, Eddie. Look for signs of Angelica's work.
I set my golden mask in place and boosted my sight and hearing as much as I could stand. But the dark was just as dark, and there wasn't a sound anywhere, as though the whole mine were holding its breath. I armored down and gave Molly the bad news. If someone with Angelica's power wants to stay hidden, I said, it'll take more than sight to find her. She could be hiding inside one of the walls, in her own personal tunnel. But to attack us, she'll have to reveal herself.
So what do you want to do? Said Molly. Keep going?
I looked up and down the empty tunnel again. Maybe we'd do better to set up a secure position inside heavy-duty protections and let her come to us. Meet her from a position of strength.
She's the Fury, said Molly. Powerful and crazy. A bad combination. Do we really want to give her the advantage of surprise as well?
Let's keep going, I said. The tunnel seemed to stretch away ahead forever. My feet ached from slamming endlessly against the stone floor, and my back ached from always having to bend forward so I could avoid banging my head on the low roof. Worrying creaking and groaning came from every side, as though the tunnel supports were seriously considering throwing up their hands and saying, to hell with it. Stumbling around in the dark, in pursuit of a crazy woman endowed with godlike abilities, was starting to seem like an increasingly bad idea. There were definite limits on how far I was prepared to go for someone else's friend. And then we both stopped, and crouched down to examine fresh footprints in the dust on the floor. Too big to be Angelica's, they just started, walked away, and then stopped, as though whoever made them could appear and disappear at will. We straightened up again, and looked carefully around us. Molly brightened her floating light to an almost painful intensity, but it still couldn't illuminate the whole length of the tunnel. There was always a darkness where the light couldn't go. And I was hearing things again, without needing the extra boost from my mask. Things were moving all around us, growing louder and more distinct the deeper we went, as though they didn't feel the need to stay hidden any longer. Sounds from ahead and behind, from tunnels on the far side of the stone walls, from above and below. Definitely not human sounds. I glanced at Molly to make sure she was hearing them too, but all of her attention was fixed on the way ahead.
There's something in this tunnel with us, she said quietly. I can't see it, but I can feel it.
I actually felt a little relieved to have it confirmed I wasn't just hearing things. I made sure my voice was calm and steady when I answered her. Any idea what it might be?
There were always things down here with us, Molly said reluctantly. We never tried to find out what, working on the principle that if we didn't bother them, they wouldn't bother us.
You must have some idea, I said.
You dig deep enough, said Molly. You can find some really old things sleeping in the earth.
If it turns out to be a Balrog, I said, I shall be departing at speed. Try to keep up.
That's what I'm talking about,
said Molly. We laughed briefly together, and then stopped. There was always the chance something might hear us, and come to see what was making all the noise. Some things you really don't want to disturb, even if you are a Drood and Molly Metcalf.
It could be something Angelica's called up, said Molly.
Or something that's been here all along, I said. What if we've just wandered into something's living room?
Do you want to turn back?
Said Molly. Do you?
Definitely considering it, said Molly. But Angelica was my friend, at a time when I really didn't have many.
Then we keep going, I said.
After you,
said Molly. Ladies first, I said generously. We didn't get far before the tunnel floor slanted sharply down, plunging even deeper into the earth. The air was getting hard to breathe, and so cold that both of us were shaking and shuddering. Molly called up an envelope of warm, fresh air for us to move in, but almost immediately something really big started moving in a nearby tunnel. Its tread was heavy enough to shake the floor under our feet. Nearby tunnel supports made loud complaining noises, and long streams of dust fell from the ceiling.
Lose the heat, I said quietly. It's attracting attention.
The whole tunnel trembled as painfully loud, utterly inhuman sounds burst out of the tunnel ahead. The sound of something hunting that had just caught a scent. The horrible noise went on and on, long after living lungs should have been capable of sustaining it. And then it just stopped, leaving behind a silence that was somehow worse. Something was listening to see what we would do. Molly dismissed the heat and air envelope, and the cold slammed down hard again, hitting me like a blow. Dust in the air scrabbled around inside my throat, but I wouldn't let myself cough. The ominous quiet continued. Molly and I stood close together, not moving. She pulled her magical light back into her hand, so it only just covered the two of us. The dark in the tunnel surged forward, in front and behind, like a predator sensing a weakness. Molly glanced at me, and then shut down the light completely, rather than risk having it draw something to us. The darkness was close, almost suffocating. I reached out in the dark, and Molly's hand clasped down tightly on mine. The silence went on, and after a while, Molly cautiously raised her light again. "Extend the light ahead of us, Molly," I said quietly, slowly and carefully. She nodded quickly, and the light inched forward, a cool, characterless glow that illuminated every inch of the old tunnel, not allowing even the smallest shadow for something to hide in. The light moved on and on, revealing nothing, and then stopped abruptly. "Sorry," said Molly. "That's as far as I go. I'm burning through my magical energies a lot quicker than I expected, and we really don't want to still be here when the light goes out." "Dim the light back to just us," I said. She nodded, and the light returned in a series of quick jumps. The darkness ate up the tunnel again, almost hungrily. "Are there any more energies stored in the vampire jewel?" I said. "A few," said Molly. "For real emergencies. I don't think this qualifies just yet. So, do we go on?" "We go on," I said. And then Molly gestured urgently to indicate she'd heard something up ahead. We both stood very still, listening hard, and I heard footsteps. Slow, cautious, entirely human. I murmured in Molly's ear, "Angelica." "Could be," Molly said just as quietly. "It's about bloody time. How do you want to handle this?" "Talk to her, reason with her. Hope we don't have to kill her." "Works for me," said Molly. And then she frowned. "We're going to have to split up, Eddie." "What?" "Will you hush? You want to go off on your own without me?" I said. "This might not be Angelica," Molly said patiently. "We don't know who else might be down here. We need to come at whoever this is from 2 different directions, cut them off and trap them between us with no way out." "Can you maintain a light around me while you're not here?" I said. "No." "I'm really not happy about this." "Oh, come on," said Molly. "You're
You're not afraid of the dark, are you?" "Down here?" I said. "Yes, with good reason. There really are bad things in the dark, just waiting for a chance to creep up on me." "I won't be far," Molly said soothingly. "I am really not a happy bunny," I growled. "But for the purposes of this very cunning trap of yours, I am prepared to be a big brave Druid and stand alone in the dark as bait in your trap, so you can get behind our prey and chase it to me. But you'd better not be long." "Got it," said Molly. She kissed me briefly on the forehead and set off into the dark, taking the light with her. The gloom closed in around me, like a great blanket, intent on suffocating the life out of me. I armoured up and felt a bit better. I'd fought gods and monsters in my armour, and made them cry like babies, and I was just in the mood to do it again. Bring on your monstrosities from the lower depths, and I would make them rue the day they were spawned. After a while, I heard footsteps coming my way. Hushed, cautious, very human footsteps, and with them, a flicker of light. I turned on my infrared and braced myself, ready to face the fury again. But when a glowing crimson figure appeared, it was quite definitely male. Another shape, which I recognized as Molly, moved behind it. She had trapped someone between us in a tunnel with no side exits. The infrared image drew closer, like a crimson ghost stumbling through the dark. I waited till he was almost upon me, and then made my armour glow fiercely, hitting him right in the face like a spotlight, revealing just an old man in ragged clothes. He cried out and threw up an arm to shield his face. He turned to run, and then stopped as he found Molly right behind him, blocking his way. He stood frozen in place for a long moment, and then turned reluctantly back to face me. He had unhealthily pale features, under dirty grey hair. His mouth trembled, and his eyes darted back and forth, looking for a way out that wasn't there. Molly raised her glowing hand and filled the tunnel with light. I armoured down, but the old man still looked just as scared. Molly took one look at the old man's face and recoiled with something like shock. "Ben," she said, "is that you? What the hell are you doing down here after all these years?" He looked at her, his face blank. His clothes were filthy dirty, and he wasn't in much better shape. His hands were shaking, and not from the cold. His face was heavily lined, and his eyes were worryingly vague, but they slowly came alive as he looked at Molly. He seemed, finally, to know her. "Molly Metcalfe." "Yes, Ben, it's me. You remember me." "Care to introduce us?" I said. "Who exactly have we caught? And could we perhaps throw him back, because up close the smell of him is bringing tears to my eyes." "This is Ben Luger," said Molly. "He used to be part of my old gang." She patted the old man on the arm, as though comforting a nervous dog. "Back in the day, they called him the Ghostly Gunman." I studied the old man with new interest. I'd heard that name before, knew some of his legend, but I still nodded for Molly to tell the tale, because her voice seemed to calm the old man. "One of the best-paid political assassins in the business," said Molly. "Ben could teleport into anywhere, drop his target, and never be caught by even the best security. Until finally, inevitably, he was. You never should have gone after Hadley Oblivion, Ben. You should have known the detective inspector was way out of your league." Ben nodded slowly. He'd seemed to come back to himself as he heard Molly recount his life. When he spoke, his voice was harsh and strained, as though he hadn't used it for some time. "I knew that, Molly. Of course I knew that. But the money was just so good, so tempting. I could have retired on it. I never stood a chance. Hadley Oblivion scared the crap out of me. And I ran for my life and my sanity. And he saw to it that everybody knew. So much for my fearsome reputation. I ran away from everyone I knew, and from all the people who were suddenly feeling brave enough to come after me. Now they didn't have to be scared of my reputation. I ran back to the only place I'd ever felt safe. The deep down pit. I've been here ever since, hiding, for years. I'm not even sure how many. Time seems to pass differently down here in the dark, when you're on your own.
His face had gone vague again, as though he were musing, remembering. I moved in beside Molly, still careful to give the old derelict plenty of room. This old man was part of your group?
He's not old, Eddie,
Molly said tiredly.
He's the same age as me. Look at what being down here has done to him.
Going up against Hadley Oblivion probably took its toll as well, I said.
Ben,
Molly said carefully.
What have you been doing all these years?
His face snapped back into focus.
Thinking, repenting. Oblivion opened my eyes, you know. Showed me how wrong I'd been. All the people I killed, all the suffering I caused. He made me feel every bit of it. He made me see the truth of my life, and it was a hard lesson. I ran away from the world and myself, because I didn't want to be able to hurt people anymore. I've kept myself busy, exploring the deep-down pit and mapping it. There's far more here than we ever suspected, Molly. I shut down all the booby traps so I could move around, and so no one could be hurt by them.
What is it that lives down here? I said. We've been hearing all kinds of things.
We give each other plenty of room, said Ben, nodding happily, and they discourage anyone from coming after me. We found food stores in the arrival room, said Molly. Oh, yes, said Ben. I still have a few friends. They don't visit. I wouldn't want them to. But they teleport in fresh supplies now and again, when they remember. The rest of the time, I make do.
I didn't like to think about exactly what Ben Luger might find to eat and drink in the dark when he had to. A new fear appeared in Ben's face. He looked ready to bolt or ready to fight us if we tried to stop him.
Have you come to take me back, to stand trial for all the terrible things I did? We're not here for you, Ben,
Molly said gently. It's been so many years, I said. I doubt anyone's still looking for you. Your legend survives, but not much else. You've imprisoned yourself down here for so long. I think you've done your time. We could take you with us when we go, if you want. My family could set up a new identity for you, so you could start a new life. But he was already backing away from me, shaking his head, horrified at the thought of having to leave the safety of the deep-down pit. And perhaps even more afraid of a world he would no longer recognize or understand. He pushed past Molly and ran for his life, disappearing back into the comforting dark. Molly didn't try to stop him, so I didn't either.
It's a hard life, being a supernatural terrorist, Molly said finally. It breaks as many as it makes.
And no man runs faster than those pursued by their own demons, I said.
I'd hate to end up like that, said Molly.
You won't, I said. Not while you've still got me. Her head whipped round sharply.
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Something just changed, said Molly. I felt it. Angelica changed something.
Would I be correct in assuming that is not good?
What do you think?
Okay, I said. Any idea what or where?
This way, said Molly.
She led me back the way we'd already come, moving quickly, as though worried it might already be too late to do whatever needed doing. We're going back to the arrival room, I said. How the hell did she slip in behind us?
She always did know these tunnels better than me, said Molly, not looking round.
Now you tell me, I said. We hurried down tunnel after tunnel, plunging out of one and into another, until finally Molly crashed to a halt, breathing harshly. I looked quickly round, but couldn't see anything. I was getting really tired of that. Molly pointed to a section of the tunnel wall up ahead. I moved carefully forward, and there, in the rough stone, was a dimensional door. I didn't need to put on my mask to sense the fierce dimensional energies surging around the ordinary-looking wooden door with no frame or hinges. I could feel the limitless possibilities of all the places it could take me, tingling against my skin like background radiation. A small brass combination lock had been set into the wood of the door, just where you'd expect a handle, to select the time-space coordinates for wherever you wanted to go.
"What the hell is something that powerful doing down here?" said Molly. "And before you ask, yes, I'm sure it wasn't here before. This is new. Angelica's doing."
The only way to discover the door's current setting would be to open it, I said, and I am ready to class that as a really bad idea. Angelica Wilde appeared, just suddenly standing in the tunnel from where she faced Molly and me, as though she'd been there all along, and we hadn't noticed her because she wouldn't let us. She was smiling that awful cold smile again, reminding me uncomfortably of the death's head grins on the skeletons she'd sent against us. If anything, she looked even crazier.
"The door is my bait, my trap," she said. "I knew it would bring you here. To me." "All you had to do was stand still," said Molly. "We've been looking for you." "Of course you have," said Angelica. "You want to kill me. You have to kill me, because you know that's the only way you can stop me from killing Eddie. But I won't go down alone. This door opens onto the bottom of the North Sea. Just think of all the pressure, all the tons of water pressed up against the other side of that door, ready to flood into this tunnel the moment I open it. Even you in your armour couldn't survive that, Eddie Drood. And don't think you can use your glass to escape. I'm suppressing it." "But you drown with us," said Molly. "It'll be worth it," said the Fury, "to have my revenge at last. You think I want to go on living without my husband?"
"What if I could give him back to you?" I said. She looked at me, thrown completely by the one thing I could say that she wasn't expecting. I moved over to the door, armoured up my hand, and sent golden tendrils surging into the lock. I entered the access codes for the dream time, which was still fresh in my armor's memory from a recent case I worked with the Soul Hunters. The combination lock spun frantically, and then slammed to a halt. I whipped out the golden tendrils, and the door opened onto the dream time. It swung back into the wall, and light blasted out into the mine tunnel. A glorious illumination, like no other light in the world. Older, purer, primordial. Sounds rang out from behind the door, wild and free, like mountains singing to one another at the dawn of the world. I raised my voice and addressed the dream time. "Armin Del Santos, come out! Your wife is waiting for you." And out he came, stepping through the door and into the tunnel, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. A tall, handsome young man, in a checked shirt, blue jeans, and cowboy boots. His face was full of a wonderful calm. He smiled at Angelica, and she tried to smile back as tears ran down her face. She didn't look crazy anymore.
"They told me you weren't dead," she said numbly, "but I wouldn't believe them. Oh, my love, you haven't aged a day in all these years. And I have. Don't look at me. I'm not the woman you knew."
"That's why I'm here," said Armin. "Come with me, Angel." Angelica looked into the marvellous light spilling out from beyond the door, and slowly shook her head.
"I can't. I don't belong in a place like that. Not after everything I've done."
"Yes, you do," said Armin. "Because of everything you've done. That's the point. The beginning of the world is a new beginning for everyone." He took her by the hand and led her through the door into the dream time. To learn a better way, like him. The door closed itself behind them. I grabbed the combination lock with my golden hand and ripped it right off the door so it could never be opened again, from this side. Molly threw her arms around me and hugged me tightly.
"I do love a happy ending."
And then she let go and stepped back, smiling just a little shakily.
"Now all we have to do is find one for you."
"That would be nice," I said solemnly. And that was when a voice spoke to us from beyond the door. It didn't sound like anything that belonged in the dream time. A professionally warm and confident voice, like a cold-calling salesman.
"Hello there. Do I have the honor of addressing Roxy Hazard?"
Molly looked at me. "Whatever you do, do not say, 'Come in,'" I said. "Don't even think it loudly." Molly put on her Roxy voice and addressed the door.
"Who the hell are you, and what do you want?"
Yes, that sounds like Roxy Hazard, said the voice. Word has reached me that you've been trying to locate Dr. DOA. I've been trying to contact you for some time to discuss this, but you're very hard to pin down. Yeah, well, I get around, said Roxy. I've been busy. How did you find me here? I didn't, said the voice. Someone else did. Now, why are you so keen to talk to Dr. DOA? Because I want to hire him, said Roxy. And who do you want killed? Molly Metcalf, said Roxy. Ambitious, said the voice. How expensive. Luckily for you, the doctor is in. Go to the hiring ground in London and ask for the psychic surgeon. He'll be there for the next 2 hours. He can put you in touch with Dr. DOA. The voice fell silent. Roxy called after him, yelled at him, even kicked the door. But the voice was gone. Interesting, Molly said finally, in her own voice. He knew enough to find me here, but he didn't know Roxy is Molly. And the hiring ground? That's pretty down market for someone as supposedly exclusive as Dr. DOA. Maybe that's the point, I said. Who'd expect to find someone like him in a place like that? Still, the psychic surgeon. That scumbag. Do you know him? Not personally, said Molly, but like a great many people in our line of work, I know of him. Scumbag pretty much sums him up. Basically a con man, I said, though a lot of his powers are supposed to be the real deal. The man who can cut bad things out of your soul. Molly, this has to be some kind of trap. We have to risk it, said Molly, because it's the only lead we've got, and because we've nowhere else to go. I nodded. Then it looks like this is a case for Shaman Bond and Roxy Hazard. Damned right, said Roxy. Chapter 9. Hard times make for hard choices. Dr. DOA, the man who murdered me, in my sights at last. After getting sidetracked by so many distractions, it felt good to have a solid lead at last. Assuming nothing else went wrong, of course. I retrieved the Merlin glass from its pocket dimension and held it out before me. The hand mirror stared innocently back, as though the thought of misbehaving had never even occurred to it. But there was still something about the way my reflection was looking back at me that I really didn't like. It seemed to be smirking rather than smiling, and there was something about the eyes. I looked like I knew something I didn't. On an impulse, I pulled several extreme faces, and my reflection duplicated them all perfectly. "Eddie, what are you doing?" said Molly. "Trying to break it?" "Just testing," I said. I looked around and found Molly had transformed herself into Roxy Hazard, the tall, muscular redhead in a black leather jacket, with a length of steel chain wrapped around her waist. Every inch a warrior woman. She grinned at me cheerfully, and I nodded back respectfully. "Yes," I said. "Where we're going, that's the kind of look that will get us answers." "You negotiate," said Roxy, "and I'll intimidate." "I can be intimidating," I said. "Of course you can, dear," said Roxy. "I'm a Druid." "Trust me, I haven't forgotten. It's just that you've been trained, while I have natural talent." She stopped and looked at me seriously. "We're getting close to Dr. DOA, Eddie. I can feel it." "We've been invited to meet a go-between," I said. "A meeting that will almost certainly turn out to be a trap." "Then we'll just have to make sure that it's our trap," said Roxy. "Because I have the bit between my teeth, and I'm not letting this lead get away from me." I hefted the Merlin glass in my hand. "I hate depending on this when it's so important. But I take it you don't have enough magic in you to transport us to the hiring ground?" "I've barely got enough left to teleport us to the surface," said Roxy. "Never mind all the way to London. Physical transport is hard. It takes a lot of power. You're basically slapping the universe in the face to get its attention, telling it you're not where it thinks you are but somewhere else, and then slapping it again if it looks like arguing. You can do that only so many times before the universe starts slapping back." "I don't know why I ask you questions," I said. "I'm never any happier for knowing the answers." "What's the best way into the hiring ground these days?" Roxy said briskly. "It's been a long time since I showed my face there, as Molly or Roxy." "Is it still a major shithole?" "I doubt very much that it's changed for the better," I said. "But I haven't been there in ages either. Assuming the old entrance points are still valid, I think our best bet would be around the corner from King's Cross railway station." Roxy pulled a face. Not the most salubrious of areas.
Then Shaman Bond and Roxy Hazard should fit in nicely, I said. I'm told parts of the area are very nice these days, thanks to recent regeneration. Mind you, they keep saying that about most of London, and I'm rarely impressed.
Just being near the hiring ground probably lowers the area's tone, said Roxy.
I held the hand mirror out before me. Give me a view of the King's Cross area near the hiring ground. My reflection disappeared immediately, replaced by a bustling scene of London at night. Bright lights and loud traffic, and all kinds of people surging back and forth, hurrying on their way to somewhere important. Every single one of them staring straight ahead, to make it clear they were minding their own business. Taxi drivers leaned constantly on their horns, while big red London buses pulled out in front of everyone, and bounced slower-witted cyclists off their heavy sides, just because they could. Trucks weighed down far beyond the legal limits carried the kind of goods you were never going to get a receipt for, and everyone else just tried to stay out of everyone else's way. Some years back, I remember watching a BBC documentary about King's Cross, I said. They claimed the station area was rife with prostitution and drug trafficking. I used to go through there on a regular basis when I was a London field agent, and I never saw anything. Mind you, I was probably too busy looking for monsters and aliens and the like.
I suppose that world is a lot like ours, said Roxy. Unless you know what to look for, you're never going to see it. Two worlds existing side by side, barely touching. Parallel, but separate.
A lot like our world and the everyday world, I said.
Except the hidden world is much more glamorous, said Roxy.
Well, of course, I said. We're in it. I shook the hand mirror out to door size, and the view became an open window. A breeze blew through from King's Cross, bringing with it enticing scents from a dozen ethnic restaurants, and the smell of massed vehicle emissions. The roar of the traffic almost drowned out the roar of the crowds. I strode through the door, with Roxy right on my heels. Out of the dark of the deep-down pit, and into the darkness of King's Cross at night. No one noticed our arrival. I shook the glass down and put it away.
At least the glass is behaving itself, said Roxy.
For now, I said.
Roxy linked her arm through mine, and we set off down the street. People moved quickly to get out of our way, without quite seeming to realize they were doing it. Perhaps because sheep can always sense wolves in their midst. No one looked twice at Roxy's colourful outfit. In this part of London, she was almost dowdy compared to some of the fashions on display. Sharp suits and pretty frocks, punks and hippies, every subculture you could think of, and every fetish under the moon. I never knew the leather and straps look was so in, I said. You need to get out more, said Roxy. I laughed briefly. I was always a lot more innocent than was good for me. For years I thought BDSM stood for Belle Dame Sans Merci. Not a million miles off, said Roxy. Where are we going, Eddie? Down here, I said. I took a sudden side turning, and just like that, the whole nature of the area changed. The crowds disappeared, while the general ambience made a rude gesture and lurked in corners. Boarded up and whitewashed windows to every side, shops that were never open, and shadowy people just standing around for no obvious reason. I walked straight past them as though I belonged there, and they just assumed I did. It's all in the walk. A few people glanced at Roxy, and she glared right back at them. No one looked twice. Wolves can always recognize an alpha predator. I stopped before an old-fashioned red public telephone box, pressed up against a stained brick wall. The box had seen better days, some 40 years ago. The glass panes were cracked or broken, the paintwork was chipped and grubby, and the phone had been ripped out. Some of the locals had been using the box as a toilet. Quite recently, Roxy turned up her nose. I thought all these old telephone boxes had been taken away long ago. Most have, I said, but not this one, partly because it still serves a purpose, but mostly because it never was on any official list. I doubt there was ever a working phone in the box. It's just protective camouflage. I pulled open the door, stepped inside, and gestured for Roxy to join me. Together, we filled all of the available space. Roxy wriggled deliberately and gave me a bright smile. Okay, now what? I gave the back of the box a good hard shove, and it swung open into the brick wall, accessing a great open hall. I stepped into the building beyond, and Roxy hurried after me. I let go of the door, and it swung quietly shut again. "Welcome to the hiring ground," I said.
"That's it," said Roxy. "No security guards or protections?"
"Getting in is easy," I said. "Getting out again, alive and intact, is something else." Roxy looked around.
"I was right. Still a shithole."
The hiring ground was one big open area with a tall arched ceiling, packed from wall to wall with booths and stalls and trestle tables, and the occasional expensive commercial stand. People everywhere shouted their wares, while vendors at the booths competed to see who had the loudest sound systems. Crowds of extremely assorted people bustled up and down the narrow aisles, all of them talking at once. The volume was painfully loud, but no one seemed to give a damn. There was a certain grubby vitality to the place, but I didn't care for all the greed and avarice on open display. "Reminds me of the night side," I said.
"No," Roxy said immediately. "The night side is all about sin. The hiring ground specializes in commerce. Not that sin is excluded, you understand, as long as someone thinks they can make a profit from it. The hiring ground is all about money."
"Just remember," I said, "we're not here looking for bargains."
"There's always time for shopping,"
Roxy said cheerfully. "You buy it, you carry it." The hiring ground goes back to Victorian times, though there are stories of earlier venues that go all the way back to the Roman city of Londinium. Unlike the much better known and far superior Hiring Hall, which I'd visited not long ago on a case involving a plot to steal the crown jewels, the hiring ground is an altogether more desperate and sinister affair. The hiring hall can boast stands and booths for any number of governments, spy organizations, and important special interest groups. A place to make the kind of deals that matter with people who matter. The hiring hall attracts the upper crust and the upper levels, gods and monsters, rogues and villains, and creatures of the night. All very upmarket, and no one ever makes any trouble because of the dozen or so big brass golems standing around the perimeter, just waiting for a chance to make a nasty example of someone. The hiring hall is an ancient market for civilized people. The hiring ground is where you go when you're looking for dirty deeds done cheap and nasty. Neutral ground for mercenaries and adventurers, conmen and killers, ghouls and ghosts. All of them desperate for a paying gig, and no longer in any position to be choosy about what it might involve. Grubbily dressed vampires and shabby werewolves thrust flyers for specialized sex clubs into people's hands as they passed. No one ever said no, but no one ever kept them. Blinking on and off like faulty light bulbs, ghosts flickered from stall to stall, looking to hire themselves out with offers of everything from subsidized hauntings to pestering debtors. It's a hard life when you're dead, and your options are limited. Ghouls slouched around, showing their toothy grins, always ready to dispose of an unwanted corpse. Because they'll eat anything, up to and including toxic waste spills. A bunch of alien greys in ill-fitting black suits and designer sunglasses politely indicated their ability to make anyone disappear, short-term or long-term. There were stalls selling very special weapons to kill the kinds of things that shouldn't exist in a sane and rational world, or specialized burglary tools for getting in and out of haunted houses. Coats made from the pelts of creatures that don't officially exist. Wines so potent you could get drunk just reading the labels on the bottles. Sex toys for mutant women, surgical tools for operating on alien hybrids, and bodily byproducts of the rich and famous, carefully bottled and authenticated, and useful in all manner of unpleasant ways. Every single bit of it desperately down-market, sleazy, and disreputable. Nothing you'd want to brag about buying afterwards. The hiring ground is where you go when no one reputable will let you pass their doors. Do I really need to tell you that most of what's on display is not what it claims to be? That most of it is going to be faked, adulterated, or a complete con? The hiring ground is home to the fraudulent, the forger, and the confidence trickster. Buyer beware, and be sure to count your fingers after you've shaken hands on the deal. Roxy wrinkled her nose.
"I wouldn't have thought it possible, but this place has gone even more down market. I used to hang out here a lot in my younger days, as Molly and Roxy, when I was still finding my feet in the hidden world, looking for causes worth fighting, causes that would pay enough for me to live on. Vendetta may satisfy the soul, but it doesn't put a roof over your head or food on the table."
"What kind of jobs did you end up doing?" I said, genuinely curious.
She shrugged. "Mostly strong-arm stuff, bodyguarding and general security,
for the kind of people and places no one else would touch, overseeing the transport of very special items from one location to another, helping collectors get their hands on the kinds of things that are never going to appear on the open market, and then keeping them alive afterwards. A lot of it was about keeping people alive when someone else wanted them dead, usually with good reason. She stopped and looked at me directly. I never killed anyone for pay, if that's what you're asking. I wasn't asking, I said. The hiring grounds got a lot worse since my day, said Roxy. These crowds have the look of people prepared to do absolutely anything for money. I had to agree. There was a general air of desperation, of people who'd fallen so far, or been pushed so far, they were ready to accept any job, any danger, any humiliation, for fear they might never find another opening. Those at several of the larger booths were recruiting mercenary fighters for armies at war in other dimensions. The sides weren't clear, but then it wasn't the cause that mattered, just the money. I was astonished to see none of the booths carried the official seal of the Guild of Mercenaries, guaranteeing proper levels of training and equipment, and a return home afterwards for the survivors. I could remember a time when no one would sign up unless the seal was there. But now the attitude of the recruiting officers was apparently, if you don't want to do this, someone else will, and you'll miss out. Don't come back whining tomorrow, because we won't be here, and neither will the job. There were long lines at each of the booths, and no shortage of men and women willing to take some king's shilling, more meat for the grinder. Those at other booths were looking for paid volunteers to act as test subjects for new drugs, spells, and non-lethal weaponry. Good money, but not great, and absolutely no safety guarantees. Take it or leave it. An awful lot of people looked happy enough to take it. No questions asked apart from, where do I sign, and how soon do I get paid? You know, I said to Roxy, a good ambulance chaser could clean up around here. You really think the hiring ground would let a lawyer or a union rep through its doors? Said Roxy. When times are hard, the choices get harder, I said, and surprised myself with a bitterness in my voice. I'm surprised your family allows a place like this to exist, said Roxy. If we did shut it down, another would only spring up somewhere else, I said. Just as bad, if not worse. At least we know about this one and can keep an eye on it. Just the knowledge that we're watching keeps people from doing anything too extreme. Define extreme, said Roxy. And I didn't have an answer. We moved on past stalls and tables, taking our time so as not to appear in a hurry. Someone would only take advantage. I saw several faces I knew, all of them doing things or agreeing to things that disappointed me. After years of enforced absence, the pariah priest was back on the job, looking to sign people up to be possessed for a short period, so that certain angelic and demonic assignments could be carried out on the mortal plane. The removal of the possessing agent was guaranteed, but not the state of the body after the agent was finished with it. Roxy stepped in front of the booth and glared at the pariah priest until he was forced to acknowledge her presence. He scowled right back at her.
What do you want, you infamous child?
Who's doing the possessing? Said Roxy. Agents for the light or the darkness?
What does it matter?
Said the pariah priest, smiling smugly.
You aren't responsible for anything the agent does with your body. You're just renting it out.
What about after effects? Said Roxy. Having heaven or hell camp out in your head is like having the afterlife take a toxic dump in your soul.
Why do you think the pay's so good?
Said the pariah priest. Roxy would have pressed that more, but the long line in front of the booth was growing restless, and she reluctantly stepped aside to leave them to it. You can't help people who don't want to be helped. I spotted a familiar face in the queue. Jack Shelter, I said. You used to have a solid rep as a poltergeist handler. What are you doing here?
Might ask you the same thing, Shaman,
said Jack.
There's been a real downturn in the building trade. I had to lay all of my people off until there was no one left to lay off but me.
But why this? I said.
When times are hard, you have to go where the work is, said Jack. At least the hiring ground is hiring. A lot of places aren't.
I moved on, with Roxy a silent, unhappy presence at my side. We stopped before another booth, where a platinum-blonde beauty, wearing hardly anything at all, was fronting a concession called Lust from the Dust. Roxy squeezed my arm tightly. I know her, she said. That's the chakra cutie.
Used to train girls to weaponize their sexuality. She's one of the old gang I was expecting to meet at the deep down pit.
Does she know you as Roxy or Molly? I said.
Oh, yes. We go way back.
Roxy planted herself in front of a chakra cutie while I listened to the spiel. The cutie was shilling for a company looking to hire bright young things to channel dead movie stars, so their fans could have sex with them. A new twist to the oldest profession. I leaned in to murmur in Roxy's ear. Pardon my ignorance, but this is a con, isn't it?
Of course it's a con. They're just looking for young people without much personality of their own who can be trained to fake it.
Don't they always? I said. The chakra cutie finally accepted that Roxy wasn't going anywhere and cut off her spiel to glare coldly at her.
What do you want, Roxy? I'm working here. And anyway, I'm not talking to you, Drood lover.
Really? Said Roxy. You're going to claim the moral high ground when you're fronting a knocking shop? There was a time you would have firebombed places like this.
Times have changed,
said the cutie.
Even so, hooking from beyond the veil,
said Roxy.
That was an old con, even when we were starting out. The money's good.
It would have to be, said Roxy.
You want me to call booth security?
Said the chakra cutie.
Have them throw you out?
Roxy smiled slowly.
I would love to see them try.
I took her by the arm and moved her firmly away. We're not here to start fights and get ourselves noticed. We can't afford to be distracted.
I know,
said Roxy.
We're here for you, but I can't believe it's all got so damned sleazy. The hiring ground was always the bottom rung of the ladder, but this is just blatant exploitation.
Hard times make for hard people, I said, at both ends of the queue. Everywhere we went, there were people we knew, who knew us, and none of them seemed at all surprised to see Shaman Bond and Roxy Hazard at the hiring ground. No one offered anything but a sad smile, a resigned shrug, and a general attitude of, it comes to us all in the end.
I feel like burning down the whole place, said Roxy. Just on general principles.
Then where would these people get work? I said.
Don't be reasonable, said Roxy. I'm not in the mood to feel reasonable.
Can't recall a time when you were, I said. She managed a small smile.
Let's just do what we came here for and get the hell out.
It took us a while to track down the psychic surgeon. He might have been a major player once, but these days his stall was a lot farther from the main drag than it used to be. It comes to us all. The psychic surgeon was a fleshy, middle-aged man, in clothes so colourful he would have looked overdressed on a golf course. He had fierce eyes and a strident voice, and a distinct if somewhat disturbing presence, like a wolf with a big smile and some foam on its chops. He targeted anyone who came near his slightly shabby stall, boasting of his past triumphs and the extraordinary extent of his abilities. A lot of people stopped to listen, but not many stayed.
I am the one and only psychic surgeon. I can operate on you with my mind, add or remove moods, modify memories, and cut away inhibitions. I can boost your talents and accentuate your attitudes. I can do surgery on your soul and make you a better person, or at least a different one.
He was quite happy to demonstrate his abilities on the people gathered before his stall, without warning or apology. He was certainly impressive enough, but the casual cruelty implicit in his demonstrations put a lot of people off. He made a man forget his own name, and a woman weep inconsolably over the death of someone she'd never heard of. He made two strangers fall passionately in love, and he set an old married couple at each other's throats, all for the entertainment of the crowd and himself. But most people just drifted away before he could do something to them. The psychic surgeon grumpily released his hold on the people he'd affected, and they hurried off, shaking with reaction. The surgeon shouted after them,
You'll be back. I can make you happy. Make your enemies miserable. Cut away all the parts of you that are holding you back. You need me.
Roxy tried to get his attention, but he just waved her away.
Not now, girlie. I'm working.
Girlie? Roxy said dangerously. He looked back at her, and then smiled suddenly. The stage persona was gone in a moment, and he was just a calm, somewhat fatigued businessman.
Roxy Hazard, mercenary for hire, no job too dubious. And Shaman Bond, plausible rogue about town, always looking for a little trouble to get into, but never around when the authorities turn up.
I looked at Roxy. He's heard of us.
Who hasn't? Said Roxy.
You made good time getting here, said the psychic surgeon.
You even look at my aura wrong, said Roxy, and I will rip your head right off.
She was being more than usually brusque, because she couldn't afford him looking past Roxy to see Molly. Or my talk. The psychic surgeon just shrugged.
I get that a lot, he said.
Isn't there any hall security? I said. To protect people from people like you?
Not anymore, said the surgeon. They got in the way of business. The official attitude these days is enter at your own risk. And don't be too upset by my little exhibition. Half of that crowd works for me. The point is to get people talking, and then they'll come and see for themselves. At which point I shall be their kindly old physician, there to help them with all of life's little problems.
Can you? Said Roxy.
Really?
He shrugged.
Depends on the problem. I can cut things out, or move them around, but I can only work with what's there.
He looked me briefly up and down.
Want an upgrade on your charisma? A voice that compels, or a look that seduces? I'm doing a special on confidence boosters. 2 for the price of 3.
That's not right, I said.
You see? They're working.
Never mind that crap, said Roxy. We're not here for what you have to offer.
You sure? Said the surgeon. I could always cut away Shaman's bothersome independence, make him live only to serve you.
Roxy smiled at me.
The thought does have its attractions, but no. You just can't help some people, said the psychic surgeon.
I fixed him with a cold stare. I've been having a really bad day. I could use someone to take it out on.
Never make an enemy, that's what I say, said the surgeon. What can I do for you?
I looked at Roxy. See? I can do intimidating.
I knew you had it in you, said Roxy.
She fixed the psychic surgeon with her own cold glare.
Can you really put us in touch with Dr. DOA?
Hush, the surgeon said sharply.
That's not a name to use in public.
He looked around quickly, and just a bit dramatically, to make sure no one had overheard. Though we would have had to be shouting at the tops of our voices to cut through the general bedlam. The psychic surgeon closed up shop by setting in place a large sign. The psychic surgeon is out. Do not mess with his things, or he will cut off your libido. He then led us to a private, shielded-off area at the rear of his stall, surrounded by standing wooden panels engraved with ancient Chinese characters. I nodded. I'd seen that kind of security before. Stay inside the circle, and no one could overhear you.
Are you sure that's enough? Said Roxy. In a place like this? Even God would have to turn up his hearing aid to listen in on us, said the surgeon. Now, what do you nice young people want with Dr. DOA? I mean, yes, I get it. You want the Wild Witch of the Woods dead. And like anyone sane, you'd much rather someone else did the dirty work and took all the risks. But why choose Dr. DOA? There's no shortage of people with grudges against Molly Metcalf, who'd be happy to do the job for a lot less than the doctor will charge you. I want Dr. DOA, said Roxy, because he never fails. He's there for when they really absolutely have to die. That's what I'm paying for.
The surgeon nodded.
No offence, dear, but are you sure you can afford a service like this? Money is no object, said Roxy, where Molly Metcalf is concerned. That's what the doctor likes to hear, the surgeon said cheerfully.
Do you know him? I said. I mean, personally. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone who could claim to have met the doctor in person.
I can put you in touch with the man, the psychic surgeon said carefully, for a percentage of the fee. But I've never even been in the same room as the doctor. Ours has always been a strictly business relationship. I prefer to maintain a safe distance from that man and what he does.
I'm still not entirely convinced he exists, said Roxy.
The surgeon sneered at her. I could drop some names of the doctor's more recent accomplishments. People who died from apparently natural causes or were quite blatantly poisoned. Enough to convince. But you already know all that or you wouldn't be here. You can strike a deal with me or you can walk away. The doctor won't care. And I only care inasmuch as it affects my percentage. There's never any shortage of people wanting to hire Dr. DOA. For reasons of his own, he has chosen to move you to the front of the queue. He hasn't told me why, and he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to tell me anything, and mostly he doesn't."
"I heard he killed a Druid recently," I said. "Is that right?"
"You do get around, don't you, Shaman?" said the surgeon. "Yes, I heard that."
"So who hired the doctor to murder a Druid?" I said. "Who could be crazy enough to seriously piss off the world's most dangerous family?"
"The doctor never talks about his clients," said the surgeon. "That's part of what you're paying for." "Where is he?" said Roxy. "Where can we find Dr. DOA?"
He started to say something, and then stopped. He looked at us both thoughtfully.
"I see minds differently from other people. Comes with the job. I can see strengths and weaknesses, and all the colours and flavours of thought. And there's something not quite right about you two. Roxy, why are you so keen to have Molly Metcalf killed?"
"You've heard of her, haven't you?" said Roxy.
"Well, yes," said the surgeon. "Good point."
"And we aren't dumb enough to try to do it ourselves," I said.
"Understood,"
said the surgeon. "We need to be sure Dr. DOA really can dispose of the Wild Witch," I said. "After all, a lot of powerful people have already tried to take her down. She's still here, and they're not."
"The doctor can get to anyone," said the psychic surgeon. "I can tell you're serious about wanting to meet him, but I'm also getting the impression that you want information. Yes, you want to know who hired the doctor to kill Eddie Drood. Why would you want to know that?" "I told you to stay out of my head," said Roxy.
The psychic surgeon fell back a step, quickly raising both hands.
"Please, it's your business. I really don't care. But the doctor might."
He looked around, peering past the standing wooden panels at the people passing by, and when he was sure no one was paying any attention, he produced a piece of folded paper and offered it to Roxy. She looked at it suspiciously and gestured for me to take it. I did so, while Roxy glared at the surgeon.
"I didn't come all this way for a note. I was promised a meeting with Dr. DOA. "No, you weren't," the psychic surgeon said calmly. "I chose my words very carefully. You were promised a connection, and that's what you get. The doctor knew you'd come. Don't ask me how. He had that message already prepared for you and delivered to me by private messenger. And his instructions were that you are not to read it until after I am gone."
He smiled briefly.
"Whatever it is, I don't want to know. I'm better off not knowing. I make murders possible, but I'm never a part of them."
"You haven't even peeked," I said.
"Of course not. He'd know."
The surgeon actually shuddered briefly.
"I value my business relationship with the doctor, and I value being alive."
I hefted the folded piece of paper. "This will take us straight to Dr. DOA."
"If he wants you to find him," said the psychic surgeon. "And please, never contact me again. Even for the kind of people the hiring ground attracts these days, you two are just too disturbing."
"That's it," said Roxy.
"You've nothing more to say?" "Not a damned thing," said the psychic surgeon. "You can go now."
"That's what you think," said Roxy. She grabbed hold of his jacket lapels with both hands, lifted him up onto his toes, and then dropped her Roxy look to show him her real face. The surgeon made a shocked sound. He brought up his hand, and suddenly it was holding a scalpel made out of shimmering light. He moved to slash her across the throat, but the scalpel fell apart before it could even touch her, breaking up in the face of Molly's protections. I knew she had them, but my heart still missed a beat. The psychic surgeon whimpered as he looked at his empty hand, and then turned reluctantly back to look at Molly.
"You're not just a mercenary. Who are you? What are you?"
She pulled his face forward so she could smile right into it.
"I'm Molly Metcalf, and you are in real trouble."
That gave him the strength he needed to pull free from Molly's grasp. He ran blindly, not even noticing I was in his way. He lashed out at me with his restored glowing scalpel. I armored up, and the scalpel exploded into sparks as it hit my golden chest. The surgeon cried out and fell back, looking at his empty hand as though it had betrayed him. I armored down so as not to attract attention. I looked quickly around as Molly grabbed hold of the psychic surgeon again, but everyone passing by seemed to be determinedly looking somewhere else. Partly because the hiring ground exists only by everyone minding their own business, but most likely because the psychic surgeon had no friends here. He looked from Molly to me and back again, and seemed to shrink in on himself.
The Wild Witch and a Druid,
he said faintly.
He knew. Dr. DOA knew, and he didn't tell me, the bastard. He sent you here so you'd kill me.
Not necessarily, I said. Tell us what we want to know, and you could still walk away. He looked older, all his arrogance and authority falling away. If he hadn't seemed so pathetic, I would have enjoyed seeing him take such a fall. It felt like bullying a child. And then I remembered all the murders he'd made possible, fronting for Dr. DOA, and I hardened my heart. Why contact Roxy Hazard in the deep-down pit? I said. Why tell us to come here?
Because I was told to, said the surgeon. Dr. DOA set it up.
Why? Said Molly.
I don't know,
the psychic surgeon said miserably.
He doesn't tell me anything. I just work for him. I'm not a violent person. I'm just a front man. He contacted me originally, completely out of the blue, and then he told me how the deal was going to work. I wasn't going to argue, not with a man like him. I just went along.
Why? I said. Why get involved in so many deaths?
Because the money was good. Times are hard. You must know more about the doctor's methods than anyone else, said Molly. Tell me how to save Eddie.
The surgeon looked at me.
You're him. You're the Druid he poisoned. How are you even still alive? There must be some way to save him, said Molly, shaking him hard. You can't, said the surgeon. No one ever survives Dr. DOA. That's the point. I'm amazed he's lasted this long. There's nothing you can do. Nothing anyone can do. I'm sorry. There's nothing you can think of that might help, said Molly. No, said the psychic surgeon. Nothing. Then I don't have any reason to keep you alive, do I? Said Molly.
She let go of his lapels, grabbed his head with both hands, twisted savagely, and broke his neck. She let go of him, and he fell to the floor. I looked down at the body and couldn't honestly say I felt anything. He'd made so many murders possible, including mine. I took a deep breath and looked at Molly. You can't kill everyone who annoys you.
Watch me, said Molly. If you're going to die, then everyone responsible is going to die with you.
That won't save me, I said.
I have to do something,
said Molly. There's still hope, I said. Dr. DOA wanted to meet me. That must mean something. Let's see what he has to say. I turned the folded paper over. On the outside it said, For the attention of Shaman Bond and Roxy Hazard. I opened the paper, and inside it said, Hello, Eddie and Molly. I'll meet you back at Druid Hall, in the armory. Come now, and come alone. The message was handwritten. Something about the hand looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. There was no signature. Molly read the message and looked at me.
Okay, I'm lost. He knows who we are. How is that possible?
Because I was right all along, I said. Someone inside my family made this possible. Gave Dr. DOA all the details. We have to go back, Molly, and finish this.
Face to face with Dr. DOA at last, said Molly. Do you care if I kill him?
If he can't help me, I said, then we don't have a reason to keep him alive, do we? Chapter 10. Home again, home again. I brought out the Merlin glass, and immediately all hell broke loose. Alarms and sirens, bells and whistles, followed by the sound of raised voices, accusations and counter-accusations, insults and tears, and a great many people running for the exit. I looked past the standing wooden posts and saw some people grabbing up armfuls of goods, while the more experienced just abandoned everything and ran, either because they were anticipating a raid or for fear they were about to be found out. An awful lot of people had an awful lot to feel guilty about in the hiring ground. I looked innocently at Molly. Did I do that?
Looks like the hiring ground does have some security measures after all, said Molly. And given that we are currently standing over the body of a man I just killed, I don't think we should still be here when the security patrols come looking.
I nodded. Time to go home, Molly.
Can the glass take us straight to the armory? Said Molly. I thought there were all kinds of protections in place to keep people from just dropping in uninvited.
Oh, there are, I said. Protections and defences like you wouldn't believe. We'll have to go the long way round. I ordered the hand mirror to show me a view of the Drood grounds, as close to the hall as possible. Instead, the glass showed me an inside view of the armoury. I stood there and looked at it.
What?
Said Molly, looking at my face.
What's wrong? The glass isn't playing up again, is it?
That shouldn't be possible, I said, indicating the view. Even the Merlin glass shouldn't be able to pierce the armoury's defences, and it definitely shouldn't show me something I didn't even ask for.
You're the one who said it reads minds, said Molly.
Not like that, I said, and not without permission.
Are we stranded here?
Said Molly.
Because if the glass can't get us out, I think we need to blend with the crowd and run. A group of heavily armed men are heading our way, and they do not look in the mood to ask polite questions. All right, we can probably take them, but...
Yes, I said. It has been a long day, hasn't it? I glared at the Merlin glass. Work, you bastard. Take us home. I shook the glass out to door size, and it opened onto the armoury. I had a moment to think there was something wrong with what I was seeing, and then Molly was right behind me, shouting, "Go! Go now!" So I just plunged through, with Molly crowding my heels. The glass immediately shrank back to hand mirror size, without waiting to be asked, and nestled comfortably into my hand, like a good dog expecting praise. The shouting and general clamour from the hiring ground were gone, replaced by utter silence from the Drood armoury. And that was when I realised what was wrong. The armoury was completely deserted. Not a soul to be seen anywhere. No lab assistants going about their usual destructive and homicidal business. No ongoing experiments. No explosions from workstations or muffled screams from the firing range. It was eerie, like turning on your favourite soap opera and seeing nothing but an empty set. I'd never seen the armoury like this before. Except in the fake armoury, in the shifting lands, where duplicates of my parents had tried to murder me. That had been a trap, and this felt like one too. I stood very still, looking carefully around me. Something was seriously wrong. There's always something happening in the armoury. The assistants work in shifts, 24 hours a day, because the family never knows when it might need some new weapon or device, and because you have to keep the lab assistants busy to stop them getting into mischief. But all the workstations had been abandoned, some with projects left half-finished. There were even cups of tea and coffee with the steam still coming off them. Whatever had happened here, it had happened suddenly and very recently.
"Okay," said Molly. "I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this is not good. In fact, it's downright creepy. Where is everybody?"
I called out to the armourer. My voice echoed in the quiet, but there was no response. So I called out to Ethel, and she answered me immediately. There was no trace of her usual rose-red manifestation, just a quiet voice hanging on the air.
"You're in danger, Eddie."
"Not even a welcome home?" I said. "Typical. What's happened?"
"We're not sure," said Ethel. "Someone sounded the emergency evacuation alert from inside the armoury. The one that means, everyone get the hell out and run for your lives. An experiment has just gone horribly wrong. And given the kinds of things that go wrong in the armoury on a regular basis, to sound that alert would have to mean that the hall itself was in danger. The armourer organised a complete evacuation of the armoury, actually manhandling a few who didn't want to leave, made sure everyone was accounted for, and then sealed the blast doors, to ensure the emergency was contained inside the armoury. But once Maxwell and Victoria started asking questions, it quickly became clear no one would admit to sounding the alert. No one knew anything about an experiment gone out of control. And when the armourer tried to get back in to investigate the situation, they found the entrance codes had been changed by someone still inside. The family is working on a way to get back in. How did you manage it?"
"The Merlin glass," I said. "And the only way that would work is if someone had shut down the armoury's shields and protections, which has to mean someone is in here with us. I was right all along, Ethel. There's a traitor in the family."
"Not another one," said Ethel. "It's getting so you can't trust anyone. You're going to have to be very careful, Eddie. I can't see what's happened or who's responsible or where they are.
and I should be able to. It might be best for you and Molly to just leave the way you came. We don't know who or what we're dealing with."
"All the more reason to stay," I said. "We can't leave the Druid armory in the hands of a traitor. God alone knows what an enemy could do with unrestricted access to the kinds of weapons and equipment they work on here. It's unthinkable."
"No, it isn't," said Molly. "I've thought about it a lot, every time your family has really pissed me off. Whoever it is, we have to stop them, before they do any of the things I've thought about." "Eddie," said Ethel, "the matriarch is getting ready to authorize the Alpha Red Alpha Protocol."
"Oh, shit," I said.
"What?"
said Molly.
"What protocol?" "Eddie, why are you looking like that?"
"In the worst emergency situation," I said, "the family can activate the Alpha Red Alpha mechanism by remote control and use it to drop the whole armory into another dimension, so that whatever appalling thing is happening, it won't reach the hall. We can always build another armory."
"Listen to me, Eddie," said Ethel. "I've been thinking about this, and you really need to—"
Her voice cut off. "Ethel?" I said. "Ethel, talk to me. What is it I need to do?" But there was nothing, only the uninterrupted hush of the deserted armory. I looked to Molly. "Okay, I am seriously worried now."
"What could be powerful enough to silence Ethel?"
said Molly. "Nothing I know of," I said. "But then, whatever it is, it's been hiding from her all this time."
"And it's in here with us right now,"
said Molly.
"Maybe we should leave. We're not exactly operating at our best, and I don't like this situation, Eddie. Far too many unknowns. It's not running away when you're retreating in the face of far superior numbers."
"Are we?" I said.
"Sure as hell feels like it,"
she said.
"Someone's running a game here, and we don't even know the rules. So let's be sensible just for once and refuse to play the game."
"Sounds like a plan to me," I said. I held up the Merlin glass, but before I could order it to take us anywhere, the hand mirror tore itself out of my grip and leapt up to hang on the air before me. It grew quickly to door size of its own volition, while still remaining a mirror. I'd never seen it do that before. The full-sized mirror stood before me, showing me my reflection. But there was something wrong with it. It was my face staring back at me, but I didn't like the look on my face. And then I realized that while Molly was standing right beside me, she wasn't in the mirror. My reflection stirred and smiled unpleasantly at me, and then it stepped forward, out of the mirror, to stand before me. "Well," I said, because I had to say something, "I really wasn't expecting that."
"He looks like you, Eddie,"
said Molly.
"But he looks wrong. He doesn't feel like you."
"I should hope not," said my double, still smiling his smile, and for a moment all I could think was, do I really sound like that? "I'm not Eddie. I'm my own man. I am Edmund Drood, your equivalent, Eddie, from the other hall. You remember the other hall from the other dimension, the one that briefly replaced yours? The hall from another world, where all the Droods had been wiped out. I did that. I had my family members killed, watched them be overrun and put down like the rabid dogs they were. I had them all slaughtered, and I gloried in it. Come on, Eddie. Don't tell me you never thought about it, after everything they did to us."
"You killed your own family?"
said Molly. "Well, not me personally," said Edmund. "Not on my own. I put together an army, and then turned it loose on the hall. After I'd sneaked in first and shut down all the defenses and protections, the way I did here." He smiled reflectively. "My poor family. They never knew what hit them. It was easier than you'd think to build my army. I had no idea there were so many other people who hated my family almost as much as I did." He laughed quite happily. "I wanted to be free of my family, free of all its unreasonable demands and expectations, and the stifling weight of its history. Imagine my surprise when at the height of my triumph, when the massacre was over and I was busy dancing in the ruins, my hall was suddenly transported here, and me with it. I didn't know what was going on, so I hid inside the Merlin glass. I knew its protections would be strong enough to conceal me from everyone. From inside the glass,
I could see everything and learn all about this amazing new world I'd arrived in. It took me a while to understand what had happened, and a while longer to learn how to use the glass to send me anywhere in the world I wanted. Imagine how I felt to discover a whole new Druid family still alive, and someone who looked just like me, but wasn't anything like me. So, I stayed hidden. I knew what your family would do if it found out who I was and what I'd done, and besides, I had plans to make, to deal with this new family. "You've been hiding inside the Merlin glass all this time," I said. "At first I was in the glass from the other hall," said Edmund. "But then your armourer merged my glass with yours, when yours was damaged, and I went with it, which allowed me to follow your activities very closely. I've been popping in and out of the glass ever since, going back and forth in the world and walking up and down in it, making all kinds of useful contacts." "You're why the glass has been defying me," I said. He smiled modestly. "A man's entitled to a little fun." "But why did you have Dr. DOA poison Eddie?" said Molly. "Haven't you got it yet?" said Edmund. "I am Dr. DOA. I had to do something in this world to raise enough money and power to help me take down this new family of Druids. The glass meant I could go anywhere and get to anyone. But after a while, I just couldn't stand it anymore. I wanted Eddie dead, because I knew he'd be the only one who could stand against me and prevent the destruction of his family, the only real threat to my continued existence. You could call it self-defense. And anyway, you had to die, Eddie, for not being like me." "But what's your grudge against this family of Druids?" said Molly. "Whatever the members of your family did to you, they're all dead. These are new people." "They're still Druids," said Edmund. "I'll never feel safe while a single Druid is left alive." "Why reveal yourself to me now?" I said. "You started looking for me," said Edmund. "I suppose that was inevitable once I poisoned you, but you were never supposed to last this long. At first I was content to just let you stumble around, because you weren't getting anywhere. But it occurred to me there was always the chance you might talk to the wrong person, pick up some clue, find some way to stop me. So I contacted the psychic surgeon and gave him a message to pass on to Roxy Hazard in the deep-down pit. I always knew where you were, as long as you had the Merlin glass. I brought you to the hiring ground just so you would dispose of the psychic surgeon. I knew you'd want to, and he had outlived his usefulness. And then my little note brought you home after I'd prepared the ground. I didn't want us to be interrupted. So here we are, Eddie and Edmund, face to face at last. Because I want this over and done with." "How have you stayed hidden from everyone?" I said. "From Ethel?" "I made an accommodation with the Merlin glass," said Edmund, "or rather with something I found inside it." "Something?" I said. "Or someone?" "That's my business," said Edmund. "The point is, I've been able to keep my presence hidden from all manner of prying eyes, including that dimensional parasite you all bow down to." Molly stepped forward suddenly, fixing Edmund with a fierce, dangerous look. "You must have a cure for the poison you use. That's all I care about. Save my Eddie, and I give you my word I won't kill you." "A cure?" said Edmund. "Are you mad? There is no cure. I brought the poison with me from my world. Just a little something I used to have fun with. I never even looked for a cure. Why would I?" Molly made a low, defeated sound. I understood how she felt, but I still had work to do. "Well," I said, "I guess everyone has to face their evil twin at some point. You brought me here. Now what?" "You were supposed to be dead long before this," said Edmund. "I'm still not entirely sure why you're not. Must be something to do with your armour having a different source than mine." "Where does your armour come from?" I said. "When I searched the other hall, when it was here, the Heart had already abandoned it, and you never had an Ethel." "Like I'd tell you," said Edmund. "All that matters is I can't bear to have you around any longer. Your mockery of me, your very existence, offends me." "Funny," I said. "I feel the same way about you." "Thought you might," said Edmund. "Come on, you know some things are just inevitable." We both armoured up in a moment and went for each other. Molly backed quickly away, but I barely noticed. All I could think of was getting my hands on Edmund, my shadow self, my murderer. We slammed against each other with the force of living mountains. Golden fists pounded featureless masks, with a sound like golden bells dying. I couldn't hurt him, and he couldn't hurt me. But we tried. With all our strength and passion, we tried. We each struck terrible blows that would have shattered walls and brought down buildings. We beat and clubbed at each other, and our armour took it all. We fought and wrestled, equally strong, equally matched. I grabbed up a workstation and broke it over his head. He threw me through a metal tower. We raged back and forth through the armory, breaking everything we touched and smashing through everything that got in our way. Now and again we'd snatch up some abandoned weapon and try it on each other. But though the air shimmered with strange energies and fires started up all around, we never came to any harm. We were Druids in our armour, and nothing could touch us. We rampaged up and down the length of the armory, sometimes wrapped in explosions from the things we destroyed, like the only real things in a paper world. Driven by a rage not born of reason. Until Molly suddenly yelled for both of us to stop. And there was something in her voice that commanded our attention. We broke apart, both of us breathing hard from our exertions, and turned to look. Molly was standing by a hidden control panel she'd uncovered in one wall. Her hand hovered over a big red button.
"This is the armory's self-destruct control," she said loudly. "For when the Alpha-Red Alpha protocol can't be used, but the armory still has to be destroyed to protect the hall. Your Uncle Jack showed it to me, Eddie, because he thought someone outside the family should know, just in case. He trusted me to do the right thing when it mattered. The forces this button will unleash are enough to finish off even a Druid in his armour. There had to be, to ensure the armory was completely destroyed. So stand down, Edmund, or I swear I'll kill us all."
"Now, why would you do that?" said Edmund. He sounded honestly curious.
"Eddie's dying," said Molly. "If you can't or won't save him, then I have no reason to let you live. And I don't want to live without my Eddie. At least this way I get to take you with us."
Edmund armoured down. He smiled at me and winked at Molly. "Nicely played. But the game's not over yet, and you won't kill me until you're sure I've told you the truth about a cure." The Merlin glass shrank down to mirror size. Edmund grabbed it out of the air, turned, and ran for the rear of the armory. I armoured down as Molly came running over to hold me. I clung to her like a drowning man. We were both shaking. "Was that button really—" I said. "Yes. Were you bluffing?"
"I'll never tell,"
said Molly. "We have to go after him," I said, "before he can escape through the Merlin glass."
"How do you know he hasn't already?"
said Molly. "Because he's still got something planned," I said. "He must have some kind of trap set up, just in case he couldn't finish me off."
"Then let's go trigger his trap and break it over his head," said Molly, "and then feed him the pieces."
"Sounds like a plan to me," I said. We went after Edmund, taking our time because we knew he wasn't going anywhere. But when we finally caught up with him at the far end of the armory, I was still shocked to see what he was doing. Someone had brought the Alpha-Red Alpha mechanism up from under the armory, and Edmund was at the controls. It looked just as big and complicated and unnerving as I remembered. A huge plunging waterfall of solid crystal, with glowing wires running through it like multicoloured veins, etched from top to bottom with row upon row of ancient abhuman symbols. So old I didn't even recognize the language. And inside all of that, a massive hourglass some 20 feet tall, wrought in solid silver, with glass so perfect it was barely visible. The top half was full of shimmering golden particles, which Edmund had just set in motion. They tumbled into the lower half with slow, terrible purpose. I moved cautiously forward, with Molly close at my side, trying not to be noticed. Edmund, intent on the controls, didn't even look up.
"What's he doing?"
Molly murmured. "Nothing good," I said quietly. "No one's really understood how that mechanism works since Uncle Jack died."
Who knows what Edmund knew in his own world, said Molly.
A doorway suddenly appeared, not the usual kind. It was more a tear in reality itself. Edmund left the Alpha-Red Alpha mechanism and plunged through the new opening. I ran after him, with Molly racing along at my side, and all I could think was, I can't let him get away, not after all this. I ran through the doorway, and then stopped so abruptly, Molly had to hang onto my arm to stop herself. We were in the ruins of a wrecked and abandoned armory. I'd seen it before, in the other hall, from Edmund's world. I heard a sound behind me, and spun round just in time to see Edmund slip back through the doorway. Turning, he laughed once in my face, and then the tear in reality disappeared, shut down from the other side.
Open it, said Molly. We have to go after him.
We can't, I said numbly. Look around. There's no Alpha-Red Alpha mechanism in this armory. We're trapped here. He's won. We stood together in the armory of the other hall, in a different world, with no way home. Shaman Bond will return in Moonbreaker. The end. This is Gideon Emery. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Dr. DOA by Simon R. Green. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, classics, histories, and more, so look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.